Feary from Athlone Boat Club yesterday, and we'll have Neil Creedon from Lee Rowing Club later today. We are supported this weekend by John McMahon from Upshot, who is facilitating our fantastic live streaming services, and Martin Gray from Gray Mobile Media, who has supplied the big screen for this weekend. Don't forget, live results, race draws and all updates are available on the Rowing Ireland website, and there's a link there to a spreadsheet which has been updated as every race goes by. So stay connected with all the action as the day continues. So we had over 7.5 hours racing yesterday here in Lough, and another jam-packed 7.5 hours again here today in Lough. So with a fresh race coming down the track every 5 minutes, it's going to be another busy day. Conditions are looking good again for today's racing. Temperatures are set to reach over 22 degrees, I think, and the winds are about 15 kilometres an hour tops all day. So it's looking like it's going to be more of a direct tailwind today, slightly less of a cross tail, but it should be set up to be a great day's racing. So we'll be kicking off now in the next 10 minutes with our Women's Junior 14 octuplets, and then followed quickly by the Men's Masters double. So once again, keep an eye on the Rowing Ireland updates for the Rowing Ireland website for updates, and we'll be back again in another couple of minutes with our first race of the second day of the 1K Classic. And just before the first race of the day gets underway, just like to remind you that the World Cup 2 is on in Lucerne this weekend, and we have many Irish crews racing today, some actually vying for medals in A finals later on. So we'll do our best to give you updates from that as the day goes on. And our first race of the day is well underway. They have just reached about the 500 metre mark. So we have the Junior 14 octuplets first final. So 4-boat race. In lane 2, Galway. Lane 3, Closhtignodge. Lane 4, Castleconnell. And lane 5, Enniskillen C. So these are Junior 14 girls and they're racing an octuplet. So that's 2 oars each, so a total of 16 oars in each boat powering their way down the course here for the first race of the day in Lough, Rynn. And it's looking like the crew from Castleconnell there in lane 4 with their red one pieces seem to be leading this one out. Then followed by Galway. You can see the splashing of those lovely purple blades in lane 2. Following them, then Closhtignodge in lane 3, and then back to Enniskillen in lane C. So you can just see the girls out this race will have went very quick for them. In an octuplet over 1,000 metres. Castleconnell there in lane 4, really powering it down here. It's hard to get the timing right sometimes in an octuplet, but they seem to have nailed it. They're looking very professional here in the Junior 14 octuplets. So they have just come inside the last 250 metres. The red boys will be able to be seen by everyone. Cox will have been telling them the red boys are coming. And here they are now. They have upped the rate. And all 8 girls are going for it. That's quickly followed by Galway. Then they're in lane 2. They have also upped the rate. And then Jez in the middle there, lane 3. And then a little bit back to Enniskillen C. But here up at the front, it's the ladies from Limerick. Castleconnell, they row out of Island Bridge. I'm sure they would have been training all winter for this. This is their moment here. First race of the day. The women's Junior 14 octuplets. Racing down the course here. They have about 10 strokes to go. Coming up to the line, you can hear the Coxes. They have a very commanding lead here now. This, I think, is their race to win in the next 5 strokes. Plenty of clear water on the field. They can just enjoy these last few strokes now before they start earning themselves and their club some medals and points. That's going to be followed now up by Galway. They're in lane 2. They're looking like they're going to come in second place. Then maybe about 3/4 of a length back to Closhtignodge in lane 3. And then back to Enniskillen C, about another 3/4 of a length. So you can see Galway there really trying to put in a push, trying to take this lead as much as they can and get it. They've just got clear water there now over Closhtignodge, who are about to cross the line in 3rd place. And then Enniskillen C from lane 5 will finish out that first final of the women's Junior 14 octuplets.
of car registration 141D 5771, 141D 5771, please return to your car.
So this year, Rowing Ireland has introduced the Victor Leitrim Trophy, which will be awarded to the most successful junior club across the weekend. It is awarded off a points-based system where points are awarded for all finals. So first place will receive 4 points for their club, second place will receive 2 points for their club, and third place will receive 1 point. So this is a great way to keep the friendly competition going. So a little reminder to any of the juniors that are racing today or sitting on the bank now and racing in the next couple of hours, just keep this in mind as you row your hearts out down the course. So a little update on, this was our standings now before that Women's Junior 14 octuplets. So this is after yesterday's racing. We had Enniskillen in the lead with 46 points, followed quite closely by Skibbereen from County Cork with 41 points. Then a bit of a jump to Castleconnell with 31 points, followed closely by Lee Rowing Club with 29 points and Muckers with 26. So that is your top 5 leaders so far for the Victor Leitrim Trophy after yesterday's racing. Next up, coming fast down the track, is the second final of the Women's Junior 14 octuplets. So this is a 3-boat race. Lane 2, we have Muckers. Lane 3, Enniskillen B. And Lane 4, Enniskillen A. I was also just reminded here a couple of minutes ago, but I did in fact say Castleconnell row out of Island Bridge, but I stand corrected, it is O'Brien's Bridge. So sorry about that. But as we go back now to this Women's Junior 14 second final of the octuplets, it's looking like Muckers in lane 2 and Enniskillen A from lane 4 seem to be locked together. The Enniskillen B group seem to be slightly further back. But if I was to give the edge now, I'd be giving it to Enniskillen A there from lane 4. We saw them paddling past us this morning. Enniskillen put out 3 Women's Junior 14 octuplets. So a credit to them for encouraging this many ladies to be racing here this weekend. So back to this A crew here in lane 4. Their rate seems to be quite high, but they're rowing very, very well. Again, tailwind here, pretty much a direct tailwind. So that boat is going to fly down the course, hopefully with ease in these octuplets with 8 people rowing and a cox sitting in the stern. So if you look at Muckross there in their bright yellow one pieces, they're looking very, very well. I'd say about a length off Enniskillen now, but they are giving it their all to get back up in touch with Enniskillen. But I think quick look to the left there from the bow woman in the Muckross boat just to see she is closest to that Enniskillen crew. Can she feel them behind her? But I think Enniskillen have taken this one now. It's looking like clear water between Enniskillen A and Muckross. You can hear the cox boxes. They've definitely been turned up in the last 250 metres. As they come into the final few strokes here, it is going to be Enniskillen who take the win here in the second final of the women's junior 14 octuplets, followed then by about a length and a half of clear water back to Muckross. And then Enniskillen C in a couple of strokes will finish out that second and final of the women's junior 14 octuplets. So well done to all the junior 14 girls there. And just a friendly reminder to everyone that the spreadsheet, the link to the spreadsheet is available on the Rowing Ireland website, and that is updated with the official results here as each race goes by. So keep up to date with all the information and results here in Lough, whether you're listening to us through the live stream or here in the regatta enclosure, or at home waiting to make your way down to Lough to race later on today. Keep up to date with all the action on the live stream and with the link to the spreadsheet on Rowing Ireland. So just a quick update on the Victor Ludorum Trophy before we head into some Masters events. So it's still Enniskillen in the lead with 51 points. Skib still with 41 points, and then Castleconnell have caught up slightly with 35 points. So that's after the women's junior 14 octuplets. We're just about to head into some men's Masters doubles. I think the first heat has just left the start, and we'll catch up with them when they get slightly closer to the enclosure. So coming hot down the track, as you can see on your screens, is the first final of the men's Masters double. So it's a two-boat race. In lane 3, we have the Defence Forces C, and in lane 4, we have the Defence Forces A. So both these crews are in the same age category of Masters rowing, so they would have been let off the start at the same time. And it's looking like the Defence Forces crew C in lane 3 seem to be leading this one out by a substantial lead at the moment. They are coming up to just about to enter the red buoys for the final 250 metres. And they really seem to just be letting the boat do the work. Lovely big swing back there. Nice clean technique in the tailwind. So that can really help sometimes when water gets a little bit poppily. Boat's going to move faster in a tailwind, but you need to be able to have the good technique to not upset the movement of the boat. But here we have the Defence Forces in lane 3, leading this one out by a nice bit of clear water as they come up to the final 15 strokes. It's great to see the Defence Forces racing here this weekend. Great to have them here in Lough. They've numerous crews. Saw them coming up off the slip in a quad yesterday. So they're looking really, really well here now in the first final of the men's Masters double. So it's going to be, it's looking like at this stage in the final 10 strokes of the race, it's going to be the Defence Forces Rowing Club C crew from lane 3 who are going to take the win over their club mates there in lane 4. So just coming up to the line there now, kind of rowing with ease. They're able to enjoy this. They can kind of see their opponents and they've just crossed the line. And then in another couple of strokes, the other Defence Forces crew from lane 4 is going to cross the line, and that will finish out our first final of the men's Masters double. Before we continue with the rest of the men's Masters doubles, we'd just like to say a massive thank you to Leitrim County Council for their continued support and partnership in hosting this event here in Lough. Their support has been key in developing this facility as a premier regatta venue, and their help has been greatly appreciated in running the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic here this weekend. And coming up to us now with about 350 metres to go, it is the second final of the men's Masters double. So 4-boat race, and in lane 2 we have Fermoy, lane 3 Lough, lane 4 Pretora, and lane 5 Carlow B. So just coming into the red buoys now, we can see Lough there in lane 3. Seems to be leading this one out by a substantial lead. Again, this tailwind is obviously really helping this crew. They're just letting the boat do the work. And then that's followed up a couple of lengths back then to Fermoy here in lane 1, and then maybe a length and a half of clear water back to Pretora, and then with Carlow B slightly further back. But coming up to the line here, have to say exceptional clean rowing coming from this Lough crew all the way from Belfast here to race in Lough. And you can see the crew is very, very well gelled together. Squares are coming on together nicely at the catch, and they are just about to cross the line as winners of this second final in the men's Masters double. So nice little race there going on between Fermoy and Pretora slightly further back. Pretora keeping Fermoy honest. There's about a length, maybe a length and a half in it there between those crews. Quick look to the left and right from Fermoy just to double check all is still good. But yes, I think they are looking like they're going to cross the line in second place. And Pretora will follow them up in third, with Carlo now in a couple of strokes about to cross the line in fourth. So we'll have to wait for official results on that one. You can keep an eye on that in Rowing Ireland, but as the second final of the men's Masters double. So just a friendly reminder to clubs that especially if you have junior crews coming in off the water, to try send a coach down to give a hand, and to be clearing blades. We'll clear the blades off the slip as quick as we can up onto the bank, but especially after octuplets and eights, if you could be clearing blades off the bank just to keep room, because we have over 1,000 athletes here racing this weekend and 46 crews, so it is bound to be busy. And coming up fast here down the track is the third heat of the men's Masters double. So three boat race again. In lane 2 we have Tralee, lane 3 Sligo, and in lane 4 Clonmel. And it is looking like the Sligo crew in lane 3 have about 2-3 lengths clear water on the Tralee crew here beside me in lane 2. So you're just looking at that Sligo crew there now up on the screen, and they look to be motoring along nicely, just about to come in to the final 250 metres. They can now see the red buoys, so they know the ray can come up if they need it, but they look to be nice and comfortable with Tralee there now. Still, Tralee putting pressure on them. Sligo still need to keep pushing on if they don't want to be too threatened by Tralee, but they seem to be doing well. And then a little bit further back to Clonmel, they're out in lane 4. So all three of these crews are the same age category, so they would have been let off the start at the same time. So it's just been a race the whole way down the track, and Sligo seem to have gotten that edge from the start, and they are just cruising now into the line with Clearwater lead to Tralee, and then Clearwater again back to Clonmel. So the black and red of Sligo, a lot of Masters crews from Sligo here racing this weekend. It's great to see. So in the next 5 strokes, the Sligo men's Masters double will cross the line here in first of this men's Masters double. And that'll be followed now in about 5 strokes time by Tralee, who will grab second, and then Clonmel, will follow them across the line in another couple of strokes. So again, we'll have to wait for official results, but they can be found on the Rowing Ireland website, and that finishes out the third final of the men's Masters double. So while we wait for the fourth final of the men's Masters double to come down, just a quick update from World Cup 2 out in Lucerne. So our women's double of Mags Kremen and Zoe Hyde has come sixth in the B final in the last half hour. And our women's four of Claire Feerick, Aisling Hayes, Imogen Manor and Natalie Long have come third in the B final in the last 20 minutes. And most recently our men's quad of Ronan Byrne, Brian Colch, Adam Murphy and Andrew Sheehan have come second in their B final in the last 5 minutes. So that's all the B finals for the Irish crew out in Lucerne for now. We will follow this up with some updates on A finals, which are happening later, and we'll keep you up to date as best we can with the national Irish team out in Lucerne at World Cup 2. So coming fast down the track now at about 400 metres left to go is the fourth final of the men's Masters double. We have a 5-boat race this time, and in lane 1 is St Michael's, lane 2 Athlone, lane 3 Lee B, lane 4 Tribesmen and lane 5 the Defence Forces. So as you can see on your screens there, it's looking like Tribesmen there in lane 4 seem to be leading this one out, and I'd say that is followed by Athlone Boat Club in lane 2. They seem to be your 1-2, and then I'd put the Defence Forces out there in the outside lane, appears to be the 1-2-3, a little further back to Lee, and then a little back to St Michael's there in lane 1 as well. But just coming into the red, boys, here the final 250 metres is Tribesmen in lane 4. Again, all these crews, it has been timetabled that all these crews are of the same age category. So they were led off the stake boats all at the same time. So they have been racing all from the word go, literally, all the way down the track. And now they're into the last 200 metres. And looks like the Tribesmen crew are leading it out, followed by Athlone. Seems to be a little bit of a push there from the Defence Forces on the far side of your screen there, but Tribesmen are leading by Clearwater there, and then it looks to be Athlone that are coming up in second. As I said earlier, strong tailwind here, but it seems to be less of a crosswind than it was yesterday, so these boats are just flying down the course. There'll be some quick boats moving here today, that's for sure, and this is just going to be Tribesmen that come up to the line to take the win there in the men's Masters double, followed then Clearwater back to Athlone, and about a length, maybe a length and a quarter, then to the Defence Forces, who will grab third. And Lee Rowing Club then from Cork are just going to be coming up to the line for fourth place, and that will be closely followed by St Michael's, and that will finish out the fourth final of the men's Masters double. And before we continue, we just like to say we are very proud to be supported by our national partners who are contributing to help deliver events like these throughout the season. So this includes Sport Ireland, Sport Northern Ireland and the Federation of Sport. They've been great support in hosting events like these, like the 1K Classic and the Irish Rowing Championships in a couple of weeks' time, and supporting our crews out at World Cup 2 this weekend. Coming down the course now, we have the 5th final of the men's Masters double. This is only a 2-boat race, with the lane 2 being Neptune and lane 3 being Galway. So they're just about to enter the red buoys, maybe about 300 metres to go, and it looks like that Galway crew have about 2 lengths lead on the Neptune crew. The distinctive purple and gold stripe of Galway making their way down the track here. They train on the Carp in County Galway. Lovely river to row on and fantastic up the lake as well on a nice day. And then Neptune there from Island Bridge in Dublin, rowing alongside there with they're actually starting to just come up now and make contact with the stern of that Galway crew. A little bit of a sprint on here, a little bit of pressure from Commercial. They've upped the rate, definitely going for a sprint here just to see. Now, I'm on a bit of an angle here, but I think Neptune are really starting to make a push here on that Galway crew. So is about their half a length in it. Real sprint on here from Neptune. They've obviously been training well up there in Island Bridge. Galway trying to see, can they just hold it together? Is the line going to come too soon for Neptune, or will they run out of water? And I think they have just drawn level with them. It is now level with about 10 strokes to go. Galway in lane 2, or Galway in lane 3, Neptune in lane 2, coming up to the line. Quick look to the left there from the stroke man of Neptune, and I think Neptune have just timed that to perfection. Neptune and 3/4 of a length back to Galway. Excellent sprint there from Neptune in the end. Again, official results available on the Rowing Ireland website, and that is the 5th final of the men's Masters double over the line. And just a little reminder for anyone here in the regatta enclosure today, our merchandise tent is open for business again today. I was reliably informed that they are selling out quite quick over there, so if you're going to pay a visit, I'd advise doing it this morning. There are t-shirts, hoodies, tops and even dry robes for sale. Some of the hoodies and t-shirts have both club and participant names on the back. So again, a great memento from the weekend, and it'd be great to either bring back to someone who's at home, or if you or someone at home would like to remember this weekend. So head over to the merchandise tent when you get a chance, as I have reliably been informed they are selling out quick. And just after going by the Castle Gardens there, it is the 6th final of the men's Masters double. So you have 5 boats racing here in this final of the Men's Masters Double, with lane 1 being a composite of Lagan Belfast Boat Club, lane 2 Lee A, lane 3 City of Derry Pretora composite, lane 4 Carlow A, and lane 5 Athlone Lee Valley composite. So they are about 350, 400 metres now from reaching the line here, and it looks like that Carlow crew in lane 4 are leading this one out. You can see the distinctive green colours there of Carlow on your screen. And that's looking like it's followed by the Athlone Lee Valley composite there out in lane 5 on the far side of your screen there. There's about, I'd say, 2 lengths in it now between Carlow A in lane 4 and Athlone Lee Valley composite lane 5. You can see there now, bit of a tailwind on the course. But again, it's going to make this race go quicker, and things seem to be going very well for those crews out there. I'd say then after our Athlone Lee Valley composite, I'd look at Lagan Belfast Boat Club there in lane 1, and then followed by, I'd say, City of Derry Pretora, and then back to Lee A in lane 2. But up at the front here again, it's looking like we have Carlow, the green of Carlow, making their way down here. They have about 15-20 strokes to go. You can see these boats are flying down now in this tailwind, and I'm going to say it. Yeah, I'm going to look at the Athlone Lee Valley composite then in second. A bit of a push coming from the composite of City of Derry and Pretora, and can't forget about Lagan and Belfast here closest to me in the finishing tower as well. But I think it's looking like there's about a length there now between Athlone, City of Derry, or Athlone Lee Valley, and then City of Derry and Pretora. But Carlow Rowing Club here up in lane 4. I'm just about to cross the line now and take this, and I think the line might just come in time. Oh, actually, I take that back. It's going to be too close to call between the Athlone Lee Valley composite and the City of Derry Pretora composite. I can't call that. We'll have to wait for official results. And then the Lagan Belfast Boat Club composite just crossed the line there in 4th, followed by Lee. So head over to Rowing Ireland and have a quick look at the official results there to get the 2nd, 3rd place finishes, because I have to say that was too close to call. You can see there now a lovely drone shot just heading up towards the start. You can see there now a bit of a tailwind, but I have to say it looks like a direct tailwind, so it will be slightly easier than yesterday's conditions, which was a bit of a cross tail there coming from stroke side. We're just looking up at the start there now. You can see lots of boats gathering, and we're going to be coming up with our first final of the men's junior 15 quads now in the next couple of minutes as they get ready up on the stake boats. Before we get the rest of these junior events underway, we just want to take a moment to thank a few more of our key sponsors. So these are brands who are helping make this event possible and supporting the broader mission of Rowing Ireland. So a special thank you to NG Motors, Connecticut Sports and Powerhouse Sport. We're so proud to be working with these partners who share the same vision as Rowing Ireland. And just coming up to the 500 metre mark, we have the first final of the men's junior 15 coxed quads. So 6-boat race, we're back to 6-boat racing here again. And in lane 1, we have Enniskillen C, lane 2, Lee, lane 3, CRCC B, lane 4, Ban B, lane 5, St. Joseph's A, and lane 6, Fermoy A. So, as we look down the course there now, it's looking like Lee, the black and red of Lee, yet again making another appearance there in lane 2. I'd say Enniskillen there on lane 1. Another toss-up then between Fermoy. I'd say they're also quite close there for second place. And then looking at Ban there in fourth place. But up at the front, it looking like the black and red of Lee. Again, Clearwater lead here on the field with about 300 metres to go. In the first final of the men's junior 15 quad, you can see there on your screens, they seem to be under no pressure from any crews. There they have a full view of their field. If anyone from those outside lanes with Enniskillen C or Fermoy decides to make a sprint, they're in a good position there. They can react to it, they can see what's happening, and they can just really take this race in their stride. But the rate seems to be going up again. They're not taking any chances on this one. They're Lee Rowing Club in lane 2 all the way from Cork. Black and red, really distinctive one pieces there. You can see it on their blades as well. And it's looking pretty close then between Enniskillen C in lane 1 and Fermoy A in lane 6 there for second place as they come into the finish. I'd give the edge to Fermoy, I'd say over there in the far lane, if anything, but both Enniskillen and Fermoy really going for it there, and then Ban in the middle looking like fourth place, with CRCC also staying in touch with Ban and a little bit back to St. Joseph's. Then up at the front with a blistering high rate coming into the finish, it is the black and red of Lee who are just about to cross the line here and take the win in the first final of the men's J15 quads. And I think Fermoy, yes, Fermoy just have the edge over Enniskillen here for the second, third place finish. I'd say there's about half a length in it there, just coming up to the line. You can hear the coxswain Fermoy telling his crew they have it if they can just hold on for another couple of strokes, and they just have it. It was bow on stern there coming up to the end. But that was Fermoy second, Enniskillen third. Ban coming up to the line now with CRCC to follow in a few strokes, and then followed by St. Joseph's. So that was the first final of the men's junior 15 coxed quads that have just about made it safely down the course. We have 7 finals from the men's junior 15 coxed quads, so big entry here, and we'll take you through these races over the next half an hour. And just another friendly reminder to clubs to have just one person down on the slip to help get crews in, especially some younger crews. Try not to have the slip too crowded. I know there's a lot of support here from family, friends and fellow rowers as well, but we'll just keep minimum number of people on the slip, just one or two there to help get some junior crews in, and keeping those blades and boats moving on the incoming and outgoing slips. So just coming up to the 500 metre mark, we have a good close race here in the men's junior 15 Cox Quads final 2. So lane 1 we have Muckers A, lane 2 is empty. Sorry, have I done that wrong? No, I haven't. I'm right. Sorry. Lane 3, St. Michael's. Lane 4, Lee Valley. Lane 5, Clonmel. And lane 6, Enniskillen A. So 6-boat race here. And we're just looking at that Enniskillen crew there in the outside lane in lane 6. They seem to be motoring along nicely. Then we go across to our middle lanes. And I think we're looking at St. Michael's then in lane 2, seem to also be up front runners, and the yellow of Muckross also front runners. But I'm going to go up back to the Enniskillen crew, who seem to be about a length up on St. Michael's. It looks like bow on stern from where I'm standing, but it's pretty close. And then we're looking back to Muckross there in lane 1. And then I call Clonmel after that. But it's looking pretty close now between these crews. You can see Enniskillen there, their lovely red hull on that lovely Felipe boat. And you can see there now with the drone shot, Enniskillen A out there in lane 6 with Lee Valley in lane 4. Seems to be following them up. Enniskillen have extended that lead. They're well into the last 250 now. See a bit of a sprint on from Muckross here in the outside lane. I actually stand corrected. I'm sorry. That is St. Michael's in lane 3 that are starting to challenge Enniskillen. Lee Valley slightly further back there. Clonmel also not out of the mix. They're having a go at Muckross. Bit of a crab there in the St. Michael's boat, but they're back up and running. Not too much disturbance. But I'm going to look back again at this Enniskillen crew. Young men's junior 15 quad, and they seem to have a commanding lead here. They may be out in lane 6, slightly removed from the action in the centre, but they have a view of their field, and in the next 3 strokes, they're going to cross the line. And then St. Michael's, they are about to come up to the line now, and they're going to claim second place. Bit of a crab there from Muckross, but they're up and running again, and I think Clonmel have just managed to row through Muckross there. And Lee Valley are going to cross the line there now in a couple of strokes in 5th place. So that was Enniskillen there in first place, followed by St. Michael's. Apologies there to St. Michael's supporters. I got my colours mixed up for a minute. And then Clonmel coming in third. Again, have to wait for official results. But Lee Valley just coming up to the line there. So well done to all crews there in the second final of the men's junior 15 quad. So just for a little bit of context for anybody who hasn't been to Lough Rynn before, this is a fully buoyed 8-lane 2,000 metre course. So 2,000 metres up the lake from the finish line, you have a starting pontoon which is used for the stake boats and the starter at a usual 2k regatta. Lough Rynn regatta was held here a couple of weeks ago. But so because of the 1k classic only being 1k, as the name suggests, we have dropped temporary stake boats at the 1k mark, and our juniors and masters are racing half the course here today. So the boys are great here in the last 250 metres. You'll have heard me talking about the red boys. Red boys are marking the final 250 metres, final minute of the race. And then every 250 metres is marked by another red boy, and that will help the rowers gauge where they are in the course. So fantastic facility here in Mohill, County Leitrim, Lough Rynn Rowing Centre. So just to let you all know, we are going to race 2:12 now, the fourth final of the men's junior 15 cox quad, and then we'll go back to the third final in a couple of minutes after this one. So that's race 2:12 on your programme. That's going to be coming down the track now in a couple of minutes. So it's a 5-boat race. In lane 1 we have Shannon, lane 2 Castleconnell B, lane 3 St Joseph's C, lane 4 CRCC, and lane 5 Galway A. So as you can see there on your screens, Shannon A now coming up to the 500 metre mark, halfway point in this race, and they are blistering it down the course. You can see that tailwind there, not causing them any difficulty whatsoever. Then I'd be looking over at St Joseph's C there in lane 3, who I'd say are following them bow on stern, and then Castleconnell there in those red colours just to the right of your screen. I'd be putting them in third, but also very close then over the far side with CRCC in Galway. Castleconnell, they're kind of all nicely bunched up there for third place. But up at the front, we're looking at Shannon A there in lane 1, all the way from Limerick in those dark blue colours with the white stripe across their back. You can also see St Joseph's there to the left of your screen, a little bit of blue coming there all the way from the Corrib in Galway, only up the road. So this again is just race 2:12 on your programme, the fourth final. We'll be going back to the third final now in a couple of minutes. But as we return back to this race with meters, you'll see those red boys on your screen. That Shannon crew has really got out into a nice commanding lead there. They're not taking any chances with this. They have their eye, I'm sure, on St Joseph, just trying to keep them at bay. There's about maybe 3 length of clear water there from St Joseph's, between Shannon and St Joseph's. Again, it's still looking quite close between Castleconnell, CRCC and Galway there for the third spot. We'll get a proper look at them as they come down the course. But yeah, that drone footage is really looking like that third position could be anyone's here now with the final 250 metres. But back up here with Shannon. From lane 1, they are blistering their way into the finish. You can see those red boys that I was talking about. They've only got about 10-15 strokes now, about 100 metres to go. That rate is up. They're not taking any chances on that Bish crew, making sure they can win this by as large a margin as they can. And it's looking like Bish there from lane 3 are going to hopefully hold on to that second place, but Castleconnell putting on a bit of a sprint there. They're trying to secure their third place, and even trying to put Brish under pressure while they're at it. But that's Shannon that just crossed the line there in this fourth final, and it's going to be Bish that are really sprinting there to secure their second place, not letting Castleconnell get a sniff, and Castleconnell they're about to place in third, with CRCC and Galway following close behind. So that was the fourth final of the men's junior 15 coxed quads. Gentle reminder again, you can find the link to the live spreadsheet that is updated after every race for official results, which is available on the Rowing Ireland website. So it's great to see so many supporters here today in Lough, and just a gentle reminder that as you're looking up the course over on the right hand side, there's a bit of a spectators area. There's a marquee set up in case the rain decides to pay a visit, which I really hope it doesn't. And so if you follow the path over to the right hand side of the course, there's also 2 floating pontoons which are level with the last 250 metres. So that's a great spot to watch the final bit of action of the race unfold here in Lough. And now we are going back to race 211, what was the third final of the men's junior 15 coxed quad. So we're back to 6-boat racing again. With lane 1, we have Waterford. Lane 2, Ban A. Lane 3, Blackrock. Lane 4, Shandon. Lane 5, Methodist, and lane 6, Fermoy B. So they're just going through the 500 metre mark. You can see the Castle Gardens in the background there, and it's looking like that crew from Waterford seem to be leading this one out. Then I'd be probably looking at Shandon there in lane 4, also up kind of vying for second place, and Methodist there, maybe even Methodist just ahead of Shandon. You can see the light blue of Shandon there over in lane 4. Or no, pardon me, I would actually put Shandon ahead of Methodist. This is the angles that I'm standing at here, sorry. But yes, we have Waterford up there, the navy and white stripe across the back of their one piece up in lane 1. So again, not quite in the middle of the course, but that's okay. They can still get a gauge on their competition and where they're at. So we're looking at Methodist, who seems to be leading this one out, followed by Shandon, and then about three-quarters of a length back to Methody. And then we're looking at, I'd say, Ban, Fermoy and Blackrock then slightly further back. Good race on there for second place between Methody and Shandon. Shandon seemed to just have the edge over them as we come into the last 250 metres of this race. But back up here to Waterford at the front, which you can see on your screens, the navy and white all the way up from Waterford here in Lough. Great to see. You can really see these coxes here. I can hear a roaring cox there from that. I think it's the Shandon crew. He is giving his crew every opportunity he can. It seems to be bow on stern there with Methody and Shandon for second place, but up here with Waterford, they have clear water, ahead of the rest of the field. That Shandon Cox is really going for it with his crew. He knows Methody is over his right shoulder. His lads and his crew can hear them, but Methodist just coming up to the line here. I can hear the Cox counting the final few strokes for their crew. Quick look over the right shoulder, make sure the finish line is there, and there it is. Great celebrations there from that Waterford Cox, and it looks like Shandon are just going to hold on to that second place finish. Bow on stern there with Methody. Methody gave them a good run for their money. Kept them under pressure the whole way down. So that was Methody who just crossed in third, and it's looking like Ban just coming up to the line there. The red and white of Ban are just going to take fourth place. Good race going on there now between Fermoy and Blackrock, in fairness, slightly further back in the pack, but still great for these young boys to get probably one of their first races here under their belt. It's looking like Blackrock maybe just going to edge out over Fermoy there to finish out the field. So that was what was the third final of the men's junior 15 Cox Quads race 211, and we'll now hopefully be going back up to the stake boats in a couple of minutes to continue a race 213, the fifth final of the men's junior 15 Cox Quads. I mentioned it yesterday as well. It's just great to see so much like camaraderie between all the, especially the junior crews, masters as well, but all crews in general here at the finish line. You can hear crews saying well done to each other and good race, and it's really great to see, because I think a lot of us can vouch you make friends for life out of rowing. So it's great to see, even at junior level, great sportsmanship being shown here at the 1K Classic. Making their way down the course now, approaching the 500 metre mark, is the fifth final of the men's junior 15 Coxed Quads. We're back to 5-boat racing again, with lane 1 having Galway C, lane 2 Commercial, lane 3 Enniskillen B, lane 4 Shandon B, and lane 5 St Joseph's B. So as you can see there on your screen, this is a pretty close race. I'd be looking at St Joseph's out there in the far lane, probably leading, but I'd say just now Commercial putting a lot of pressure on them, about I'd say half a canvas in it there, and then you're looking at Galway C here at the front of your screens, say looking at third, but not without pressure from that Enniskillen crew in lane 3, and slightly further back to Shannon B. We're really close racing here up the front of the pack. Enniskillen so far I'd say have maybe about half a length, a canvas to half a length on Commercial. Enniskillen looks like they've just put on a bit of a push there, or excuse me, St Joseph's just put on a bit of a push there, and you can see Commercial trying to respond, but I think St Joseph's has just have the little stronger push here. But not to forget about Galway, also here in the outside lane, putting Commercial under a little bit of pressure. Enniskillen there in the middle lane as well, looking like they're in 4th position at the moment, but up leading the pack at the moment anyway, it is St Joseph's. They've just managed to break through of Commercial. Now Galway putting pressure on Commercial for 2nd and 3rd position, but St Joseph's went for a sprint there. They changed gear at about 300 metres just before the Red Boys, and it seems to have paid off for them. They managed to have just shook off that Commercial crew, but I have to say Commercial and Galway now putting on a real race there for 2nd and 3rd. So I'd just be keeping an eye on them now. But look, it's about 10 strokes to go. Bish, rate not nice and high. You can hear the cocks. They're doing very, very well here in the closing stages. Still nice and close between Commercial and Galway, but it looks like Commercial are just going to hold off that sprint. Looks to the right there from the Commercial crew to double check the line is still there, which it is. I can't confirm. But look, up at the front then, we just have St Joseph's, which have just crossed the line in first. Close there between Commercial and Galway, and then Enniskillen just crossing the line in 4th, with Shannon B will be coming up to the line now in the next couple of strokes. So that will finish out the 5th final of the men's junior 15 Coxed Quads. And next up, we have the 6th final of the men's junior 15 coxed quads. So lane 1, Muckross B, lane 2, Skibbereen, lane 3, Clostignodge A, lane 4, Offaly, and lane 5, Castle Connell. So they're well down the course now, just about to hit the red boys of the last 250 metres. And it's that all too familiar white and red of Skibbereen that seems to be leading this one out. Still in contact now is Clostignodge, also beside them in lane 3. Just about bow on stern, but I think Skibber just starting to break away. Then I'd probably be looking at Offaly there in lane 4, and then Castle Connell and Muckross slightly further back. But it's looking like Skibbereen up here in lane 2. They seem to be doing well, just about broken contact with Clostignodge there. It was bow on stern there for a while, but it looks like they have just about broken contact. You can hear the cocks telling them, give it everything, you've got 10 strokes to go. Just break contact, win this one by as much as you can. And it looks like they are doing that. Still, Clostignodge still putting pressure on them. Don't think they're going to challenge them for first, but still, Skibber going to need a good day at the office to win this one, but it looks like they are. They're just about to cross the line as winners of the 6th final of the men's junior 15 quads, followed then a length and a half back to Clostignodge, who are just after crossing the line. And then Offaly here in the next 5 or 6 strokes are going to take, I think, the 3rd place finish, and that'll be followed a couple of strokes after by Castle Connell. It's close enough there, maybe a length and a half back to Castle Connell. And then Muckross will also cross the line in a couple of strokes. So that's the 6th final of the men's junior 15 coxed quads, nearly all safely over the line. I did the maths there a couple of minutes ago. We have 38 boats racing in the men's junior 15 quads category, and including coxes, that means we've, in the last half an hour, we have had nearly 190 men's junior 15 scullers and coxes out on the water. We have one race left to go, but we'll have had 190 men's junior 15 athletes race their hearts out here in Lough, which is really great to see so many young athletes making their appearance here in Lough. And powering their way down the course, we have the final of the men's junior 15 coxed quad. So lane 1, Athlone, lane 2, Galway B, lane 3, St Joseph's D, lane 4, Clostignodge B, and lane 5, Cork. And it looks to me like the crew from Bish seems to be leading this one out. Yes, I am right. Sorry, I was checking my colours there. But Bish seems to be leading this one out from lane 3. I'd say followed by, Athlone here in lane 1, but also close there on the far side of the course with Cork in lane 5. And then Clostignodge, then lane 4, and then a little bit back to the Galway crew. But it's looking like that Bish crew, Bish in lane 3, the blue of Bish, all the way from the River Corrib in Galway. They seem to be powering this one through into the final 250 metres. They're being slightly challenged here now, but Athlone seem to be just trying to sneak up there on Cork Boat Club on the outside. This is the challenge when you're on two opposite sides of the course. Athlone lane 1 and Cork lane 6, vying it out there for 2nd and 3rd place. I think Athlone have just managed to sneak in a sprint there, but up at the front we have St Joseph's in lane 3. They seem to be leading this one out. They're not under pressure by the other crews, but they still need to just row well now, nice and clean over the finish. And I think Cork have just managed to stick their nose out ahead of Athlone, but Jez also getting their bow ball up in the mix there. But just coming up to the line, it is St Joseph's D who have just crossed the line. With close race here now between Cork and Athlone. I can't quite say who got that. You'll have to check official results. It was close there for 2nd, 3rd between Cork Boat Club and Athlone Boat Club. And Clostignodge, the Jez, have just crossed the line in 4th. The crew from Galway will be crossing the line also in a couple of minutes. Or a couple of strokes, excuse me. So that will finish out the 7th final of the men's junior 15 coxed quads. And as I said, we had 190 with junior 15 men, rowers and coxes together. We've had over 190 people race here in the last half hour alone. So it's great to see so many people out here in Lough, Rynn. We'd also just like to give a special mention to all the volunteers, officials and club organisers who make this event happen. Thank you for all your time, energy and dedication, both here and behind the scenes over the last couple of weeks getting this event organised. Also special mention to Donal Cronin, who is the chair of the regatta committee here at the 1K Classic. The work that's gone on behind the scenes before this regatta even took place here in Lough Rynn does not go unrecognised. So thank you to everyone who's put time and effort into making this event happen. We could not have done it without you.
Swap and go. The starter to say that to make it.
And just before we catch up with the men's junior 13 octuplets, just a quick date on the Victor Ludorum Trophy. So far, Enniskillen are leading it out with 56 points, followed closely with Skibbereen with 45 points, Castleconnell 36 points, Lee 37 points, and Muckross 28 points. So that's what it is so far after about just over an hour's racing here in Lough Rynn. And as you can see on your screens, the men's junior 13 octuplet is well and truly underway. 2-boat race between Muckross in lane 3 and Clostignodge in lane 4. And it's that all too familiar yellow, bright yellow colours of Muckross in lane 3 that are leading this one out. So men's junior 13, this is more than likely going to be their first 1K classic, hopefully the first of many. Maybe their first time racing in a 6-lane course. Could be a daunting experience for a junior 13, but all of these young boys are handling it very, very well under the help of their coxes there who are sitting in the stern. So coming up here now, they're well and truly inside the red boys. Muckross seem to have about a length of clear water there. You can see all the boys there, from bow pair to stern pair and everybody in between, giving it their all here in lane 3 of the men's junior 13 octuplets. So each boy has 2 oars each. So there's 8 pairs, so 16 oars in total in each boat, and that's a lot to keep under control, but they're doing that excellently. You can see there they have coxes in the stern that are making sure everyone is doing this as best as they can and as efficiently as they can, and they are doing that very, very well. So Muckross just coming up to the line now, about to cross as they win this men's junior 13 octuplet. And then Clostignodge just coming up to the line now in the next 2 strokes. And they will come second in the men's junior 13 octuplet. But great celebrations there from the Muckross Roo. This might be some of these boys' first win of the season first win here at the 1K Classic. It's great to see it. So they will not only have earned points for their club, but they will have a medal to bring home as well. So well done to both crews there in the men's junior 13 octuplets. So just off the start, we have the first final of the women's junior 13 single. So we have a 5-boat race here. They're only about 250 metres into the race, maybe just a little more, and they are powering it down. Again, junior 13s, this is more than likely their first 1K Classic. It is great skill to be able to manage a single in a strong tailwind on your own in the middle of a lake, but they are doing absolutely excellent, I have to say. All 5 crews here powering away from the stake boats very, very cleanly. So in lane 1 we have Galway, lane 2 Sligo, lane 3 Workman's, lane 4 Castleconnell, and lane 5 Workman's. So 5 junior 13 women's scullers here, and they look like they're just starting to approach the 500 metre mark, and it looks like Sligo McEnroe-Rynn has a little bit of an edge over that Workman's O'Donoghue sculler in lane 3. But O'Donoghue just putting on a little bit of a push there as they go past the castle grounds. She was probably told by her coach, once you see the castle, you're halfway there, put on a bit of a push. And she has there now. I'd say there's half a canvas there between Sligo and McEnroe-Rynn. There we can just see the red boy they've just went through. That means there is 500 metres left to go. They are halfway through this race. Bit of a push there, a response from Sligo McEnroe-Rynn. Then I'd be looking at the sculler there out in lane 5, Workman's Mannix, possibly there in 3rd. And I'd be looking at Castleconnell, Glavin. But it seems to be these 2 scullers Up at the front, Sligo, Rene McEnroe and Workman's O'Donoghue seem to be your 1-2 so far. Safely, all crew safely through the 500 metre mark. It's about 400 metres to go here on our first final of the Women's Junior 13 Scull. So you can see the Workman Sculler put on a little bit of a push there. She knows she's through the 500. She's into about 350 to go, and she's put on a bit of a push. She's now got half a length on the Sligo Sculler. Sligo, you can see the rate has gone up. The legs are trying to push a little bit harder. Can she respond to the Workman's Sculler? Little bit of a push there. Still hasn't broken contact. There's about half a length in it here now for spots 1 and 2. Then I'd be looking at the outside lane there. Workman's Mannix possibly for third. Closely with Castleconnell Glavin there, and then back to Galway Boyle. But here we are. We're looking at the Workman's Sculler on your screen. Still hasn't moved. It's still half a length between Workman's and Sligo. We're into about, I'd say, 20 strokes to go now for these young Junior 13 scullers here. Again, very, very impressed with how well all 5 of these scullers are managing this single sculls race in a strong tailwind. They're doing excellent. As we come up here to about 15 strokes to go, you're into the last 100 metres. It's Workman's who was leading Sligo there a couple of strokes ago, but Sligo has really put on a push. We're now back to about a canvas. Workman's has a canvas on Sligo coming into the last couple of strokes. Workman's just responded there to the push from Sligo. Can Sligo try squeeze this out, or will the line come just in time for Workman's? Quick look to the right there from the Workman's Sculler just to check where she is. Has she timed her sprint well? Bit more of a sprint there from Sligo, but I think Workman's just snuck out there in the last couple of strokes. Another quick look to the left, quick look to the right, and Workman's are just after crossing the line as winner of the Women's Junior 13 single, followed by about a length of Clearwater, then back to Sligo. And it's looking like our second Workman's Sculler, Mannix, is coming up to the line here now and will finish third. And in a couple of strokes time, the Castleconnell Sculler. And then that will be followed by Galway, hopefully in the next couple of strokes. Again, all these Junior 13 women here, this is more than likely their first race here at the 1K Classic. They have another 3 years to do here from Junior 13, 14 and 15. All scullers managed very, very well here in a single scull on a 6-lane course. They should all be very, very proud of themselves. And that's the first final of the Women's Junior 13 single, all nearly safely home. As you can see up on your screens there now, we just want to give a very warm shout out to our accommodation and hospitality partners here in Leitrim. This includes Carrick Self-Catering Accommodation, the Landmark Hotel and the Courtyard Apartments. We have athletes, coaches, family and supporters here from all over Ireland, from Belfast to Cork to Dublin to Galway. They're all here this weekend for the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic, and your support in making the athletes, coaches and families feel at home this weekend has been unmatched. So thank you very, very much for your support. And just coming up to the 500 metre mark in the next couple of strokes, we have the second final of the Women's Junior 13 single scull. So in lane 1, Enniskillen, lane 2, Castleconnell, lane 3, Athlone, lane 4, Lee, and lane 5, Commercial. So they're just starting to come up to the 500 metre mark. You can see the castle there in the background, and I have to say it's looking like Lee Manning there in lane 4 seems to be leading this one out. Fairly close then between the rest of the scullers. You could throw a blanket across them there, but it's looking like the Enniskillen sculler in lane 1 slightly edged out over Castle Connell, and then I'd be looking at Commercial over there in lane 5, followed by Atlow. Up a little bit of difficulty there for the Enniskillen Sculler. Again, tricky in these strong tailwind conditions, but she's back up and running again. But I'm going to go back up to the front here and look at Lee Manning from Lee, the black and red of Lee. I keep mentioning it because they keep making appearances in these races and they're doing well, in fairness. She is out there in lane 4, just over there past the 500 metre mark. She seems to be doing well. Again, as I said, strong tailwind, and that can make a single scull move very, very quickly, especially for J13s. So good technique is needed to keep the boat moving efficiently. And as well, same as the last race, all scullers doing exceptionally, exceptionally well here. So Manning from Lee, striding this one out. Again, she is Uverfield, got a good commanding lead here going on. But I'm going to look back now at our second, third position. I think maybe the Castle Connell Scudder made a bit of a lead, little bit of a push there. But look, if we look over Commercial there in the far lane, she's also making a push. So it's going to be all up for grabs there now for second, third, fourth position. But up at the front, you can see there that Lee Sculler. She's just about to come in to those red boys. Quick look over the left shoulder to make sure that they're still going to be there, and they are. She's into the last 250. She's got about a minute of rowing left. That tailoring is going to get her down to this finish line quite quickly. And then again, looking back to those other scullers, they're all really tightly bunched. I'm still looking back over Commercial there in lane 5 slightly. Then I'd go Athlone, then Castle Connell, and then Enniskillen in that order. Kind of maybe that little clip of the boy of the Enniskillen sculler slightly cost her. But back up at the front, it's the Lee sculler. Castle Connell there beside her in lane 5, but Lee, she has a commanding lead here. She can see all her opponents. She's got about 10-15 strokes to go. Lee Manning coming up to the line, and then I'd be looking at the Commercial sculler there in lane 5. Bit of a sprint going on there now between Athlone Cunningham and Castle Connell Donnelly, but coming up to the line we have Lee crossing the line. As that very, very, very close here between Castle Connell, Athlone, and Commercial on the far side. It looks like I'm going to say Athlone for second, and I can't really call third there now from the angle I'm at. And Enniskillen just coming up to cross the line. So some really close racing there for the second and final race of the women's junior 13 single. So just a friendly reminder, you can catch up on Rowing Ireland. There's a link to the spreadsheet, which is being updated behind me as we speak with the official results for all races that have been raced here at the 1K Classic in Lough. So as you can see there now on your screens, coming up to the 500 metre mark with that stunning backdrop of the Lough Castle Gardens, it is the first final of the women's junior 15 sculls. So we'll be with these sculls now for maybe just under the next hour as we have such a large entry. But back to 6-lane racing again. 6 junior 15 women's singles coming at us now. So lane 1, we have CRCC. Lane 2, Shandon. Lane 3, St Michael's. Lane 4, Shandon. Lane 5, Cork, and lane 6, Cork. So we have 4 clubs here and 6 scullers. Some scullers racing athletes from their own club, but it's looking like the sculler from St Michael's, seems to be leading this one out, followed then maybe by a length of Clearwater to Shandon O'Brien and Shandon Moles. I'm sure these girls has raced each other plenty of times back home in Cork, so they know where to push. They've probably been given similar instructions from their coach, so it will be interesting here to see. It's looking like Shandon Moles might be making a bit of a push. Excuse me, I stand corrected. It's Cork there in lane 5 that's making a push. So it's looking like St. Michael's leading it out, followed by Shandon O'Brien in lane 2 and Cork Fisher in lane 5. This seem to be our 3 front runners here, as they're coming into about 250 or 300 metres to go. That Cork sculler seems to have made a bit of a push there from lane 5. She is just coming into the last 250 metres. Little bit, trying to put a bit of pressure on the St. Michael's sculler, but St. Michael's seem to be holding this one well, I'd say. So it's looking like St. Michael's who seem to be leading this one out, then followed by Cork Fisher, excuse me, then Shandon O'Brien there in lane 2. Then we're looking back at CRCC, Shandon Moles and Cork Taylor a little bit further back. But up at the front, you can see there on your screen, it's the St. Michael's sculler, St. Michael's Thornbury in lane 3. She is leading this one out. Some very clean sculling here in the women's junior 15 scull. Most of these athletes will be moving up to the junior 16 category and potentially racing at the Irish Rowing Championships next year. So it's great to see here our St. Michael's sculler coming into the line. The blue and yellow of St. Michael's, and that Cork sculler has extended her lead over that Shandon O'Brien sculler there in lane 2. So coming up to the line, it is St. Michael's who have just crossed the line in first position. This is going to be followed then with Clearwater back to Cork. Those two Shandon scullers, similar speeds from the same club, bunched up together slightly, but it's looking like the Shandon O'Brien sculler will just grab the 3rd place finish and then a length back to Shandon Moles. And Cork Taylor there about to cross the line, which will be followed by CRCC from lane 1, who will cross the line in the next couple of strokes. So that is the first final of the women's junior 15 sculls, all nearly safely down the track. And it's looking like we have 50 entries in this category. It's a very big entry. We had a lot of junior boys rowing yesterday. We have more junior girls. The J13 women just gone down. We just started the J15. So lots of junior girls racing here over the next couple of hours at the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic. So just gone through the 500 metre mark is the second final of the women's junior 15 sculls. Lane 1, Carrick. Lane 2, Cork. Lane 3, Enniskillen. Lane 4, CRCC. Lane 5, Athlone. And lane 6, Athlone. So these boats are quite close. If anything, I'd be looking here at the Carrick sculler closest to the camera in lane 1. Really locked together there with the Cork sculler from lane 2. It's kind of bow ball for bow ball there in lane 3, and then over to Athlone and Athlone, actually 2 Athlone scullers, Athlone Cunningham and Athlone Harrington there on the far side. But it looks like our Cork sculler has just gone for a push. She said, you know what, now everyone's going to go at 250, so I'm going to be different, I'm going to go at 300, and she has just snuck out half a length there on Butler of Carrick. So it's about 3/4 of a length here now with about 200 metres to go. Cork Goggin just snuck out there on Carrick Butler in the last couple of strokes, and then back to Enniskillen Fowler there. A little bit of pressure coming from what looks to be Athlone Cunningham there in lane 5 on Enniskillen. But up at the front here, we're looking at our Cork Sculler, who just made a decisive move there now in the last 10 strokes, and she is powering that boat. She now has clear water between herself and Carrick. Good race there, going for third between Enniskillen and Athlone Cunningham. But back up at the front, it is Cork. You can see the brown and white stripes of Cork Boat Club powering her way into the finish here. Lovely boat, lovely white oars, and with the Cork Boat Club one piece. She is doing this well. She made her decision there at about 300 to go, and there was no stopping her. Butler then looking like she's going to come in second. Very respectable second place as she just rose up to the line. Getting close here between Enniskillen and Athlone, but I think Enniskillen, yes, are just going to cross the line in third, followed by Athlone Cunningham and Athlone Harrington. And then our CRCC Sculler will also cross the line in a couple of strokes. So great race there in the second final of the Women's Junior 15 Scull. Again, I'm looking at scullers here. They're waving across at each other and saying hello and well done. It's really, really great to see in these junior girls, the Women's Junior 15 Sculls, some of which will be racing at the Irish Rowing Championships, I'm sure, next year. So as the drone just heads back up the lake there, and we'll catch the third final of the Women's Junior 15 Sculls in a couple of minutes. Just a reminder for all clubs, especially with a lot of single scullers coming down now, it'd be great if we could have just one coach or a fellow rower, someone down to help these girls in off the water. We'll keep the slip as clear as we can, only need for, one extra person per sculler, and keep the blades and boats moving, and we'll get everyone out on the water on time for their races here at the 1K Classic. As I said yesterday, we have a big entry here at the 1K Classic with over 1,000 competitors, 904 crews racing here this weekend. That's up from 500 last year. So it's great here that we now have the two-day event, which can keep us going for even longer with even more races and even more excitement here in Lough for the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic. And the drone has caught up there with our third final of the Women's Junior 15 Scull. So in lane 1, we have Closhtignaud. Lane 2, Skibbereen. Lane 3, Clonmel. Lane 4, Cork. Lane 5, Workman's. And lane 6, Closhtignaud. So you can see there just in the top of your screen, out beside the castle, it's looking like the Closhtignaud Sculler. They're just about to come up to the 500 metres to go mark. Maybe about another 600 metres to go left in this race. It's looking like that Closhtignaud Sculler there up at the top of your screen seems to be leading this one out. I'd be looking then back again at that other Closhtignaud Sculler in lane 1, also following behind, not too far, there's clear water now, but still staying up with the pack, looking at our second runner here, and then quite bunched up then back behind that of Skibbereen, Clonmel, Cork and Workman's. But leading it out, and there is no doubt about that, is Closhtignaud Faherty in lane 6. She is out there in lane 6, the far side, closest to Lough Castle. You just saw the gardens go by there a minute ago, and that's a big signal for a lot of young rowers. You see the gardens, that means 500 metres to go, and there's been a big push there from some crews. So as they power their way down the course, I'd be saying Closhtignaud Faherty out in lane 6, leading this one out, followed by Closhtignaud Ryder in lane 1, closely behind. Then we're kind of looking back into our middle lanes, looking at Clonmel. They're tipping along nicely. Skibbereen beside her. Cork and Workman's. Nothing between those now for third place. It's a good race on there. You could throw a blanket across those other 4 scullers in the centre lanes. But back up here to our front runner. She looks like she is in a league of her own. She can see her field. Yes, she's out in lane 6, but she can see everyone. She's not under any pressure. Closhtic Nodge Flaherty powering down in that outside lane 6. She's doing excellent. You can see the maroon of Jez on her one piece and on the blades. Doing very, very well. I'm sure these 2 scullers from Closhtic Nodge, Ryder and Flaherty, have raced each other countless times on the car. A quick look to the left there from our sculler in lane 1, just to check. You know what? I'll just see, can I put a little bit of a squeeze on and just see here how much we can do. But it's looking like that sculler from lane 6, Closhtic Nodge Flaherty, is leading this one out. You can hear the crowd behind me. They're roaring. It's going very, very good here for the Jez all the way from Galway. Still very close there for our scullers back in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th position. I'd be looking at Skibbereen and Clonmel. They're now for a toss-up for 3rd place. Quite close between them, maybe giving the edge to Clonmel. But coming up to the line, it is our Closhtic Nodge sculler with a commanding lead, to say the very, very least. From lane 6, all the way from Galway, Closhtic Nodge Flaherty is just about to cross the line. It's the winner of this Junior 15 scull. You can hear the crowd going absolutely bananas behind me. I'm nearly getting goosebumps just standing here. And coming up to the line in our 2nd place is Closhtic Nodge Ryder. Fantastic day for the Jez here in the 3rd final of the Women's Junior 15 scull. Let's look back now and see who's going to grab this 3rd place. I'm looking at Clonmel there in lane 3. She looks to have snuck a length on Skibbereen. Skibbereen getting a quick look over the left shoulder there to see, can she try put a bit of pressure on her. It's bow on stern there for 3rd place. Remember, all our points for the Victor Ludorum trophy still up for grabs, and it looks like Clonmel is just going to grab that 3rd place, followed by Skib. And then it's looking like Workman's there in lane 5 will be followed by Cork. And that will finish out the Women's Junior 15 scull there. Great race there for Jez Rowing Club from Galway. 1st and 2nd position going to them. Some fantastic racing. So that's our 3rd final of the Women's Junior 15 scull, all safely across the line.
We're stuck in Leitrim. You know what I mean?
And just before we head back up to the start, we just want to say the 1K Classic has grown year on year, and I think it's now safe to say it stands as one of the main events of the Irish non-status regattas here in Ireland. So it's fantastic to see a mix of crews this weekend, from promising juniors to experienced masters, all getting some really valuable race experience over this 1,000-metre course. And just coming down the course at us now is the 4th final of the Women's Junior 15 single sculls. So lane 1, Lee Valley. Lane 2, Galway. Lane 3, Clonmel. Lane 4, Methodist. Lane 5, Skibbereen. And lane 6, Carrick. So they're well gone through the 500 metre mark now, and you can see it is that sculler in the yellow boat. I'm thinking Methodist. They're now in lane 4 that has a commanding lead in this one. You can see the navy and white of Methodist. They're all the way from Belfast. You can see glimpses of red boys. That means we're nearly in the last 250. It looks like that's that sculler there from Skibbereen Foley on her bow side. Seems to also be sticking with her. Clearwater now back to her, but still Skibbereen Foley still up there, and we're looking at Lee. They're now in lane 1 also up there with the front runners, but I'm Methodist. I mean, like she's up there in a league of her own, clear water. She's really using this tailwind, as I said, direct tailwind here today. Slight change from yesterday's cross tail, but tailwind here, letting the boat do the work. If you let that boat run, it will move itself down this course. So Methodist there in the navy and white, all the way from Belfast, training on the River Lagan. They're under all those bridges. Very hard steer, but you can tell this girl is steering an excellent course here down in her 6-lane racing. So coming up to the line with about 10 strokes to go, it's Methodist, and then I'm looking at Skibbereen there in lane 5, followed by Lee Valley there in lane 2, and then I'd be looking at Clonmel there in lane 3. But with about 5 strokes to go, less I'd say, it is Methodist College from Belfast, who have just crossed the line there now with a commanding lead over the rest of the field in the women's junior 15 single. Then we're coming up now with Skibbereen from lane 5, Skibbereen Foley. They're just coming up to the line. You can see the white and red of Skibbereen crossing the line. Going to earn themselves some points for that Victoria Durham trophy. And Lee Valley Rowing Club, Cotter there from lane 1, also powering across the line. You can see the Clonmel sculler there in that distinctive red boat, also looking excellent, coming across in 4th. And then very shortly we're going to have Carrick crossing the line along with Galway as well. So that was the 4th final of the women's junior 15 single, nearly all safely across the course. So we have 9 finals here in total to run in this category, and there was 50 entries entered for the women's junior 15 single, and it's great to see 50 women's junior 15 scullers racing here in Lough, Rynn. So just as we wait for the drone to catch up here with our next J15 race, as I mentioned before, these J15 girls, it'll be their last year, well, some of them, most of them, it'll be their last year racing here at the 1K Classic, and next year they'll be heading down to the Irish Rowing Championships. So this year, our domestic events flat water season is coming to a close soon after this regatta, but all eyes now turn to the Irish Rowing Championships, which will take place on Friday the 11th to Sunday the 13th of July at the National Rowing Centre in Inishcara, County Cork. This is a major highlight in the Rowing Ireland calendar, and we're very, very much looking forward to it. And we will also be joined by TG Cahir that weekend as well with some highlights shows in the evening. So great spectacle for all, and we're looking forward to seeing you all there. And the 5th final of the women's junior 15 scull is well and truly underway. So another 6-boat race here in Lough Rynn with Carrick in lane 1, Cork lane 2, Waterford lane 3, CRCC lane 4, Cork again lane 5, and Castleconnell lane 6. So leading it out here, I'm going to say the Waterford sculler has about a length and a half on the sculler there from Castleconnell out in the far lane, then followed by Cork Kennedy I would say they're in lane 2. So you just saw the Castle Gardens disappear. That means we're well through the 500 and we're looking at about 400, maybe less, 300 metres left to go in this race. So up at the front, again, we're looking at Waterford, the navy and white. Again, tailwind conditions slightly challenging, but these J15 scullers are not phased at all. Tailwind means you get down the course faster, so it's looking like a win-win. But up here at the front, we're looking at Methodist. Then putting a little bit of pressure now is Castle Connell. It's still clear water back, but Methodist just needs to keep the foot on the gas to keep that Castle Connell sculler at bay. And then you're looking at Cork there at the bottom of your screen. Cork Kennedy. That seems to be coming in third place. Then I'd be looking at that other Cork sculler for fourth place, the Cork sculler there in lane 5, and then back to Carrick, and then a little bit back to CRCC. But up at the front, she's still just about now has clear water over Waterford, or excuse me, Waterford that's out in front, who just about has clear water over Castle Connell there on the far side. Anything can change in a single scull, especially in these conditions. Things can change quite quickly. But as of now, it's looking like Methody coming up to the line, quick look over the right shoulder, followed by Castle Connell. And then the Cork sculler here closest to myself in lane 2. They seem to be your 1, 2, 3 so far. I can hear the crowd going mad behind me. Castle Connell there really putting on a sprint. I think she just about has contact. Bow on stern with Methody. Look to the left from Methody. She knows she's got some really strong leg drive that's powering her boat through the water there in this 5th final of the Women's Junior 15 scull. And I think the line is going to come just in time for Methody. She's coming up to the line there. Just about has clear water over Castle Connell, who is just about to cross the line in 2nd place. And then Cork Kennedy taking the 3rd place finish. And just coming up to the line now in the next couple of strokes, we've got Cork Neff and Carrick there in lane 1, going to cross the line in the next less than 10 strokes, and then that will be followed by CRCC. So that's the 5th final of the Women's Junior 15 scull, all safely home. So we have another 4 finals to bring to you from this junior women's category. As you can see, the drone just on its way back up the lake, and the girls will, I'm sure, be off the stake boats shortly. So don't be afraid, keep up with all the results, official results on Rowing Ireland. The link can be found on the Rowing Ireland website, and it will bring you directly into a spreadsheet that has been updated by the minute here in the Finish Tower with all the official results for this morning's racing here in Lough for the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic. I'm very sorry, I've just been corrected in the Finish Tower here. What I call the Methody sculler that won that last heat was actually the Waterford sculler. I'm very sorry to any Waterford coaches or rowers there. So that was the Waterford sculler that won that heat with a commanding lead over the rest of the field for the 5th final of the Women's Junior 15 single. And on the course now, just coming up to the 500 metre mark, is the 6th final of the Women's Junior 15 single. So in lane 1, Sligo. Lane 2, Clostignaud. Lane 3, Galway. Lane 4, Lee Valley, and lane 5 Neptune. So 5 boats racing down in this 6th final of the Women's Junior 15 Scull. And as we approach the 500 metre mark, it's looking like that Sligo colour, the black and red, or the Sligo sculler, excuse me, the black and red of Sligo is leading this one out. Then I'm looking over at that Neptune sculler. There's just about clear water between Sligo and Neptune, and then that's followed quite closely by the Lee Valley sculler there in lane 4 as we approach the 500 metre mark here in Lough Rynn. So it's looking like that Sligo sculler, Walsh of Sligo, she got a bronze medal out at Ghent International May Regatta a couple of months ago. So racing well here at the 1K Classic Junior 15 Scull. That's Claire Walsh of Sligo here in lane 1. And then I'd be looking over to that sculler Neptune out in Neptune Lynch out in lane 5. She's broken contact, I think, with that sculler from Lee Valley. That was close to her. But up again, you can see that kaleidoscope of black and red, but it looks like the black and red of Sligo seems to be leading this one out in the lane closest to the camera. The red boys are just about to appear over the shoulder of these scullers, so that means you're into the last 250 metres. So it's looking like Sligo leading this one out, I'd say, followed by Neptune, then followed by Lee Valley, and then a little bit back to Closhtignaud and Galway. So your front runners here seem to be Galway, followed by Neptune, followed by Lee Valley. So again, into the last 15 strokes. You can just see, again, tailwind conditions here, but very manageable for these J15 scullers, all who are performing very, very, very well. A single scull can be a hard boat to row, but that's not phasing any of them here. So it's Claire Walsh of Sligo who seems to be leading this one out, followed by Neptune. And then I stand corrected, actually it seems to be the Galway sculler in lane 3 who is vying for that 3rd place finish. So Walsh of Sligo just taking the rate down there slightly as she comes into the line, just about holding clear water. It's nearly bow on stern there now between Sligo and Neptune. But Sligo just coming up to the line to take that win in the 6th final, of the Women's Junior 15 Scull. Neptune just crossing the line there in 2nd, and it is Galway Kelly coming up to take 3rd here in this race, and that's going to be followed by the Closhtignaud sculler in a couple of strokes, followed by Lee Valley. So again, official results can be found on Rowing Ireland from that 6th final of the Women's Junior 15 Scull. So as we wait for this next final of the Women's Junior 15 Scull, I just want to give a quick mention to the Get Going, Get Rowing programme, which has been doing fantastic work for rowing in Ireland over the last couple of years. Information about it can be found on the Get Going, Get Rowing website, and this is a fantastic way to introduce young people into the sport of rowing. It can be done through schools or through boat clubs, and it's a great way for any young people who want to get involved in this fantastic sport. So more information again can be found on the Get Going, Get Rowing website, and they are running camps throughout the summer, and places are filling up fast. So visit the Get Going, Get Rowing website for more information. And you just saw an excellent shot there of the 7th final of the women's junior 15 scull just off the stake boats. So lane 1, we have Enniskillen. Lane 2, Lee Valley. Lane 3, Commercial. Lane 4, New Ross. And lane 5, CRCC. So it's looking like you can see the light blue there of New Ross seems to be leading this one out, but followed quite closely by the sculler in lane 1, Enniskillen. And then I'd be looking at CRCC and Commercial there back a little bit further. But it's looking like, quick look over the shoulder there from the Enniskillen sculler just to see where she is in her lane. They've got about, I'd say, 250 metres gone now in this race so far. You can just see that red buoy there. That actually marks the 250 metres gone. So they've got 750 left here, about 3.5 minutes of rowing down the course. Looking like that New Ross sculler, there's about maybe 3/4 of a length between New Ross and Enniskillen. Bit of bow and stern overlap there up at the front. So you can see conditions, it's not as bad of a crosswind as yesterday. Probably easier to get straight on stake boats up there at the 1k mark. But they're all doing well, and this tailwind is going to send them down the course nice and quickly with some nice technique. So again, going back up, looking at that New Ross sculler, it's bow on stern. I'd say there's no overlap as of yet. Yeah, it's looking like New Ross has got about a length's lead on Enniskillen as they start to approach the 500 metre to go mark. Then I'd be looking out there in the far lane, looking at CRCC, and also looking at Commercial there in the middle lane. But yes, it's looking like New Ross. You can see those bright blue one pieces with the brown stripe across the blades and the one piece. That's New Ross there out on the top of your screens in lane 4. New Ross, Nolan doing very well there. Again, positions haven't really changed here between New Ross and Enniskillen. It's kind of still bow on stern a whole way down here now. They've gone through the 500 metre mark. A little bit of steering there from Enniskillen. If she can just, might cost her a little bit to correct it, but it might help her in the long run if she starts to build in the last 250. So we'll see how that one goes. New Ross seems to put on a bit of a push there. She saw those buoys for the last 250. So she knows it's time to just go up through the gears and see can she get clear water. And I think she just has. It's looking like maybe a length and a half there of clear water between New Ross and Enniskillen. New Ross just went through a gear change. So let's just see, can Enniskillen respond to that? She's got her boat back straight again in that lane 1. And then going back, I'd be looking at CRCC, then out in the far lane, and Commercial there in lane 3. But it's looking like that that Enniskillen sculler has put a little bit of a push on there with New Ross. New Ross still has clear water, but again, single sculls are a small boat, and in these conditions, a lot can change very, very quickly. New Ross seems to be leading it out here. It's just come into the last 250 metres. You can see the red buoys there. New Ross gone for a sprint. I can hear some shouts for New Ross behind me. She has just got to keep a calm head now. You can see there a wider shot. You're looking at about maybe 2 lengths clear water there between New Ross and Enniskillen. And then looking back, you're looking at Commercial and CRCC. Possibly CRCC slightly ahead of Commercial, but that's close enough there for 3rd place as well. So coming up to the line, it is the New Ross sculler, the blue, light blue and brown stripe of New Ross coming up to the line. New Ross Nolan racing in lane 4. She's doing well. Quick look over the right shoulder, just see can she time this to perfection. Enniskillen still putting her under pressure, not letting her have this all her own way by any means at all. Some really clean rowing from that Enniskillen sculler. And then I'd be looking at CRCC. They're out in lane 5. Possibly for that 3rd position, and then Commercial close to her. But that is the New Ross sculler that has just crossed the line. Arms up in the air, she has won the Junior 15 single 7th final, followed then by Enniskillen. Some clean rowing from Enniskillen. You can hear the roars from the bank from the New Ross supporters. And then CRCC just going to be coming up to the line now in the next less than 5 strokes, I'd be saying, and that's going to be followed by Commercial quickly after that. So again, official results are available on the Rowing Ireland website. There's a link there to the spreadsheet which has the live official results and also points for the Victor Leitrim Trophy. So that's the 7th final of the Women's Junior 15 Scull, all safely across the finish line. And we have 2 more to go here for the Women's Junior 15 Sculls. And coming hot on their heels is the 8th final of the Women's Junior 15 Single. Lane 1, Skibbereen. Lane 2, Waterford. Lane 3, Neptune. Lane 4, New Ross. And Lane 5, Leigh. So they are well into this race now. You're looking at about, I'd say, coming up to the 250 mark. And it's looking like that Leigh sculler on the far side. He's got a lovely long swing back there. Seems to be leading this one out. Then I'd probably be looking at New Ross closely, followed by Skibbereen, and then close to Neptune, maybe about 11 and back to Neptune. But up at the front with the Clearwater lead, it is Leigh Rowing Club. All the way from Cork, again, black and red of Leigh. You can see them here nicely again. They're into the red, boys. 20 to 15 strokes here to go. I think Skibbereen putting on a slight push there for second. Skibbereen and New Ross locked heads there for second and third position. Just coming into the final phase of this race. But up at the front, it is the Leigh sculler. She is up to her rate. She has trained for this all season, so she is going to up the rate, and she is going to win this by as big a margin as she can, with about 10 strokes to go. And now this Waterford sculler has made a bit of a move, so you've got Waterford, Neptune and New Ross kind of all close enough there. And the closing stages of this race, I'd give New Ross maybe the slight edge, then followed by Skibbereen and maybe a canvas then to Waterford. But coming up to the line, it is the girl from Leigh, all the way from Cork, and she has just won her Women's Junior 15 final here at the 1K Classic. And this New Ross sculler put on a bit of a sprint there. She wanted to separate herself from Skibbereen and Waterford. So New Ross, Skibbereen and Waterford all safely across the line there in second, third and fourth position. And we are going to be followed by the Neptune sculler here now in about 3 strokes. And that will finish out our 8th final of the Women's Junior 15 Scull. And just before we catch up with this last race of the Women's Junior 15 Singles here at the 1K Classic, we want to take the opportunity to thank the rest of our generous sponsors and supporters here at this year's event. So this includes Rofit, Swift Racing, F4 Energy and Quilcha. Your support has helped us create an exciting and inclusive weekend's racing here this weekend. So you can just see there coming up on your screen, we have the 9th final of the Women's Junior 15 Scull. Lane 1, CRCC. Lane 2, Clonmel. Lane 3, Castleconnell. Lane 4, Clostignodge. And Lane 5, Neptune. So it seems to be that Neptune sculler out in that far lane there, lane 5, that seems to be leading this one out. Followed then a little bit of Clearwater back to the Clostignodge sculler there in lane 4, and then it's kind of close enough there now between Clonmel and Castleconnell there on the lanes closer to the camera. But as they've got through the 500 metre mark and they're starting to look at 300 metres to go here in the race, it's looking like that Neptune sculler is leading this one out. Then it's you're looking at Lough and Clonmel. They're also fighting up, punching above their weight here at the 1K Classic. So it's about 300 metres to go. They're starting to think about the red boys. Trying to think, can they dial it up a little bit? And there you have the green and black of Neptune. This sculler will have been training up on Island Bridge all year. Again, that course can be difficult to steer at times, but you can tell by her straight line here now in this Boyd course in Lough she is getting on well. So they have the bow balls have just hit the red boys there now. So they're into the last 250. You can see there's clear water then back to that Jez sculler, but still putting her under pressure. Then I'd probably be looking at Clonmel, then followed by Castleconnell, and then CRCC here closest to the camera. But your camera is now looking at the Neptune sculler. It is the green and black of Neptune powering her way down here, and then that Jez sculler also keeping her honest. There's about a length of clear water, but still Jez giving it her all. She's trying to get that boat down this course as quick as she can. So back up here now with Neptune. She's got about 15 strokes to go. Lovely long tall strokes in the water there, Neptune in lane 5. Jez just upping the rate there just to see, can she put a little bit of pressure on this Neptune sculler. She's got about 15 strokes left here in her race, her junior 15 singles race here at the 1K Classic. So she's just going to put a bit of pressure and just see what she can do. But I think Neptune, she's going to hold on to this one. She's got about 5 strokes now until the line where she will cross and she will claim the winning title of the Women's Junior 15 Sculler in the ninth final of this sculling race. That was followed there by Lough, about maybe a length of clear water. And coming up to the line here now, it's a close race, in fairness, between Clonmel and Castleconnell here for third place. I think Clonmel might just have the edge there by about 3/4 of a length. So that's Clonmel and Castleconnell coming up there now to the line. Both scullers safely across, and CRCC just coming up to the line now in the next 3 or 4 strokes, and that will finish out all 50 of our women's junior 15 single scullers here at the 1K Classic in Lough.
Now we're just seeing the closing stages of race 228, which is the men's masters coxless quad. In lane 1 we have St Michael's ULRC. In lane 2 Sligo Athlone. In lane 3 Shannon Clonmel ULRC. In lane 4 Lagan A, and in lane 5 Defence Forces. And as we come to as we're in the 250 now, all the crews are in the 250. It looks like Lagan are out in front by Clearwater, rowing very smoothly and have a convincing lead in this men's masters coxless quad final. So just coming up to the finish line now. And in lane 3 it's Shannon Clonmel ULRC in a battle there with Sligo Athlone for second place, and now just crossed the line, so it's Shannon Clonmel ULRC in second, Sligo Athlone in third. Defence Forces have just crossed the line, and now the last of the crews just about to cross over here. It's St Michael's ULRC in lane 1. So that's race number 228. That's the men's masters coxless quad final CD. Next race up is race 229, men's masters coxless quad final E, F and H. In lane 1 Lagan B. Category E, lane 2, Belfast Rowing Club. Category E, lane 3, Neptune. Category E, lane 4, it's Tribesmen. Category F, lane 5, it's Galway. Category F. And lane number 6, we've Composite with Athlone, Belfast, Boat Club, Lagan and Lee Valley. That's category H. So we're just waiting for the start of that race now. And while we're waiting for that, the Victor Leitrim Trophy points so far today. In first place, Enniskillen with 59 points. In second, it's Skibbereen with 48, very close there. Lee in third, 41 points. Castleconnell in fourth with 39 points. And in fifth place, Muckross with 32 points. So that's the Victor Leitrim Trophy. And we'll update you on the point tally as we go through the afternoon. So the second of the Masters coxless quads is underway, and it's Lagan in lane 1, Belfast in lane 2, Neptune in lane 3, Tribesmen in lane 4, Galway in lane 5, and the Composite of Athlone, Belfast, Lagan and Lee Valley in lane 6. At the moment, looking across the course, it looks as if the Composite, Athlone, Belfast, both and Lagan, Lee Valley are out in front, but they would have had a start a number of seconds over the rest of the crews, but they seem to have clear water at the moment, but they're being chased by Galway in the closest lane to them. Then you've got Tribesmen, Neptune and Belfast then bringing up the rest of the course, but out in front at the moment it's the Composite of Athlone, Belfast, Lagan and Lee Valley. And just looking at my monitor here, it looks like they have a clear water lead over the other crews, Galway and Tribesmen at the moment. There's a good battle on here for second place between Galway and Tribesmen. But as we come up towards the 250 boys, it's the Composite boat over in lane 6 out in front. Just looking at my monitor, they got about a 2-boat lead over Galway. And then in the middle, Neptune then fighting hard. They're in third place at the moment. I don't think they're going to catch Galway, but it's Neptune just arriving at the 250 boys. But the Composite of Athlone, Belfast, Lagan and Lee Valley over on the far side, with still holding their 2-boat lead over Galway, who've really upped their stroke rate now, pushing very hard to try and catch the Composite boat. And then Neptune in the middle of the course then trying to catch the Galway crew. but it's the composite of Athlone, Belfast Boat Club, Lagan and Lee Valley who are holding their lead. Nice, steady, controlled rhythm in their boat. They've got about 10 strokes left before the finish line. And then coming up to the finish line now is the composite boat over in lane 6, Athlone, Belfast, Lagan, Lee Valley, just about across the line. Followed by Galway in second place, and then Tribesmen then in third. And now the final 3 boats in the race, now in the 250-metre final stretch, pushing to the line. So we have Belfast about to cross the line here now in fourth. And then we've got Lagan. And over on the far side then we have so Lagan just crossing the line.
Can we have a representative from St. Joseph's to the regatta
So that
office,
was
please?
race
Can we have a representative
race
from
number
St. Joseph's to the
229.
regatta office?
That was the men's master Cox's quad final, categories E, F and H. Next up on the course, we have the women's masters single sculls finals.
They're changing the boats.
They're just deciding what boats to what race, depending on how difficult it is. So they're not.
Okay. So they're doing substitutions without doing substitutions. The entire boat.
So race number 230, the first of the women's master single sculls final AB. In lane 1, Belfast Rowing Club O'Donovan. In lane 3, Sligo Bradley. In lane 4, Clonmel Wall. And in lane 6, City of Derry. And these are all category A's and B's. And that race is off now. So in lane 1, we've got Belfast O'Donovan. Lane 3, Sligo Bradley. Lane 4, Clonmel Wall. And lane 6, City of Derry, Nick Losick. And looking at my monitor here, there are 2 boats out in front. So in lane 1, it looks like Belfast O'Donovan, and out in lane 3, Sligo Bradley. As you come closer to us here at the finish line, it'll become clearer what the order is. But looking at the monitor, there's a 2-boat race here at the moment. These 2 boats with clear water over the rest of the field. So at Belfast, O'Donovan and Sligo Bradley. Rowing very long. Boat scullers here, pushing very hard and very long, smooth strokes as they power down the course. So they're about halfway now at this stage. So we have Belfast O'Donovan in lane 1, Sligo Bradley in lane 2, Clonmel Wall. Sorry, lane 3, Clonmel Wall in lane 4, and City of Derry over in lane 5. And as they come towards the 250 mark here, it looks like there are 3 boats in contention here. But over on our own side, on the lane 1 side, it's the Belfast sculler pushing hard, and Bradley in the middle, and Clonmel Wall on the far side. But not an awful lot between these scullers here at this point. Five. 1, 2, 3. So it looks like Clonmel Wall out in front. So there's a great race on here between the rower in lane 1, which is O'Donovan from Belfast, and we have Clonmel Wall over in lane number 4. So there's a big race on between the two of these. So there's nothing between them. So it looks like it's between these two now. Clonmel Wall pushing hard, possibly with a slight lead over the Belfast Sculler. So they reached the 250 mark, boys. It's Clonmel Wall. Looks like to have about a half a boat lead over the Belfast Sculler on the inside. So really now they're looking across at each other and they're putting on their final burst for the line, but they've got about 150 metres to go. It's Clonmel Wall and it's Belfast O'Donovan, but a great race on here between the two of these. This race is not over at all yet. Pushing very hard, it's Clonmel Wall and it's Belfast. It's hard to call this now at this point. These two scullers, there's nothing between them. Belfast on the near side, Clonmel Wall on the far side there. Great race, slight lead by Clonmel Wall as they come to the line, but a great race here between these Masters women's scullers, and it's Clonmel Wall took the first place there with Belfast O'Donovan in second place, and now the other two scullers in this race, then Sligo Bradley and City of Derry Nick Luxig coming up now to cross the line. But that was a fantastic race there for these first of the Women's Masters single scull races. Winner there, Clonmel Wall. Next race is on the course already. Okay. The next race on the course, the second of the Women's Masters single scull finals. It is in lane 1, Commercial Churchyard. In lane 2, St. Michael's Pasinka. Lane 3, Sligo McEnroe. Lane 4, Killorglin Foley. And lane 5, St. Michael's Clavin. And just having a look up the course here, over in lane 5, it looks like the St. Michael's Sculler, St. Michael's Sculler is out in front. Yeah, so the St. Michael's Sculler has a one boat lead over the Sculler in the next lane. That's Killorglin, that's Foley from Killorglin. And then you have a battle on then between the other three scullers there, Sligo McEnroe, St. Michael's Pasinka and Commercial Churchyard. But it looks like at this point in the race, coming up to the 250 boys, it's the rower, it's the St. Michael's rower, Clavin out in front. Look, monitor maybe a boat length or maybe a little bit of clear water between St. Michael's and Killorglin Foley. Just as the rain starts to fall as they come into the enclosure here, but it's out in front, St. Michael's Clavin on the far side. And then there's a battle then for second place. Looks like now between the St. Michael's Sculler Pasinka on the near side here for second, and the Sligo McEnroe next to her there in the race. But it's a clear winner here, St. Michael's. It's the St. Michael's Sculler over on the far side. That's Clavin from St. Michael's. A clear water lead with about 50 metres to go over the other scullers in that race. And a great battle on for second place here. That's the St. Michael's Sculler Pasinka and Sligo McEnroe. Great battle for second here. Looks like the St. Michael's Sculler is slightly in front as St. Michael's Clavin crosses the line. And the final two scullers in that race then just about to cross over here now. That's Commercial Churchyard on the near side and Killorglin Foley on the far side there in lane number 4. So conditions not fantastic for single scullers. There's a wind blowing down the course. The rain has just started as well, so it's a little bit choppy out there, a little bit windy. But the third of those races of the Women's Master Sculls now is on. That's race number 232. So just for your information then, these races are going to be shown on the big screen now, so you'll be able to see the action So big screen is just there at the just at the pontoon, where the boats are going down to enter the course. That should be up there any time now.
Sorry, these are the races from Lucerne, so it's Paula Donovan and Dara Lynch. Yeah. So yeah, they're going to show it on the big screen. So
Right.
Dara Lynch,
What time are they on?
literally 11:37 times are there.
Oh,
Yeah. No, sorry, I assumed you knew. You're grand. So they're at World Cup in Lucerne in Switzerland at the moment, and their finals are on today. So two doubles, two men's doubles. One is Finton and Conan, and the other is Paula Donovan and Dara Lynch.
Paul.
Paul and Dara, yeah. And they're in the men's doubles, and then that is Fiona Murta in the women's single scull at 58. So just to say they'll be on the big screen.
Okay. 11:37, 20. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And just for information, the racing in Lucerne today, the men's double scull finals at 11:37 will be on the big screen. That's Finton and Conan in one boat and Paul and Dara in the other. And then the women's single scull final, Fiona Murta, that race will be at 12:38, and those races will be shown on the big screen from Lucerne. Okay, looking back up the course here, we're on race number 232, which is the women's master single scull. The third of these finals, the DE final. In lane 1, St. Michael's, Lawrenson. In lane 2, Neptune Callahan. In lane 3, Portadown McCann. In lane 4, Tribesman Solberg. In lane 5, Lee Cudmore. And in lane 6, Lee Beardsworth. And looking across the course here as they come to the 250, it looks like Lee Cudmore is out in front. Yeah, fine. So on the near side, in lane number 1, we have the St. Michael's Sculler. Big battle between the St. Michael's Sculler on the near side and Cudmore from Lee over on lane number 5. But as they come to the 250, it looks like Cudmore from Lee is slightly out in front, and the St. Michael's Sculler Lawrenson battling now to try and catch her. But there's about, looking at the monitor here, there's about a boat length lead for Cudmore over the St. Michael's Sculler. But the race is not over yet. We've got about 50 metres to go. And I can see the Lee Sculler there, Cudmore really pushing hard, trying to get as long a stroke as she can in that scull. St. Michael's Sculler on the near side, Lawrenson trying to catch her, looking across to see how far there's between them. But it looks like as we come to the line, it's Lee Cudmore with a Clearwater win over the St. Michael's Sculler, who's just about to come to the line now. So great race there by Cudmore. And the St. Michael's Sculler just crossed the line. And in third place then over in lane 4, it's the Tribesman Sculler. Just about to cross over here now. That's Solberg. And now, so the Neptune Sculler then coming in 4th place here, just coming up to the line. And then we have Lee Beardsworth over on the far side. So that's the Neptune Sculler Callahan just crossing there. And that was the third of the women's master single scull finals. That was the DE category. And the final race in the women's master single sculls finals, F, G and H. In lane 1, Lee Springall. In lane 2, Skibbereen Fitzgerald. In lane 3, Offaly O'Dwyer. In lane 4, Lagan Lockwood. In lane 5, Offaly Norman. And that race is on the stake boats now. So we're just waiting for the start of that race. So can I remind everybody, if you're in the enclosure viewing the races, we have our merchandise shop with the 1K Classic T-shirts and other Rowing Ireland merchandise. So go down and have a look and see what you can find there. Some lovely T-shirts with the names of the competitors on them as well. We're still waiting for the start of the last of the Women's Masters Single Scull Finals. So they're just getting ready now. So I see a couple of boats on the stake boats. Not all of them are on yet. In lane 1, it's Lee Springall. In lane 2, it's Fitzgerald from Skibbereen. In lane 3, it's Offaly O'Dwyer. In lane 4, it's Lagan Lockwood. And lane 5, it's Offaly Ní Gorman. And just a reminder, the points total so far for the Victor Ludlam Trophy: Enniskillen on 59, Skibbereen on 48, Lee on 41, Castleconnell on 39, and Muckross on 32. So I can see 3 scullers on the stake boats at the moment. So we should be waiting for 2 more. And if any clubs have any scratches for crews, could you please let the office know as soon as you can so we can update our records here. But for this particular race, in lane 1, it's Springall from Lee. Lane 2, Fitzgerald from Skibbereen. Lane 3, O'Dwyer from Offaly. In lane 4, Lockwood Lagan. And lane 5, Ní Gorman from Offaly. That's the Women's Master Single Scull Final FGH categories. And it looks like they're off. Now I can just see 3 boats in this race. So lane 1, you've got Springall from Lee on the inside. Lane 2, we have Skibbereen Fitzgerald. And it looks like in lane 4 then we have Lagan Lockwood. It looks like 3 boats in this race, but the rower in lane 4 is way out in front, so the sculler in lane 4 is a clear water lead over the other 2 scullers at this point. And if so lane 4, that's Lagan Lockwood with a clear lead over the other 2 scullers. That's Lee Springall on the inside and lane 1, and Fitzgerald from Skibbereen in lane number 2. But it's early in the race yet, so they're about 250 metres into the race. And I can just see 3 scullers in this, so we've had a couple of scratches, it looks like. But it looks like Lockwood out in front there. Lagan Lockwood out in front. And on the inside in lane number 1 then, being chased then by Lee Springall, who are rowing a very good race here. So nice high rate, pushing nice and hard, but trying to catch Lockwood in lane number 4. Lane 2, the Skibbereen sculler beside the umpire's launch. But as the drone comes around there to the side, it looks like at the moment the Lagan sculler has about maybe a 1 boat lead over the Lee sculler. The Lee is really pushing hard to try and catch up here. So that's Lee Springall on the inside. And this is a great race because she's making ground on Lockwood over on the far side. So it's Lee rowing very strongly on the inside, and not much between them now. Certainly now is only maybe a half a boat length, just looking at it from this angle. And now it looks as if the Lee sculler has literally caught the sculler in the centre of the course. So now they're literally, Lee looks like slightly in front by a bow ball, maybe a half a canvas in front, but rowing really well and very cleanly. in challenging conditions, because the wind is blowing down the course and it is quite windy, quite wavy out there, especially in a single scull. But it's the sculler in lane number 1 here. Springall putting in a great push now, about a half a boat length up over the sculler over in lane 4. It's Lough and Lockwood, with the Skibbereen sculler then battling hard to try and get back on terms. But it's out in front. They're coming towards the 250-metre mark now. It's the Lee sculler on the inside in lane 1, pushing very hard, about a boat length, not clear, but a boat length ahead of Lagan. And Lagan now having to make a big push now as they come up towards the red boys to signify there's 250 metres to go. So it's Lee pushing hard at Springall here in lane 1, and Lagan trying to get back on terms with her, but Lee's pushing on, not letting that lead slip. Great race here between these two scullers, and they're just literally, they're in the red boys now. It's the last 250. They're passing the other commentary box position over there, but it's Lee by just a small bit of clear water at this stage, it looks like. But the angle of the camera is a bit deceptive, but it's Lee out in front. She's looking across at the Lagan sculler. She just has to hold her composure now if she wants to hold this race. But coming in here, the last 200 metres, not even 200 metres, about 100 metres to go to the line. And the Lagan sculler's put on a big push. And it's Springall still holding, and it is choppy there. I can see there it's choppy and it is rough, but Lee is holding on. Great race between these two scullers. And about 20, 30 metres to the line, it's Springall from Lee out in front. And for is going to take this race. Just crossing the line now, it's Lee Springall. Great race there. And over in lane 4 then, it's Lockwood just about to cross. And then the Skibbereen sculler then, Fitzgerald from Skibbereen, just about to come to the line now. A 3-boat race for this women's Masters single scull final final F, G and H. So that's the last of the women's Masters single sculls races. And coming up next, we have a number of men's junior 14. So we have 6 men's junior 14 Cox quads, and the first of them is coming down the course already. So that's race number 234, final number 1. In lane 1 is Castle, in lane 2 in lane 3 it's St. Joseph's B, in lane 4 it's Sligo, in lane 5 it's Carrick, and in lane 6 it's Ban. And looking down the course, 1, 2, have we got all the boats? We have all the boats in that. So it looks like the boat in lane 2, that's the Skibbereen boat. Looks like the Skibbereen boat out in front at the moment, and St. Joseph's beside them, but it looks like Skibbereen out in front at the moment. There's 3 boats in the middle of the course here, pushing hard. They're halfway down the course already, flying. And there's certainly 3 boats here in contention for this out of the 5 that are out of the 6 that are rowing. It's Skibbereen in lane number 2 here. Looks like they're out front. Yeah, I can see them on the monitor now. So Skibbereen out in front. They have about almost a three-quarter boat length lead over the St. Joseph's crew next to them. So Skibbereen, as usual, very technically adept, rowing very well. These are junior 14s. And Cox exhorting them there to push a bit harder, but is a clear water lead now by about a quarter of a length over the boat next to them, which is the St. Joseph's B boat. And they're in the 250 metre section of the course now, 250 to go. It's Skibbereen out in front with St. Joseph's in second, pushing hard, trying to catch them there. St. Joseph's Cox shouting encouragement to her crew. St. Joseph's have come back on them a little bit, so St. Joseph's have pulled back a little bit, but Skibbereen are going to hold this. Just coming to the line now, about a three-quarter boat length lead over the St. Joseph's crew next to them. So great win there in the first of the men's junior 14 single Cox quad finals. Skibbereen St. Joseph second there. And coming up to the line now next would be, I think it's the Sligo. Yes, it's the Sligo crew in third place. And now here on the near side, it's Castleconnell in lane number 1. So Castleconnell now coming in here for fourth. And then a battle over on the far side between Carrick and Banby. But these are our youngest rowers, so give them plenty of encouragement, because these are the youngest rowers, or among the youngest rowers in the regatta. The junior 13s, the junior 14s. These are all junior 14s, and pushing hard now. It looks like Carrick are going to take the 5th position, and then Ban on the far side then following very closely after them as they come to the line. So great win there for the Skibbereen crew and their cocks. So second of the men's junior 14 Cox Quad finals. That's race number 235. They're on the course now. So in lane number 1, it is Fermoy. Lane 2, Enniskillen D. Lane 3, Athlone A. Lane 4, Clonmel. Lane 5, Ban. And lane 6, Athlone B. Huge range of entries for the junior 14 category. It's always one of those categories with huge numbers of crews, which is a great thing to see. So we have 6 finals here, and a huge entry from around the country. And they're just on the stake boats, or getting onto the stake boats at the moment. I think all of them are there, just counting them up now. 3, 4, 5. So we've got a boat in lane number 1. So lane number 1, we have Fermoy. 2, 3, 4. Can't see a boat in lane number 2. Lane 3 is Athlone A. Lane 4 is Clonmel. Lane 5 is Ban. Lane 6 Athlone B. So we're just waiting for the start of the second of the men's junior 14 Cox Quad finals. Conditions up there, it looks like it's raining, and they might have a small bit of difficulty getting on the stake boats because it is windy as well.
Oh, yeah.
So still waiting for the start of the second race. Lane 1 for Moy. Lane 2. Don't see a boat on lane 2 at the moment.
Yes, she is.
Lane 3, Athlone A. And lane 4, Clonmel. Lane 5, Ban A. And lane 6, Athlone B.
Michelle, smell this toilet.
Looks like they're all ready to go now.
Hey.
Just a structure crew.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's the women's J13 called for Enniskillen.
So they're under start orders, but conditions are quite tricky up there. So trying to keep those boats straight. I'm sure the Coxes have their work cut out for them, but So you can catch up on the live results and race draws and updates. They're all available on the Rowing Ireland website. So take a look at the Rowing Ireland website, and all of the links are there to keep connected to the action as we continue through the day here, the second day of the 1K Classic in Lough Rynn. The weather forecast this morning was for 24 degrees and clear skies, but it's not proving to be like that now. So conditions difficult up at the start for these Junior 14 crews. They're still holding them on the stake boats. That second race hasn't started yet. It's always difficult to get all these boats straight, especially when you have 5 or 6 of them in a race. Get them all straight and keep them connected to the. But it looks like they're ready to go. And while we're waiting for that race, we'd like to thank our sponsors. All of these regattas couldn't take place without the generosity of our sponsors. So special thanks to MG Motor, to Connecticut Sports and to Powerhouse. We're very happy and proud to be working with our partners who share our vision, our rowing vision, and without their help, these events couldn't be possible. And certainly around the country in different regattas, we see the same people stepping up every time to support our young rowers and our not so young rowers. And so a very special thanks to all of those sponsors, and give them your support whenever you can. That's MG Motor, Connecticut Sports and Powerhouse. And we're also supported here by our national partners, and who also help to a lot to run these events and to deliver these events throughout the year. That's Sport Ireland, Sport Northern Ireland and the Federation of Irish Sport. So again, thank you to all of those people, our partners, our national partners and our sponsors for these races. So we're still waiting for this race to start. Looks like they are underway now. From the finish line, can't see a thing because it's quite misty up there, and just looking at the monitor to see where we are. But in lane 1 we should have Fermoy. In lane 2 we should have Enniskillen D. In lane 3 Athlone A. In lane 4 Clonmel. In lane 5 Ban A, and in lane 6 Athlone B. And looking down the course, it looks as if the crew out in lane 5, the Ban crew, seem to be out in front at the moment. Yes, they are out in front. It's, not that clear, not that difficult, not that easy to see them with the mist and the rain. But it looks like the Ban crew over there in lane 5 are flying. I can see them here on the monitor. Their Cox is pushing them on. They're rowing cleanly, and conditions are not good. And back here in the middle of the course, then we have the Athlone A crew. I can only see the Ban crew on the monitor, but the Athlone A crew in the middle of the course. So we've got lane 1, it's Fermoy. They're rowing very well. So lane 1 they're right up there with the other crews. Lane number 3 we have Athlone A, and lane number 5 we have Ban. Looks like these 3 crews are in contention for the first position here, and then the other crews are bringing up the rear there. But there's 3 crews in this race for first. We have Fermoy on the near side. We have Athlone A in lane number 3, and we have Ban A over in lane number 5. And certainly coming up towards the 250 mark, it's Fermoy on the near side in a great battle with Ban on the far side. So it's Fermoy. I can see the Fermoy crew on my screen here now, pushing very hard. They're in a bow loader, so the Cox is in the bow of the boat, but Fermoy are pushing hard. It's Ban on the far side rowing. They're a big crew, big, tall, strong-looking crew from my perspective here, but they're rowing very cleanly. They're in a stern loader quad, so the Cox is driving them on. But Fermoy are not out of this at all yet. Fermoy on the near side, Ban on the far side. Ban probably have a slight lead, maybe have a half a boat length over Fermoy. They're in the 250 metre final bit now. So it's Fermoy on the near side, but Ban look like they're out in front, possibly by a boat length, maybe a little bit of clear water. But it's a great race here. This June, the second of the Junior 14 Coxed Quads. But it looks like Ban are going to take this. But Fermoy haven't given up yet. Fermoy are really pushing. I can hear the Fermoy Cox. But it's Ban looking across to see Fermoy. And in the middle of the race then, it's Athlone A who are coming in for third place. But it's Ban crossing the line. Fermoy in second place. And I can hear the Athlone Cox then almost hoarse, shouting at the crew from the bow position. They're just about to cross the line now. And then we have 3 more crews then in this race. The 3 crews we have, the other 3 crews we have in this race are Enniskillen D, we've Clonmel, and we've Athlone. So there's a race on here between the 3 of these, but it looks like as if the Athlone crew are coming in next. They are, and then followed by Clonmel, and then Enniskillen. But very hotly contested race there for those first 3 positions. The final 3 is on the course already now, so there's no delay between 2 and 3. So final 3 of the Junior 14s. In lane 1, it's Muckross A. In lane 2, it's Galway A. Lane 3, Enniskillen A. Lane 4, Castleconnell B. Lane 5, Offaly, and lane 6, Shandon A. And as I look down the course, and they're flying down the course, over on the far side, Shandon A. You can see Shandon are rowing a very strong race. In the middle of the course, it's looks like Enniskillen. So I'm looking at lane 1 here. We have. I'm just looking here. I'm looking at the course here. So they're coming to the 250. Yes. So we have Muckross A on the inside in lane 1. We have Galway in lane 2. We've Enniskillen in lane 3. Enniskillen rowing very strongly in lane 3. And over on the far side, though, it looks like Shandon A. Shandon look like they're out in front here, but Enniskillen certainly haven't given up. Enniskillen powering down the middle of the course here. But Shandon are on the far side, and Shandon look like they have this. But it's about 100 metres to go. Shandon flying, but Enniskillen not giving up here. And the Shandon Cox in the bow seat of that boat, calling for a few more strokes, strong strokes to come to the line. But Enniskillen looking across, Enniskillen another strong, rowing very smoothly. But Shandon have taken this, Enniskillen in second, and then Muckross now coming in here close to the commentary box in third place. It's the Muckross crew, and then next to them in lane 2, then we have Galway, and we have Castleconnell then. So in 4th position, Castleconnell are going to take the 4th position. And there's a battle between and the stroke in one of those boats has lain down on the boat from exhaustion. Now we can ask him to sit up again. We don't like people lying down on boats at the end of races. But that was another very hotly contested race there between those Junior 14 Coxed Quads. That was final number 2. Now final number 3 on the stake boats. So we have in final number 3, we have Muckross A. Sorry, in final number. So that was final number 3. So we're final number 4 now. This is race 237. Lane 1 we have Carlow. Lane 2 Colosh de Ignoid B. Lane 3 Castleconnell A. In lane 4 Shannon. Lane 5 Enniskillen B, and lane 6 has scratched. That's Galway B. They've scratched. So we have 5 boats in this race. Carlow, Colosh de Ignoid, Castleconnell, Shannon, and Enniskillen B. So we're just waiting now for the start of that race. Their boats are getting on the stake boats. It seems the rain seems to have cleared, so that's going to be easier for the starter and the aligner and the stake boat people at the beginning of this race. So this is final 4 of the Junior 14 Coxed Quads. That's the men's Junior 14 Coxed Quads. 2 more races after this then, but in this race, this is race number 237. It's Carlow in lane 1, Colosh de Ignoid B in lane 2, Castleconnell A in lane 3, Shannon in lane 4, and Enniskillen in lane 5. Now, besides our sponsors and our partners in rowing, we have a huge number of volunteers from all clubs in the country who are taking part here today. So we'd just like to thank all of our volunteers and officials and club organisers who make this event happen, because there's a huge amount of work to be done, a lot of jobs, a lot of involved in running a regatta of this size. And so we'd like to thank all of our volunteers and all of the clubs for your time, your energy and your dedication. And it's a fantastic facility here in Lough. It's my first time here, but it's a beautiful facility, and certainly delighted to see so many crews, so many clubs have made the effort to come up here and to experience such exciting rowing today and yesterday. Still waiting. Final number 4 to get on the stake boats. So Carlow, lane 1, Colosh Ignoid B, lane 2, Castleconnell A in lane 3, Shannon in lane 4, and Enniskillen B in lane 5. Have you got, are they points? Just 1 second now. Sorry. I'm just getting points for the. So we're still waiting for this race to line up. While we're waiting, the update on the points for the Victor Lodorum Trophy. Enniskillen now with 61 points. Skibbereen with 52 points. Lee with 41 points. Castleconnell with 39. And Muckross with 33. So Enniskillen out in front with 61 at the moment. So we have a boat at the stake boats in lane 1. That's Carlow. Nobody on lane 2 yet. A reminder again for the merchandise tent. With names of competitors on them, so a nice range of t-shirts there, colours and sizes, also hats and other merchandise available in the tent, especially if it's raining. Go on away in there and have a look around. So last year, this event, we had 840 competitors. This year, huge increase, 1,030 competitors. That's 904 crews this year compared to 514 crews in 2024. So this event has really, really caught the imagination and the interest of clubs around the country. So it has be 46 clubs from around the country attending here over this week. 40 events. We have 174 races. This year, 99 last year. And the largest event is the men's junior 15 single scull with 69 entries for that category. So still waiting for this race to get underway. So this race that we're waiting for now is race 237. It's the men's junior 14 Cox Quad Final 4. We have Carlow in lane 1, Cloche Ignoid B in lane 2, Castle Connell A in lane 3, Shannon in lane 4, and then Enniskillen B in lane 5.
We put it here. Are you okay to see it from here, or we can move it? He said somebody's ignoring him.
So unfortunately, the rain has started again, so I think they're having difficulty at the start getting these crews on the stake boats between the wind and the rain and the fact that these are junior 14s, so they're not massively experienced in getting onto stake boats. It's hard in calm weather sometimes, but with the wind blowing down the course and the rain, it's a bit more difficult. And also for the stake boat people themselves trying to hold on to boats. So coming up after the men's junior 14 finals, we have the junior 15 octuplets. I see some of them passing me here. And we have 2 finals with octuplets, so quite a lot of octuplets in regattas these days. A number of years ago you wouldn't see too many of them, but the last few years it's become a very popular way to get our younger athletes out on the water. So today we have we're race 240 and 241. We've got the women's junior 15 octuplets, 2 different finals. And it's great to see so many young athletes able to get out on the water in these boats. A very stable boats to row in, and exciting racing as well when you have 5 or 6 of them in a particular race. So these 2 races coming up after the quads, there are 5 boats in each race. Cork, Methodist, Athlone, Shandon, Cloche Ignoid, St Michael's, Muckross, Castle Connell, Galway and Enniskillen. So range of boats from clubs around the country with their young athletes. So we have junior 13s, junior 14s and junior 15 octuplets racing over the weekend. These are the junior 15s that will be coming up, the women's junior 15s coming up shortly. But we're still waiting for the for final 4 of the men's junior 14 quads, and still no sign of them starting here. but we'll just give them a few minutes. In the meantime, have a look around the merchandise tent. Nice coffee over there in the horse box. And just generally enjoy the beautiful surroundings of Lough Rynn. Okay, so race number 4 is underway. It hasn't come up on the monitor yet, but it's in lane 1, it's Carlow. In lane 2, Lough Ignoid. In lane 3, it's Castleconnell. In lane 4, it's Shannon. Lane 5, it's Enniskillen. Looking down the course, it's clearing a small bit now. Looks like the crew out in lane number 3, which is the Castleconnell crew. Look like they could possibly be out in front, but over beside them you've got Shannon, and on the far side Enniskillen. But it looks like Castleconnell and Shannon are the front runners here. About halfway through the race at this stage, coming down the course, at least the advantage, the wind is blowing down the course, so at least the wind is behind them, which is some advantage for them. But it's Castleconnell in the middle, and next to them there it's yeah, I can see it now. I can see it now on the monitor, but it's Castleconnell and it's Shannon, and there's nothing between these two boats. And over beside them you've got Enniskillen. So the 3 boats really in contention for first place at the moment. In lane 1 you have Carlow. In lane 2 you have Lough Ignoid. They're a little bit behind the three quads out in front. So it's Castleconnell, it's Lough Ignoid, and it's Shannon. So it's certainly Castleconnell, Shannon, and Enniskillen. These are the 3 boats that are heading now towards the 250, but nothing between the 3 of these boats. I can see it on the monitor here. There's nothing between them. You can see it's Shannon possibly slightly in front, but it's very hard to tell at this distance. But looking at the coxes all looking across at each other, and these boats, there's nothing between. This is a fantastic race here for these Junior 14 quads. They're coming now into the 250. It's Castleconnell and Shannon. Certainly these are nothing between these 3 boats now coming. So Castleconnell, Shannon, and Enniskillen B. I can hear the coxes screaming encouragement. It's Castleconnell, and on the far side it looks like it is Enniskillen. Shannon seemed to have dropped back a small bit. Enniskillen possibly are a slight lead over Castleconnell, but they're coming into the last 100 metres. A great race for this Junior 14 men's quads, Cox quads, but it's Enniskillen seem to be slightly ahead. I can hear the coxes shouting encouragement, but it's Enniskillen rowing very well here, and Castleconnell then chasing them, followed by Shannon. But it's Enniskillen going to take this on the line. That's the Enniskillen crew crossing the line there. That's the final number 4 of the men's Junior 14 Cox quads. Great race there by the Enniskillen crew. Castleconnell crossing now, then Shannon, and then coming up then we have Carlow on lane number 1. And we've Lough Ignoid B in lane number 2, and these 2 now, there's nothing between these 2 crews either, so they have a little race of their own going on here, but they're still pushing hard to the line. They have about 20 metres to go now. It's Carlow are going to come over first, so it's Carlow and then Lough Ignoid B finishing up. And looking back down the course, the final number 5 is underway. So final number 5 is underway. So in lane 1, it's St. Joseph's C. In lane 2, it's Enniskillen C. In lane 3, it's St. Michael's. In lane 4, it's CRCC. Lane 5, Shandon B. In lane 6, St. Joseph's A. So this is final number 5 of the men's Junior 14 Cox quads. Hasn't come up on the monitor yet, but looking down the course, it looks like there are 2 clear leaders here. So I'm looking at lane number 3 here. It looks like St. Michael's in lane 3, and over on the far side, it's Shandon or St. Joseph's A. It's hard to see them from this distance, but it's there's two boats out in front here, so it looks like St. Michael's in lane number 3, lane 4, lane 5. Yeah, so it looks like St. Joseph's over in lane 6 there. St. Joseph's A. These two boats out in front of the rest of the field. And on the inside, so on lane number 1, it's St. Joseph's C, pushing hard. There isn't a huge amount between these four quads here. So we've got on the inside, you've got St. Joseph's C and Enniskillen in lane 2. In lane 3, it's St. Michael's. St. Michael's seem to have a lead on those inside crews. But over on the far side, over the far side, it's St. Joseph's A. These are powering down the course, and they are out in front. So they're coming now to the 250 marker, boys. So over on lane number 5, it's lane number 6 is St. Joseph's A out in front, and then with Clearwater lead. Clearwater lead looks like over St. Michael's, who are in the middle of the course. Yes, St. Michael's in lane number 3, but certainly that crew over there on the far side, St. Joseph's A, have really mastered the conditions here, and difficult conditions for anybody, but particularly for junior 14s. But a great race here by the St. Joseph's crew. Very good Clearwater lead over the rest of the field. Just coming up to the line now. St. Michael's going to take the second place, but it's St. Joseph's on the far side. A very convincing win in final number 5 of the men's junior 14 Cox quads. Well done, a great race there, and very convincing. So St. Michael's coming in here in second place, and on the inside then we have a race on between St. Joseph's and Enniskillen. Looks like St. Joseph's are going to take the third place here over the Enniskillen crew, and then over on the far side of the course we have Shandon. And then a little bit further back then, we've got Colosh de Rovik, Common Rovik, the Colosh de Nacaraba here over in lane number 4. So they're just in front of the umpire's launch. Shandon now just coming into the finish line now, Shandon crew coming into the finish line. Cox still calling them. So that's that's final number 5 of the men's junior 14 Cox quads. And there's one more race to go, race number 6, final number 6. In final 6 we have Enniskillen E, St. Joseph's D, Colosh de Ignoid A, Methodist and Muckross. Colosh de Nacaraba now just crossing the line, but I think the rower in lane number 2 seemed to have some kind of equipment failure, so unfortunately their race was over fairly quickly, and they've just crossed over the line now. It's always difficult when a piece of equipment breaks in a boat, and that rower doesn't look happy, but unfortunately, but they'll have another day. And the last of the junior 14 Cox quads is on the course now. That's final number 6 in lane 1. It's Enniskillen. In lane 2, it's St. Joseph's D. In lane 3, Colosh de Ignoid. Lane 4, Methodist. And lane 5, Muckross B. So looking down the course, I see the crew in lane number 2. That's St. Joseph's D. and the crew over with the Methodist crew. The race is on between these two crews for first. Yeah, that's right. The two of those are out in front, and then the other three crews then behind them. So it's St. Joseph's D in lane number 2, and Methodist over in lane number 4. These two crews out in front, and nothing between them as they come to the 250-metre boys. I can see Muckross on the far side under distinctive yellow strip, but it's between these two crews here. It's between the Methodist crew and the St. Joseph's crew for the first place in this, but looks like the Methodist crew are out in front, rowing very confidently, very strongly. Conditions have improved a slight bit because the rain has stopped, but they're into the 250-metre stretch now before to the end of the race. So Methodist rowing very strongly, tall crew here, Cox calling to them from the bow. But across on the other side, on the inside, on lane number 2, not giving up at all is St. Joseph's D. So St. Joseph's then fighting back, also a bow loader quad, but they're not going to catch the Methodist crew because they have clear water lead. So the race is going to be on for second. Muckross now coming back to try and take second place in this race, but it's the Methodist crew here, convincing winners in the last of these Junior 14 Cox quads. It's a great win for Methodist as they come up to the line in their bow loader quad. And now we have on the inside here, we have in lane 2, we have St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's now coming up to the line. The crew there from Methodist rightly delighted with their win, cheering themselves in the boat. And now on the far side, it's the Muckross crew coming in to take third place. And then the final two boats in this, the final two boats in this. So we've Enniskillen here on the inside. They're about to cross the line now. That's in lane number 1. And Coláiste Ignoid A then in front of the umpire's boat in lane 3. So it's Enniskillen just crossing the line. Enniskillen E. Well done, lads. And final boat across the line. And the last of the men's, the final 6 of the men's Junior 14 quads. Final boat across the line there is okay, so coming up we have the Women's Junior 15. So the Women's Junior 15 octuplets. So final one is well down the course at this stage. You got those boats away quite quickly. So we have in lane number 1, Cork, lane 2, Methodist, lane 3, Athlone, lane 4, Shandon, and lane 5, Coláiste Ignoid. Lane 1, Cork boat closest to us here, but it looks like in lane 4, it's the lane 4 boat, the Shandon boat, looks like they're out in front. And then there's a battle on then for second place between the Cork boat, that's Cork Boat Club, Methodist, Athlone and Coláiste Ignoid. But out in front, it is Shandon over in lane 4, rowing very powerfully here, these Women's Junior 15 octuplet. And then there's a battle on then for second place. Looks like Cork Boat Club on the inside here are possibly slightly in second place. But Shandon have a clear water lead now over the rest of the field. A very commanding display by the Shandon ladies. And powering down the course here. It's a big boat. And the Cox in the stern shouting them on, encouraging them on. But it's Shandon. And then the race is on then. So Cork Boat Club on the inside. And you've Athlone then in lane number 3. So it's Cork Boat Club Athlone. And we've Methodist in lane 2. So there's a battle here for second, but it looks like Cork Boat Club have the second place here. But Shandon are convincing winners, Clearwater winners coming up to the line in the first of the Women's Junior 15 octuplets. So it's Shandon, followed by their rivals on the river, Cork Boat Club. And then a battle then for third place then between Athlone and Methodist. but it looks like Methodists are going to take the third place, just cross the line ahead of Athlone. And then, so the Shandon crew very happy with their win, arms raised in the air. And finally, the last boat crossing the line, Closhtig Noy then crossing the line, the first of these women's junior 15 octuplets. The second race, which is race number 241, is of these octuplet races, the women's junior 15 octuplets. For lane 1, St. Michael's, lane 2, Muckross, lane 3, Castleconnell, lane 4, Galway, and lane 5, Enniskillen. And it looks like they're underway now as well. Yeah, they're just off the stake boats there. So closest to us here in the commentary box on the finish line is St. Michael's in lane 1, Muckross in lane 2, Castleconnell lane 3, Galway lane 4, Enniskillen lane 5. Can't see at this point. Just looking at the monitor, you can see on there that there's nothing between all of these boats. It's great racing when you get these big boats and all of them in contention. So, 50 meters off or 100 meters off the stake boats, you have the boat in lane 1. So the crew in lane 1 there is the St. Michael's crew. Look like they've taken a slight lead over the rest of the field. There's a great aerial shot there of the crews. So St. Michael's in lane number 1. And then over in lane number 3, you have Castleconnell. Right next to them, Galway, next to them, Enniskillen. So there's nothing between the 3 of those boats. But with a half a length lead over the rest of the field, you've got St. Michael's in lane 1. And then you have Muckross there in lane 2, trying to get back on terms with the rest of these crews. But they're being left behind a little bit. There's a length between Muckross now and the rest of the crews. But it's St. Michael's out in front, about 3/4 of a length over Castleconnell. And then you have Galway right next to Castleconnell, and then Enniskillen just a little bit off them again. But yeah, and the crew the St. Michael's crew out in lane 1 there, increasing their lead slightly. So they're about almost a boat length ahead now of the Castleconnell and the Galway crew. But the Castleconnell and Galway crew, nothing between these. So they're coming down very quickly to the 250. But it's St. Michael's out in front and rowing. You can see them there, very, very coordinated and nice long strokes. But there's nothing in it between these other boats. So if you take a look there now, as they come to the 250, it is St. Michael's out in front. But then there's a battle on then between Castleconnell and Muckross, between Castleconnell and Galway for the second place here. But all of them coming down, not much in it. And then you have Enniskillen on the far side, so there's not much in it between these other 3 crews. But St. Michael's holding their lead. So looking at the monitor there now, St. Michael's holding their lead. And then a battle on for second place then between the Castleconnell crew and the Galway crew right next to them. So they're in the 250 now, so it's St. Michael's, and then it's a big battle. Castleconnell, Galway, Enniskillen pushing back. Muckross then trying to get back on terms with these other crews, but left behind a little bit. But certainly coming up now to the last 200 metres, not even 200 metres, 150 metres to go. It's St. Michael's, but there's not much in it. So there's a big push on here because Galway have really pushed back. So the St. Michael's crew on the inside were out ahead, but the Galway crew over in lane number 4 now have really, really pushed back. So there's no way you can call this at this point. The Castleconnell crew have been left behind, so there's a big battle between the St. Michael's crew and the Galway crew. A great race here. St. Michael's looking across saying, have we got this? Well, they haven't got it yet, but they're coming up to the line now. There's not even half a boat length in it, but St. Michael's are going to take it. A fantastic second race here. Galway crossing the line there in second place. Castleconnell in third. And so that was a fantastic. So Enniskillen then crossing now in fourth, and then bringing up the rear. Then we have Muckross. But that was a fantastic race among these junior 15 octuplet women. Great win there by St. Michael's, and a few exhausted bodies in that boat as they're closest to us here at the commentary box. So very exciting racing there for those races, and those octuplet races are always very exciting to watch. So crews now, all of them tired after that, and the course is after clearing a little bit. The rain's cleared a small bit anyway. Wind is still there. Coming up now, we have some Masters races. So we have the mixed Masters quads. In lane 1, St. Michael's ULRC. In lane 2, Athlone. In lane 3, we have New Ross. In lane 4, Sligo. In lane 5, Tralee Shandon Composite. So we've got 2 races in the mixed Masters Coxed Quads, Final 1 and Final 2. Final 1, St. Michael's ULRC, and they're on the course now. Lane 2 Athlone A, lane 3 New Ross, lane 4 Sligo, and lane 5 Tralee Shandon Composite. So St. Michael's is B, Athlone A or C, New Ross C, Sligo C, and Tralee Shandon C. So the 4 of those boats would have gone off together. And as they come down the course, it looks like lane 1, looks like lane number 5, Sligo crew over in lane 5, possibly out in front. Just looking at the monitor here, it's not that easy to see it because of the conditions, but as they come down, they're halfway down the course at this stage. So 500 meters in, it looks like the crew over in lane. Yeah, it looks like the Sligo crew over there in lane number 4 are out in front. And then next to them there, the Tralee Shandon Composite on the far side in lane 5. So yeah, Sligo look like they have a lead over the Shandon crew, the Shandon Tralee Composite, but not much of a lead there. And the other three boats in the race are a little bit behind those, but it's Sligo and Tralee Shandon out in front. And looking at the aerial shot, yeah, Sligo are out in front. They have about a 1 boat lead, possibly a little bit of clear water lead over the Shandon Tralee Composite. And these are mixed Masters quads. And as they come towards the 250 meter mark, it's Sligo out in front, then followed by the Tralee Shandon Composite. Sligo very strong here, and they've got a commanding lead over the rest of the field, these 2 boats. Thanks. So we've about 100 metres to go now to the line. It's Sligo out in front, and then followed by Tralee Shandon. Tralee Shandon putting on a push to try and catch them, but Sligo not going to get caught here. Just relaxing into the final section, the last 100 metres. Nice relaxed style from this crew, this Mixed Masters crew, from this bow loader Coxed quad. So just coming up now, 20 or 30 metres to go. Shandon Tralee not giving up, pushing on, but it's going to be the Sligo crew are going to take this. So then on the inside then, in third position now, we have St. Michael's ULRC Composite. So Shandon just crossing the line now. Shandon Tralee just crossing the line in second place. We've got ULRC and, excuse me, we've got St. Michael's ULRC Composite here coming in in third position. And then in the centre of the course, we have New Ross. So we have Athlone now coming in 4th place. And New Ross now just about to cross the line. So we're just waiting for the second of those Mixed Masters quads to get on the stake boats. And as we do, going into the lunch break in the Just looking here at the points for the victory. It's Enniskillen still in front with 65. Skibbereen with 52 points. Castleconnell on 42. Lee Rowing Club on 41 and St. Joseph's on 35. That's going into the lunch break. So the second of the Mixed Masters quads. Race number 243, final number 2. In lane 1, a Cork Shandon composite. Lane 2, St. Michael's. Lane 3, Athlone B. Lane 4, Lee. Lane 5, Clonmel. So they're just getting on the stake boats as we speak. Okay, and they're off. So looking at the monitor here, it looks like we have the Clonmel boat out in front. So that's over lane number 5, and then followed by Lee. So lane 1 we have Cork Shandon, lane 2 we have St. Michael's, lane 3 Athlone, lane 4 we have a great shot there of the Athlone boat there. Out in front, Clearwater over the Lee boat in lane number 4, and then Clonmel. Clonmel out in front over the Lee boat. So Clonmel in lane 4, lane 5 over the Lee boat in lane number 4. Getting my colours mixed up there. So very nice shot there of the Clonmel crew out in front. No pressure, Clearwater over Lee Rowing Club in lane number 4. So this is the second of the Mixed Masters quads. So they're about 700 meters into the race now at this stage. And over there on in lane number 5 is the Clonmel crew. Clearwater lead over Lee in lane number 4. Then we have Athlone in lane 3 in the centre, St. Michael's, and then Cork Shandon on the inside here. But it's this particular race, the Clonmel crew way out in front, Clearwater, and then there's a battle on then between Lee, looks like the Lee crew in lane number 4, and the Athlone crew. So there's certainly on the inside here, so Cork and Shandon are coming back on the Lee crew over on lane 4. So on the inside here in lane 1, Cork Shandon, Lee there in lane 4. So Clonmel are not going to get caught, but the other two crews then battling away for second place. So it's Lee in lane 4, and we've got Cork Shandon in lane number 1, that composite, lane 1. So as we come to the 250, it's Clonmel out in front, and then we have, it's Lee and Cork Shandon then composite battling for second place. So it's a good race on here between these two boats for the second place in the second of the Mixed Masters Cox quads. But a nice shot there of the Clonmel crew. No pressure there, just nice and relaxed, staying ahead. Cox still calling, exhorting them, but it looks like the Cork Shandon crew now have pulled up here ahead of the Lee crew over in lane 4. So it's Cork Shandon in lane 2. So as the Clonmel crew have about 50 metres to go to the line, it's the Cork Shandon composite. Cork Shandon composite on the inside in lane 1 have taken a, looks like a Clearwater. Clonmel in the line there, convincing win there for the Clonmel crew. And now coming to the line, we are going to be in third place there over in lane 4. Athlone then are in lane 3, and you have St. Michael's in lane 2. So it'll be Lee in third, Athlone in 4th, and St. Michael's then in 5th position here. So Cork Shannon just crossed the line there now in that composite. convincing win there for the Clonmel crew over in the second of the Mixed Masters Cox Quad finals. There's St. Michael's crew now just about to cross the line.
That is so lovely. They were all just picking a range for each other. That's just
It's nice. Yeah, it's nice. It tends to be kind of friendly, you know.
most of the time.
Someone said that this morning. We were up in the state post. We were saying, lads, you're in the wrong lane. Oh, this is a much friendlier race than normal.
Okay, he is. There's a bit of turbulence.
Oh, there's a bit of turbulence, all right.
Oh, that's Fiona on the
At 13:30 at 1:30 is the final of the Men's Masters 4. Final C, D, E and G. In lane 1 we've got Castle Connell ULRC Composite. In lane 2 Shannon. In lane 3 Tribesmen. In lane 4 Fermoy Muckross Composite. In lane 5 Belfast Rowing Club B. And in lane 6 Belfast Rowing Club A. This is race number 244. While we're waiting for these boats to get on the stake boats, just like to thank our sponsors for the regatta, our key sponsors for the regatta, MG Motor, Connecticut Sports and Powerhouse. Again, it's sponsorship like this makes it possible to run these regattas. We'd also like to give a warm shout out to our accommodation and hospitality partners, Carrick Self-Catering Accommodation, the Landmark Hotel and the Courtyard Apartments. And thank you for your support in making our athletes, coaches and families feel at home this weekend in Leitrim. As we move into the final block of racing today now for the afternoon at the 2025 1K Classic, we want to take this opportunity to thank the rest of our generous sponsors and supporters who've backed this year's event. That's RowFit. Thank you to RowFit. Thank you to Swift Racing, to F4 Energy and to Quilcha. Again, the support of all of our sponsors has helped us create an exciting and inclusive event here at Lough Rynn. And again, thanks to our volunteers, officials and club organisers who make the event, who do all the key jobs in making these events happen. And thank you for your time and dedication to that. Conditions look like conditions have improved slightly in terms of the weather. At least it's not raining. The wind is still there, still quite fresh. It's a tailwind, so that might be some support to crews on the way down the lake. But we're, I think, looking now at the stake boats. I think boats are getting on there for the first of the races, which is due now. So in lane 1, again, we have Castle Connell ULRC Composite. In lane 2, we've got Shannon. In lane 3, we have Tribesmen. In lane 4, Fermoy Muckross. In lane 5, Belfast Rowing Club B. And in lane 6, Belfast Rowing Club A. Just waiting for that final to start now. Okay, batteries changed on the microphone. So, race 244. Men's Masters 4. That's Coxed 4. Lane 1, Castleconnell ULRC Composite. Lane 2, Shannon D. Lane 3, Tribesmen, Category D. Lane 4, Fermoy Muckross Composite, Category D. Lane 5, Belfast Rowing Club B, Category E. And Lane 6, Belfast Rowing Club A, Category G. So those boats are on the stake boat at the moment. Just waiting for the starter. And again, if you have a few minutes between races, why don't you go along to the Rowing Ireland merchandise tent where you can get your 1K Classic t-shirts with the names of all the competitors on them, and also other Rowing Ireland hats and clothing, some lovely souvenirs for the weekend. Also, we'd like very much to thank our sponsors, our key sponsors, MG Motor, Connecticut Sport, and Powerhouse, and also then our other generous sponsors who've been a key part of this weekend and putting this event on this weekend: Rowfit, Swift Racing, F4 Energy, and Quilcha. And the support of all of our sponsors really is essential for clubs to run these events. And this event this year in Lough has really grown over last year's event in terms of the numbers of crews, the numbers of clubs who've been participating, and the numbers of races. So some very exciting racing here over the last couple of days, and we look forward to some exciting racing in the afternoon. The events coming up after the Men's Masters Coxed 4, we have the Men's Junior 15 Double Sculls Finals, and we have 10 finals in that category, and again just underlines the size of the entry this year for the Lough Regatta, that we have so many boats in these double sculls and in the single sculls and in the quads races over the last 2 days. It's quite windy up on the course, so I'm sure it's a little bit difficult for boats to get on the stake boats. So we're still waiting for the start of the first race. And it looks now as if they're off. So in lane 1, we have Castleconnell ULRC. Lane 2, Shannon. Lane 3, Tribesmen. And looking at the race as it comes, so we're about 150 metres down the course in this race. Looking at, it looks as if the Tribesmen, the Tribesmen boat is out in front at the moment. So lane number 3, just in front of the umpire's launch, it's the Tribesmen crew that Coxed 4. But next to them, we've got Fermoy Muckross Composite. And in lane 5, we have the Belfast, and lane 6, the Belfast. So 2 crews over there, lane 5 and lane 6. So at the moment, in the centre of the course, it looks as if the Tribesmen crew is slightly out in front. Okay, now the monitor is up, so we have a better view of the racing. So as they come to the halfway point, in lane 1 there we have Castleconnell ULRC, lane 2 Shannon, lane 3 Tribesmen, lane 4 Fermoy Muckross. So it looks like the Fermoy Muckross boat is out in front, about a half a length up over the Tribesmen boat, and then over then in lane number 5 looks like we have the Belfast Rowing Club. Looks like we've only got 1 crew over there, but as we come past the halfway mark, it's the Fermoy Muckross composite for rowing very calmly and very smoothly. They've got about a half a length up over the crew on the inside, which is the Castle Connell ULRC crew. So it's those two boats now at the moment out in front in this race. The Muckross crew is a better shot of the Muckross crew there, Muckross Fermoy. Out in front at the moment, in front of Castle Connell ULRC. So as they come to the 250, it is a great race here. Over on the far side, I didn't even see the crew on the far side, which was the Belfast crew. They were way over on the in lane number 5. So they have hit the front here at the 250. So it's the Belfast crew coming up to the line, and then there's a great race on here between for the Muckross Fermoy and Castle Connell ULRC for second place. But it's Belfast on the far side going to take this, and it looks like it's Castle Connell. It's the Castle Connell ULRC crew have taken second, and in third place it's the Fermoy Muckross crew. And the Shannon crew just about crossing the line now, and the second Belfast crew now just coming up to the finish line. So that's the men's Cox 4 Masters. So that's the only Cox 4 race. But now we go back up the course. We have the men's Junior 15 double sculls finals. We have 10 of these. And in the first one, we've got Commercial B in lane 1, we've Carlow in lane 2, Neptune in lane 3, Shannon in lane 4, Cork in lane 5, and Closh Ignite in lane 6.
Yeah, I actually thought it was.
And so in the first of the Junior 15 double sculls, lane 1, we have Commercial B, lane 2, Carlow, lane 3, Neptune. And it looks as if the Neptune crew, Neptune. Lane 4, it's Shannon A, lane 5, it's Cork, and lane 6, it is Colosh to Ignite C. Now as they come down the course here, looks like the crew is over in lane number 5. So that's the Cork A crew are battling it out there with the crew in lane number 1. So there's nothing between these two crews. So we've lane 1 Commercial, lane 2 Carlow, lane 3 Neptune, lane 4 Shannon, lane 5 Cork, lane 6 Colosh Ignite. So as they come towards the 250, the crew in lane number 1 here is the Commercial crew, rowing quite strongly. Lane 2, Carlow right beside them. There's a battle on here. So in the centre of the course here, we have the Shannon A crew, with the Cork crew over on the far side, and Colosh Ignite in lane 6. But coming into the 250 now, there are two crews here out in front. We've the Commercial crew in lane 1, that's Commercial B, putting a very strong push. Lane 2, we've got Carlow. Lane 3, we have Neptune, but lane 4, Shannon. The Shannon crew here in lane 4 are driving their boat very strongly. So there's nothing between these now and the Commercial crew. So it's a race on here for first between that crew from Commercial and the crew from Shannon. So lane 1 with the Commercial crew closest to us here. In lane 2, the Carlow crew are really pushing hard. But over in the middle here, we have the Neptune crew. And then we have Shannon. So Shannon pushing, but it looks like it's going to be Commercial. Shannon tried their best. Shannon were in front, but now it looks like the Commercial crew just about to cross the line. And Shannon then coming in second with a very strong push towards the end of the race from the Carlow crew. Cork Boat Club then bringing up just about to cross the line here in fourth place. And then we have the Neptune crew and the Closh Ignite crew then finishing up this first of the Junior 15 double sculls. So the second of the races is on the course at the moment. So final two. In lane 1, it's Athlone. In lane 2, Fermoy A. In lane 3, Castleconnell B. In lane 4, Commercial A. Lane 5, Galway C. And lane 6, St. Michael's. And as they cross the halfway mark, we have lane 1, the Athlone crew. So there's several crews in contention here, but right in front of the umpire's launch, we have Commercial and we have Castleconnell, but it looks like we have in lane number 4, we have the Commercial crew out in front. Next to them we have Galway beside the umpire's launch, but it's the Commercial crew out in front. That's Commercial A. Looks like they've taken a commanding lead in this race, so they've got clear water over the other crews. So it's Commercial out in front. That's in lane number 4. And the Galway crew look like they've caught a crab, but they've regained it, so they're moving again. But out in front in the second of the men's junior 15 double sculls finals, it's Commercial A in lane 4. And then there's a battle on then for second place. So it looks like in Athlone in lane 1 are finishing strongly here. So it's Athlone in front of Castleconnell B. But it looks like Athlone are in second place here. And there's a battle on between Castleconnell B and Galway and St. Michael's. But coming to the finish line here, and with a clear water finish, it's the Commercial crew. And then followed by the Athlone crew in lane number 1 here, and a battle on then for third place here between the St. Michael's crew and the Castleconnell crew. Looks like Castleconnell have just taken the third place here. St. Michael's then crossing the line just after them, and then the final two crews in race number 2. Back up the course, we're going back to the third of these finals, race 2:14-7. It is final number 3, Blackrock B in lane 1, CRCC in lane 2, Castleconnell D in lane 3, St. Michael's A in lane 4, Skibbereen A in lane 5, and Ban in lane 6. And they've crossed the halfway line, the halfway mark on this course. And it looks as if the crew over there in lane number 5, the Skibbereen crew, look like they're out in front in this race. So that's Skibbereen A in lane 5, but battling hard in lane 3 is the Castleconnell D crew. But Skibbereen have a commanding lead in this race, clear water lead over the rest of the field. So they've got about 300 metres to the finish, and the race is going to be on for second place unless of some kind of a mishap with this Skibbereen crew. But and they've just stopped rowing. They've just caught a crab. I must have jinxed them. They've just caught a crab, and they're both gone sideways in the lane, so they're trying to regain it. But that's given a great opportunity there to the Castleconnell crew and the okay, so Skibbereen, they got moved. So Skibbereen have got moving again. Fair play to them. They've done very well to get around because their boat went sideways there. Oh, they've caught another crab. Oh, that's very unfortunate. So it's the boat in lane number 4 now at the moment. So that's Commercial A. Oh, sorry, St. Michael's is there. Skibbereen have got going again. So that's unbelievable from Skibbereen. They've really now pulled back here again. So Skibbereen and St. Michael's, there's a battle here between the two of these. St. Michael's had an opportunity here because when Skibbereen caught a crab, but the Skibbereen crew have got moving again, motoring really quickly. St. Michael's are trying to catch them, but that's been fantastic recovery from the Skibbereen crew with 2 crabs caught there in that race. But here they come. We've got about 50 metres to go to the finish, and Skibbereen are going to take this, it looks like, but St. Michael's haven't given up yet, but it's a great recovery by the Skibbereen crew. Fair play to them as the men's junior 15 double scull final. So Skibbereen crossing the line, St. Michael's there in third, and then the crew then in lane 2 coming in third place, followed by, and the Skibbereen crew rightly delighted after having caught 2 crabs there, and looked like their race was over at one stage, but they managed to recover and win that race, which is very, very exciting for them. And so Blackrock there just crossing the line, And the final crew then banned the final crew in this final, just about to cross the finish. Racing there from the Skibbereen crew and rightly delighted with themselves. Bowman has his hands in the air. So final number 4, this race 248. In lane 1 from IB, in lane 2 Leigh A, in lane 3 CRCC B, in lane 4 Enniskillen D, lane 5 St Joseph's B, lane 6 Skibbereen B. And those boats are just getting on, the stake boats at the moment. That race hasn't started yet. And that Skibbereen crew in the last race, proving that you should never give up. That crew caught 2 crabs on the way down there and still managed to win the race. So well done, Skibbereen. So the next of the finals, that's final number 4, is underway. From in lane 1, Leigh A in lane 2, CRCC in lane 3, Enniskillen in lane 4, St Joseph's in lane 5, and Skibbereen B in lane 6. And at the moment, after about 100 metres, it looks as if the Leigh A crew are out in front. And on the far side of the course, they're battling hard with the Skibbereen B crew. So it's these 2 boats early leaders in this race, but it's early days yet, and the other 4 boats are literally in a line across the lake. So out in front, it's Leigh A and Skibbereen B. There's nothing between them, possibly Skibbereen B slightly ahead, but just looking at the overhead shot here, but a great race on here between the Leigh A crew and the Skibbereen B crew. So, and then the other 4 boats then in a line across the lake, coming up in 3rd place at this stage. So it's Leigh A and Skibbereen B, and they're past the halfway mark at this stage. So as we come towards the 250, I'm just looking at these 2 crews here. There's nothing between them. This is a great battle between Leigh A on the near side on lane number 2 and Skibbereen over on the far side. That shot there doesn't give you a picture of who's in front, but the Leigh A crew here on your right-hand side of the screen, on the right-hand side of the course, and battling with the Skibbereen B crew who are on the far side. It's possible now, there's nothing between these 2 crews. This is going to be a great battle to the finish, because all the other crews here, you've got from IB, you've got CRCCB, Enniskillen and St Joseph's. All of these now are battling for 3rd, but at the moment it looks as if it's the Leigh crew in lane number 2, and it's Skibbereen there over in lane number 5. Great race on here. So it looks like the Leigh crew now have taken a 1 boat lead over there's a much better shot now from the from overhead, but it's Leigh and Skibbereen. It's impossible to tell from the finish point here, from the viewing point here. Leigh possibly slightly ahead of the Skibbereen crew, but this is going to be a battle right to the line. These crews rating very high and quite a strong tailwind to contend with as well, but it's Leigh and Skibbereen, a fantastic battle here. Skibbereen not giving up on the far side, Leigh on this side. Looks like Leigh have maybe a half a boat lead over Skibbereen from here, but again the angle is deceptive. But it's as they're coming into the 250s now, so they've got less than 250 to go, maybe about 150 metres to go. It's Leigh on this side. Leigh have now got a lead over Skibbereen, possibly at this stage a clear water lead. Lee very strong into the finish, really now lifting the rate and powering towards the finish. A great finish here by this Lee crew. Skibbereen on the far side, fantastic rowing from that Skibbereen crew, but this Lee crew just about to cross the line in first place. That's the Lee A crew, and Skibbereen then in second. But now the battle is on for who's going to come third. So Skibbereen taking second place, and in the centre of the course there, you've got CRCC and Enniskillen, and it looks like Enniskillen have taken it. So a great finish there, a great battle there between those two crews, first and second, Skibbereen and Lee Rowing Club for first. The Lee crew just taking it, and as we look back down the course, we're back now to final number 5. And final number 5 in lane 1 we have Shandon A. In lane 2 we have Enniskillen A. In lane 3 we've got Galway A. In lane 4 Galway D. Lane 5 from IC, and lane 6 Galway B. And they are more than halfway. So in lane 1 it looks like the Shandon A crew in lane 1 from this position look like they're out in front. And then you have in lane number 4 it looks like the Galway crew, Galway D, but certainly Shandon look like they have a lead over that Galway crew as they come to the 250 mark at this stage. So it's Shandon. There isn't much between them though. So you've got Shandon there in lane number 2, and over on the far side then. But there's a great battle going on here. So we have Shandon in lane 2, and over there in lane number 4, it's the Galway crew. So there's a battle on here between Shandon on the near side and a great race. It's impossible to tell who's coming between these two crews. So Shandon here, and then you have Galway on the far side. A great race on between these two boats. And they're pushing, they're looking across at each other. It's Shandon A on the near side. There's nothing between this. This is literally down to the finish line judge, because it can't make these. It looks like Shandon have just taken it. A great win there by the Shandon crew. There was nothing between these two crews on the way down. The Galway crew is just very, very close second. Enniskillen now coming in for third. And over on the far side, and so you've Galway then coming in fourth, and then finish up the field. Then we have the Fermoy crew coming down. But a great battle there between those two crews. Well done, Shandon. So final number 6 on the course now. Men's Junior 15 double sculls. Cumann Raviach de Chaloshta na Coraba C in lane 1. Ban D in lane 2. Enniskillen B in lane 3. St. Joseph C in lane 4. Lee B in lane 5. And Ban C in lane 6. So spread right across the course, and they are about halfway through this race. And just looking at the monitor there, it looks as if there was a race on here. Certainly the Lee crew that are over, that's Lee B over in lane 5. And the Enniskillen crew in the middle of the course look like there's a battle on between those. But the Lee crew have about a one boat length lead over the Enniskillen crew. So as they come towards the 250, it's the Lee crew out in front. They have about a one boat lead, possibly a little bit of clear water. And then you have Enniskillen then in lane number 3. So, and then beside Enniskillen, you have St. Joseph's pushing hard to try and get onto terms with the Enniskillen crew. But it looks like there you have the race is on for first place here. You've got Lee over there in Lee B, who are over there in lane number 4. In lane number 5, Lee B in lane number 5. And they look like they're still out in front. And you have And you have Enniskillen coming back very strongly, so it is definitely a race on here between the crew there in lane number 3 and the crew over lane 5, but Lee are out in front, the crew in lane number 3. So it's Enniskillen really pushing here to try and catch that Lee crew. Great race here by the Enniskillen crew here in lane number 3. But Lee are out in front, and they're in the 250 stretch now to the lines from about another 150 metres to go. And there's a Clearwater lead here by this Lee B crew. And then Enniskillen still pushing, still trying to catch them. And next to them in the next lane, in lane number 4, is the St. Joseph's crew, St. Joseph's C. But Lee are coming up to the line now. A very convincing lead from this Lee B crew, just about to cross. Enniskillen now coming up to the line in second place. And next to them, St. Joseph's C then taking the 3rd spot. Got 3 more boats now, so we have CRCC just rowing towards the line, Ban on the far side, and you've got the two band crews, Band D and Band C then battling it out between them. So you've got CRCC just about to cross the line now, with the 2 band crews then following. So that's final number 6 of the men's Junior 15 double scull final. Race number 7, final number 7. It's race number 251. We have Shannon in lane 1, New Ross in lane 2, Lee Valley in lane 3, Muckross in lane 4, Colostig Noid A in lane 5, and Ban A in lane 6. Sorry. Okay, so this race is underway. And at the moment, it looks as if all of the crews are evenly spread across the course. So in lane 1 here, we have Shannon B. Lane 2, New Ross. Lane 3, Lee Valley. Lane 4, Muckross. Lane 5, Colostig Noid. Lane 6, Ban. So the Lee Valley crew and the Colostig Noid A crew possibly have a slight lead over the others, but there isn't much in it, I would say. And in lane 1 here, we have Shannon B rowing hard, rowing strongly. So I can see there are certainly 4 boats there in contention for first place. But in the middle of the course, you've got Lee Valley, you've got Muckross, you've Colostig Noid. As they come towards, they're past halfway now, and they're heading towards the 250. So we have, on the inside here, we have got Shannon B, still rowing strongly and seem to have improved their position as this race goes on. In lane 2, New Ross, who are behind. In lane 3, Lee Valley rowing very strongly in lane 3. Lane 4, we have Muckross. Colostig Noid A seem to be out in front there with Lee Valley as they come towards the 250. So certainly we've got Shannon in lane 1 still there pushing. So Shannon are doing very well here in lane 1. In lane 2, New Ross, they're behind. Lee Valley driving their boat. Look like they're out in front. Muckross behind them again in front of the umpire's launch. Colostig Noid, then Colostig Noid A. But as they come into the 250 mark, there's 3 boats in this really for Shannon B really picking up the pace here now, trying to catch the Lee Valley boat. And over on the far side, we have the Colostig Noid boat. So there's 3 boats, and Muckross then trying to get back onto terms with these 3 leading double sculls. But a great race on here because Shannon have not given up, and Shannon B powering down towards the line here. So we've got about 100 metres to go, and I couldn't call it from this point here which of these 3 boats. So you've got Shannon, you've got Lee Valley, and you've Colostig Noid, and you cannot tell. This is going to be a photo finish. It's an amazing race. Shannon have done very well here on the inside, and they are driving towards the line. I'm going to leave it for the finish judge to call this because it looks like a photo to me. And you heard there literally looks like the Shannon boat, Shannon B on the inside, took that in an amazing race there because they were behind at the start, but as the race went on, they came back onto terms with Lough, Ignite and Lee Valley, and they've taken that, and literally the second place looked like a photo to me. And we're back up now. We're just finishing off the last boats crossing the line here. So we've got Ban, and we have Muckross, Ban and New Ross about to cross the line here now in the 7th of the Junior 15 double sculls races. And going back down the course now, we're race number 8, men's Junior 15 double sculls. In lane 1, Garda. In lane 2, from ID. In lane 3, Cork B. In lane 4, Sligo. Lane 5, Shannon C. Lane 6, Lough to Ignite B. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, four, five. I wonder if the Garda boat finishes well. So
Yeah, Shannon C were the ones that crashed.
okay, so in this race here we have, so we're coming towards the 250. So we have Garda in lane. Looks like they're in lane 1. Yes, Garda in lane 1. From ID in lane 2. Cork B in lane 3. Sligo in lane 4. Shannon, unfortunately, had to scratch, and then Lough to Ignite B over in lane 5. But as we come towards the 250, it's Garda on the inside. It is Cork Boat Club in the middle, and over on the far side there we have Lough to Ignite. So there's a race on again, like the last one. There are 3 boats in contention for this, so they're in the 250 metre final stretch. It's Garda on the near side, Cork Boat Club in the middle, and over on the far side is Lough to Ignite B. So again, I cannot tell from this position which of these boats, if any of them, is in front. But Garda rowing very strongly on the inside, Cork Boat Club in the middle. Possibly Garda have a slight lead over the other 2 boats, but we've got about 100 metres. So it's from ID and coming to the line. So it's the Garda boat coming to the line. Look like they have about a half a boat lead length over the Cork Boat Club crew. So they've just taken that. So that's a good race there by Gardas, and taking second place, Cork Boat Club. Over on the far side then, in third place, Lough to Ignite. And then just in front of the umpire's launch there, we have the Fermoy crew and the Sligo crew then just about to finish this race. Again, another great Junior 15 race. They're very exciting races for Junior 15 double sculls. Race number 9. Race number 253 in lane 1, Blackrock A. In lane 2, Clonmel. In lane 3, Workman's. In lane 4, Castleconnell A. In lane 5, Castleconnell C. And in lane 6, Lagan. And just waiting for that race to start. So some very exciting racing here of these men's Junior 15 double sculls. So race number 253, final 9 is underway. And the sun is coming out, so the course is a bit clearer. The wind has dropped slightly, it looks like. But looking at the monitor there, so another great race on here. These are very, very, very competitive races. Lane 1, Blackrock A flying. Lane 2, Clonmel. Lane 3, Workman's. Workman's rowing really well there in lane number 3. And looks like they got a slight lead over the Blackrock A crew. And then over there in lane number 6, it's the Lagan crew. But out in front in the early stage of this race, it is the crew from Workman's. Rowing a very straight course down here. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to steer these boats, especially when it's windy, but these lads are rowing very confidently. But there's a long way to go in this race yet. So it's out in front at the moment is the Workman crew. A great aerial shot there of the course. So it's Workman's out in front over on their stroke side. In lane number 1, you have Black Rock. And then over on, and then next to them, so yeah, Workman's still out in front. So we have in lane 1, we have Black Rock A, rowing very well. Lane 2, Clonmel. Lane 3, Workman's, who are still out in front and holding that lead. Next to them is Castle Connell. They're back a little bit. Lane 4, Castle Connell C, also back a little bit. And then over in lane number 6 there is Lagan. Now Lagan are pushing on, so they're out there on their own. Nobody to disturb them over on that side of the course, but it looks like Workman's still out in front, but Blackrock A pushing back all the time, and in lane number 2, Clonmel are coming back. So it was a great race on here again in these junior 15s. Lagan on the far side, still pushing. We're just coming to the 250-metre boys at the moment. Still Workman's out in front. They've led from the beginning, and they seem to have extended their lead now. And nice close-up shot of them there on the monitor, but it's rowing well, rowing very long and cleanly, because the conditions aren't perfect for this. And on the inside here, you got Blackrock A. A bit like the last race, these lads are pushing up and pushing up, but the Workman's crew were looking across and they don't want to get caught. But it's a race on here because Blackrock are coming. Clonmel are there as well beside them, but it's out in front, it's Workman's, and they have Clearwater lead over the other crews, and they seem to have increased their rate now as they come towards the line. But two very tall, strong rowers in this boat, rowing very confidently towards the line. They got about 50 metres to go, not even, and so the race is on here. So we've got Blackrock on the inside, and Clonmel beside them. It's crossing the line now. It's the Workman's crew. Great win there for Workman's. And coming to the line, a battle now for second place. Blackrock just about ready, just about going to take the second place here. And beside them, Clonmel just crossing in third. And then over then. Okay, and we're just waiting now for the final two crews then, the Castle Connell crews, who are just in front of the umpire's launch, to cross the line here. So great race there from Junior 15 double scullers. One more race to go in the men's Junior 15 double sculls. It's race number 254, it's final number 10. And in lane 1 we have St. Joseph's D. In lane 2, it's St. Joseph's A. Lane 3, Waterford. Lane 4, Shannon D. In lane 5, Shandon B. And in lane 6, Enniskillen. And it's always difficult when there's a draw and it's junior 14 and junior 15. Sometimes you get two crews from the same club in the same race, and one is often stronger than the other, sometimes not. Sometimes there's a big battle on between them to see who can win, who can beat the other. But in this last race now, we have two crews from St. Joseph's, lane 1 and lane 2. And then we have Waterford in lane 3, Shannon D in lane 4, Shandon B in lane 5, and Enniskillen in lane 6. And that race now is underway. And looking at the... So it looks like the boats there, both there in lane number 2. So St. Joseph's A next, and Waterford next to them out in front. And then over across then in is Shandon B then again pushing. So it looks like Shandon have a slight lead then, maybe about a length lead over the other crews as we come towards the halfway mark in the race. But that is the Shandon crew. So about a length, but the St. Joseph's crew and the Waterford crew are not letting them go. So we've got Shannon. So in lane 1 we have the St. Joseph's D crew where we're behind, but St. Joseph's A well in contention here. Waterford beside them rowing very strongly. So nothing between these two boats. They're trying to pull back Shandon, and they have a little bit. Shannon behind, but Shandon B then about a length up over the other two crews, over the St. Joseph's and the Waterford crew. These are the three boats, it looks like, in this particular last final. These are the three boats in contention for the first place, but Shandon out in front. And the other two crews then, the crew from St. Joseph's and the crew from Waterford, trying to pull them back. So they're heading now towards the 250, about 300 metres to go in this race. And it's Oh, yeah, nothing in it. So I'm just looking here. There's nothing in it. So now so we have lane number 2. We have the St. Joseph's A crew, and they have taken the lead over the Shandon crew. Seem to be tiring a little bit. So it's St. Joseph's A, and then Waterford beside them. Shandon over on the far side. They're still not out of this, but St. Joseph's have really lifted their rate as they come into the 250 here. So the St. Joseph's A crew in lane number 2. It's a battle on between these two crews. So St. Joseph's, Waterford, and Shandon. Shandon have lifted it again now. They seem to slacken a small little bit there in a part of that race, but they've lifted it again now. So there's a great battle on here between the St. Joseph's crew on the near side and then Shandon on the far side. So we're in the 250 now, and this is anybody's race. So it depends now on who wants it more. We have St. Joseph's in lane 2, just St. Joseph A in lane 2. We've got Waterford, and we have Shandon B, and there's a huge race on here. So it's St. Joseph's on the inside. Cannot tell at this point which of these crews is in front. It's between Shandon and St. Joseph's, but it looks like the St. Joseph's crew have it. From the angle here, it looks like they have about a half a length lead over the Shandon crew, and yes, they have, and there's a battle on there about 20 or 30 metres from the line here. That is a great race there from the St. Joseph's crew, just about to cross the line here now in the last of the men's junior 15 double scull finals. And there goes the hooter, and who's going to take second? It's Shandon taking second place there, but a great roll there from the St. Joseph's crew. So then we're coming up to the line now. So we have 3 crews crossed, and then we got 3 crews left. So we have the second St. Joseph's crew. We have the Shannon crew just about to cross the line now. And we've got Enniskillen on the far side, just about to cross the finish line. Well done. That was some fantastic racing then from the men's junior 15 double sculls, 10 finals, some really, really close races, and well done to all those crews. The final crew there, the final St. Joseph's crew now just coming into the enclosure here to cross the finish line. And next up now we have race 255. It's the Women's Masters 8 finals. So there are 3 finals in this. Final 1, it's the C category final. And now there are 4 boats, well 3 boats actually in it, 1 boat is scratch. So in the first final we have a Sligo Athlone composite. In lane number 3 we have St. Michael's, Killorglin, Clonmel commercial composite. And lane number 5, we have OCBC, Commercial, Offaly, St. Michael's, Composite. That's lane 5, so 3 boats in the first one. In race number 256, it is the final 2, which is the D final. Portora, so it's Castleconnell, St. Michael's in lane 1, 2. Lee in lane 3, Clonmel Tralee in lane 4, Shannon in lane 5. And the third and final of the Women's Masters 8s, it's final 3, it's the EF category. And in that race we have Portora in lane 2, Tribesmen A in lane 3, Cork Tralee in lane 4, and Tribesmen B in lane 5. So we're just waiting for the first of these to leave the stake boats. women's races. Okay, again, while we're waiting for the first of these Masters Women's 8s to leave the stake boats, I think possibly they're just about ready to go. Again, can we like to remind people that there's a merchandise tent, Rowing Ireland. You can get some lovely T-shirts and hats, other merchandise in that tent. Again, the 1K Classic T-shirts are there. They're lovely, if you can find your size. And again, can we really, again, we have to keep repeating it, thank our sponsors. Amazing support from our sponsors over the years. So we have our 3 core sponsors, our key sponsors, MG Motor, Connecticut Sports and Powerhouse. And we also have sponsorship from Rowfit, Swift Racing, F4 Energy and Quilta. Fantastic support, and without support from these sponsors year on year, we can't run these events. But most importantly, we can't run these events without a huge team of volunteers. And again, thank you to all the volunteers from all the clubs, for the officials and organisers for your time and dedication. There's a lot of logistics involved in running a regatta the size of this one. And you can see that yourselves, the way it's so well organised. Here in the Lough, Rynn, the caravan park, a fantastic location too for trailers and for cars. Really, really well organised. And if it's your first time here, I think you'll be impressed by how well organised it is, and how smooth it is, and how with the big screen we can see the racing. The weather has been a little bit has been good, really, when you consider it. We had a small bit of rain this morning, but it's after calming down a small bit again now. And some fantastic racing from the huge number of clubs and crews that are here. And it really is a fantastic spectacle and great promotion for the area. If you haven't been up to this part of the country before, it really is a nice part of the country to visit. And this race, this regatta here has gone from strength to strength. As I said, the 46 clubs here today, this weekend, 904 crews, 174 races, and huge Junior 15 event in single sculls, 69 entries in the single sculls, amazing. And the largest crew entry per club, 58 entries. I'm not sure what club that was, but it is fantastic. So this has really grown since last year. And I think it's only going to get stronger because everything seems to be run very efficiently. There's no pressure on the pontoons, which is great, because sometimes you do have that issue with trying to launch your boat and trying to get back in again, but really, really efficiently run by everybody here. So congratulations to everybody who's been involved in the organisation and the running of this event, because it has been a fantastic spectacle for the weekend. Some great racing still to come. We're still waiting on the first of the women's Masters 8s. I think they might be off now, or ready to go off now. Just waiting for the monitor because I can't really see them from here. Oh yes, and they are off. So what we have here is, in this race, we have 3 crews. We got lane 2 Sligo Athlone, lane 3 St Michael's Killorglin Clonmel Commercial Composite, and lane 5 we got OCBC Commercial Offaly St Michael's Composite. And just looking up the course, so we've got Sligo Athlone on the near side here, closest to the commentary box, and it looks as if the St Michael's Killorglin Clonmel Commercial boat. Okay, so there are 2 boats out in front here. So it looks as if the OCBC Commercial Offaly St Michael's Composite is out slightly ahead of the other composite, the St Michael's Killorglin Clonmel Commercial Composite. It's a mouthful to say the composites, but it's good racing going on here. There are 2 boats in contention here. The Sligo Athlone composite is slightly behind these other 2. So as they come towards the halfway stage, looks like the OCBC Commercial Offaly St Michael's composite is slightly ahead of the other boat. But still a long way to go in this race, and anything can happen, as we've seen. Those 2 8s out in front then of the Sligo Athlone composite. They come now towards the 250, so they're about 300 metres out. It's a great race on here between these 2 composite boats, these 2 large composite boats, the St Michael's Killorglin Clonmel commercial boat and the OCBC Commercial Offaly St Michael's boat. I think they're slightly ahead. That's the boat over there in lane number 5, slightly ahead of the boat in lane number 3, but not that much in it from my viewpoint here as they come towards the red buoys to signal there's 250 metres to go. So it's the OCBC Commercial Offaly St Michael's Composite. Looks like they're out in front, but I really can't tell from here because it's from the angle I'm at. Looks like there's nothing between these two boats. And they come now, they're just about to enter the 250. So it's St Michael's, Killorglin, Clonmel Commercial. And on the near side here, it's OCBC Commercial. On the far side is OCBC Commercial, Offaly St Michael's. They're into 250 now. There's nothing between them. There's only about a half a length between these two boats. So the OCBC Commercial Offaly St Michael's boat over there in lane number 5 is slightly ahead, about a half a length ahead, possibly 3/4 of a length ahead of the other St Michael's, Killorglin, Clonmel Commercial Composite. But as we come to about 100 metres to go, it looks as if the OCBC Commercial Offaly St Michael's boat's going to take it. They have about a length over the other boat now and moving towards clear water, but just literally about a length. But a great race here from these two composite boats. Just coming up to the line, OCBC Commercial Offaly St Michael's about to take it, and one length behind it's St Michael's, Killorglin, Clonmel Commercial in second place. And then we have the and the Sligo Athlone boat now just coming down to finish off this first of the Women's Masters 8s. The next race, race number 256, final number 2 of the Women's Masters 8s. Castleconnell St Michael's in lane 1, composite. Leigh in lane 2. Clonmel Tralee in lane 3. And Shannon in lane 4. And just the last of the boats now crossing the line there for the first of those finals. So we're just waiting for the start of the second of those Masters finals. So this is final 2, and this is the D category, D. All of these boats D category, so they'll all be starting at the same time, which is always nice. It's hard to catch someone if they're 10 or 15 seconds ahead of you. It's always a challenge, but it's nice when all boats are starting at the same time. So these boats here, 4D category boats, Castleconnell, St Michael's, Leigh, Meltralee, Composite, and Shannon. And they look like they're just getting ready there. They're just getting on the stake boats. Looks like they're almost ready to start. Yeah, all boats now on the stake boats. 4 of them are lined up. So Castleconnell St Michael's nearest to the commentary position here in lane number 2. Leigh, sometimes it's from a distance, the red of Leigh and the red of Castleconnell. Sometimes it's hard to distinguish between the two of them at a distance, especially with my eyesight. And they're off. So nice clean starts from all 4 boats. And off the start, it looks as if the Shannon boat got, oh no, they're all kind of fairly close. Leigh got a great start there, so that's Leigh in lane number 2, or lane number 3, a really good start. And also Shannon, a really good start. So it's Shannon over in lane number 4, Leigh in lane number 2 there. So then we got Clonmel and Castleconnell St Michael's in lane number 2, Leigh in lane 3, Clonmel Tralee in lane 4, and Shannon in lane 5. So the Leigh Shannon boats are out in front at the moment. Shannon with a slight lead, maybe a canvas over Leigh as they come down to the first 100 metres. So a great start there by those 2 boats, but it's they're about a quarter of a length. So the Shannon boat has taken about a quarter of a length lead over the Leigh boat in lane number 3, and then you have Castleconnell St Michael's and you have Shannon, who are literally together in 3rd place here, with maybe Castleconnell a canvas ahead of the Clonmel Tralee boat. But as we come to the coming up towards the halfway point. The Shannon boat has about a half a length lead, possibly a little bit less than a half length lead over Lee, but Lee pulling back now again. So a great race on here between these two boats as they pass the halfway mark. It's Shannon by about a quarter of a length over Lee, and then the other two boats, the Castleconn St Michael's and Clonmel Tralee boat, are about, they're just clear water between those two boats now and the two leading crews. So this race for first is on between the Lee boat in lane number 3 and the Shannon boat in lane number 4. Great race here. Still about a canvas, only just about a canvas between the Shannon boat and the Lee boat. So Shannon ahead by a canvas over Lee as they're about 300 metres from home now, maybe 350, but rowing very, very smoothly. There's quite a strong wind, but these boats are rowing well. And as they come towards the 250 mark, visually, it looks as if the two of them are beside each other. So, but looking at the camera, so looking at this camera shot now, it looks as if Lee have taken a slight lead over the Shannon boat. It looks like maybe about a quarter of a length. Now that could be a deceptive angle, but from the drone. But certainly Lee looked to me as if they're ahead coming into the 250 enclosure. But there's nothing between them. But Lee rowing very well here. This is in lane number 3. Shannon over on the far side. So the race is on between Lee and Shannon for this first position in the second of the Women's Masters 8 finals. Literally, you can't tell from that angle which boat's ahead. There's nothing between them. There's 250 to go now, less than 250 to go, about 200 to go. And really, it's going to be a battle. Who wants it more here in this race? This is a fantastic race between these two crews. The Coxes, I see the two Coxes exhorting their crews, a bit more effort, one last push. I see the Shannon Coxes really driving the crew on here, but Lee have not given up. Literally, there's nothing between them. I cannot tell from this angle. They've got about 50 or 60 metres to go to the finish line. I can't tell from this angle which boat's in front. Lee possibly slightly, but it's impossible to say for certain. But they're running to the end. I can hear the Cox screaming at them to drive it, but it looks as if the Lee boat is going to take it by about a canvas, and they do on the line. A fantastic race there from the women of the Lee Rowing Club, and in second place, the Shannon boat. That was a fantastic race, and the race is on for third now between Castleconn St Michael's and Clonmel Tralee, and it looks like Castleconn St Michael's is going to take this literally by a canvas. Great Women's Masters final there, 4D category boats. A great race there by the Lee crew, and won literally by about a canvas over the Shannon crew. Well done, everybody. And the last of the races. Sorry. Okay. Got a bit excited there and stood in front of the camera. So the last of the Women's Masters 8 finals is on the course. That's the EF category in lane 2, Portora. In lane 3, it's Tribesmen A. In lane 4, Cork Tralee. And lane 5, Tribesmen B. So 2 Tribesmen boats in this. Bragging rights certainly up in the Tribesman Club after this race. So it's Portora in 2, Tribesmen in A in 3, Cork Tralee in 4, and Tribesmen B in 5. Can't tell at this stage. They look to be like all these boats look to be in contention at this stage. They're halfway down the course, more than halfway down the course, and heading for the 250. But unless we get an overhead shot, we can't really see what the distance is between these boats. But looking from here, there's very little between them. Possibly the crew on the inside, Portora, slightly behind the Tribesmen crews and the Cork Tralee composite crew. But great race on here. It looks like it from here. It looks like Tribesmen A possibly, with Cork Tralee, but also Tribesmen B. They're in contention as well. So looking at them there now, coming towards the 250. Again, cannot tell, but certainly it's the first. It's a Cork Tralee composite, and the Tribesmen A boat look to me as if they're the ones, but something's after happening there with the Tribesmen A boat. Looks like they might have caught a crowd because they slowed down dramatically there. So now it's Cork Tralee out in front, And the two tribesmen boats then behind in second place. So I'm not really sure what happened for the tribesmen boat there in lane number 3, but they seem to slow dramatically there for a second. Possibly somebody caught a crab, but it's Cork Tralee out in front now for this race. They got about a length. They've got Clearwater over the other two crews now, and then you've got Port Ora now battling now to try and get back on terms with the two tribesmen boats, but it's Cork Tralee with Clearwater over the two tribesmen crews as they're about 20 metres to the line here. So it's Cork Tralee coming up to the line in the third and final of these Women's Masters 8 races, and it's Cork Tralee just crossing the line there now in first place, and the two tribesmen boats, it looks like tribesmen B are going to take second place over tribesmen A, and then closely followed then by the Port Ora boat in fourth position. So another great race there from the Women's Masters crew. And again, looking for some exciting racing, and we hope that the weather now stays clear for these, because it's difficult for these young rowers in their single sculls to try and steer a straight course and to get on the safe boats. But we'll hand you over now for those races coming up fairly soon.
And we are going back to some junior racing now for the afternoon. Just a quick update on the Victor Ludorum Trophy. As I said before, this is a new trophy that's been introduced by Rowing Ireland, and they are awarding it based off a points-based system. So far, just before we go into the women's junior 14 sculls, we have Enniskillen leading it out with 69 points, Skibbereen with 58 points, Lee following with 49, and then close between Castleconnell with 43 and St Joseph's with 40. That's before we go into 8 finals of the women's junior 14 single sculls. The first heat has just left the stake boats, and we'll pick them up when they get further down the course. So coming at us with great speed is the first final of the women's Junior 14 single scull. So in lane 1 we have Skibbereen, lane 2 is empty, lane 3 Shannon, lane 4 New Ross, lane 5 St Michael's and lane 6 St Michael's. So they are well through the 500 metre mark. I'd say about 350 here to go, and it looks like this Skibbereen sculler in lane 1 seems to be leading this one out. Then it's close between the scullers over there on the far bank. I'd say actually St Michael's Keen there in lane 6, challenging that Skibbereen sculler, and actually might even be level with her. And we'll be looking at St Michael's, McDonald, New Ross, Nolan, and then a little bit back to Shannon Wallace. But up here I'm looking at lanes 1 and lane 6. Skibbereen lane 1 and St Michael's lane 6. They seem to be challenging each other up at the front, but I think that's St Michael. Since I last checked now, she's put on a big push. She saw, do you know what, now I've hit the red boys. I'm going to go for it a little bit early here, and I think she's just tricked that Skibbereen sculler. She's really powering along here now. As you've heard, strong tailwind conditions here, but it seems to be a direct tail, so not causing too much chop or anything like that. So we're looking at St Michael's Keen there up on the screen. She's got about 15 strokes to go, and if she can just hold it together, I think she may hold off that charge from Skibbereen in lane 1. We're also looking at this second St Michael's sculler in lane 5, St Michael's McDonald and New Ross Nolan also up there. I actually, now from the angle I'm at, it's looking like St Michael's Keen. I'd give it the 1, then 2 I'd give St Michael's McDonald, then in lane 5, and I think the New Ross sculler and Skibbereen in lane 1 may just be looking level-ish. Actually, the Skibbereen from lane 6, or lane 1 seems to be dropping off, but it's St Michael's over there in lane 6 that is just about to cross the line. It's close between, I'd say, bow on stern there with St Michael's McDonald in lane 5, followed by New Ross there in lane 4, and that's Skibbereen just coming up to the line. And in a couple of strokes, we will have the Shannon sculler, and that will finish out the first final of the women's Junior 14 single sculls. As usual, we'll have to wait for official results, and just to remind people there's a link available on the Rowing Ireland website which will bring you to a spreadsheet which is updated as every race crosses the finish line, and that also includes the points that are awarded for each junior race for the Victor Ludorum Trophy. And coming hot on their heels is the second final of the women's Junior 14 single scull. In lane 1, Shannon, lane 2, Lee, lane 3, Skibbereen, lane 4, Galway, lane 5, Castleconnell, and lane 6, Castleconnell. So they're already approaching the red boys. They're actually in the red boys, so it's in the last 250 metres. And I'm looking there at the sculler from Skibbereen. Skibbereen McCarthy, a well-known name from Skibbereen, powering her way down the course here in the women's Junior 14 single. Then I'm kind of looking out there on the far side with Castleconnell. That sculler in lane 5 seems to be doing well, Castleconnell Malloy. And then I'd say I'd be looking here close to myself in Shannon for maybe your third place. But that's not forgetting Lee Fox. They're also putting in a good race. And Castleconnell Gillen out on the far side. And a little bit back to Galway O'Connor. But coming up to the line with about 15 strokes to go, it is Skibbereen McCarthy. That's not the first time that name has been said this weekend throughout Irish rowing and world rowing. But here we have in the women's Junior 14 single scull, Skibbereen McCarthy coming up to the line with about 10 strokes to go. Looking close between Castleconnell there, lane 5, and the Shannon sculler here beside me in lane 1. We'll have to see how they fare out when they get a bit closer to me. But coming up to the line with about 3 strokes to go, it is Skibbereen McCarthy who will win the women's Junior 14 single scull. And then looking over for second place, it's looking like Castleconnell Malloy there in lane 5. I think it's going to grab second place. Also close there between the other Castleconnell sculler from lane 6, Shannon and Lee. Going to be very close here for third place from Castleconnell Gillen and Shannon. I don't think I'm going to be able to call it. I'm actually going to say the Shannon sculler there in lane 1, third place, followed by Castleconnell Gillen. And then the Lee sculler and the Galway sculler Galway O'Connor will, in a couple of strokes, finish out the race, the second final of the women's junior 14 single sculls. So as I said earlier, it's great to have so many clubs here in Lough for the 1K Classic. Huge entry this year with 46 clubs, over 1,000 competitors and 147 races. So that has been spread out across the 2 days. So just as we have now, we're kind of seeing the women's junior 14 sculls make their way down. It'd be great if we had one representative for each sculler to come down to the slip, just to give them a hand getting boats in and getting things moving on the slip. We just ask for no more than one person to come down, just to keep the slips moving and as many people coming in as we can. So now we're going back up to the start again, and it's looking at the third final of the women's junior 14 single scull. In lane 1, Skibbereen. Lane 2, Galway. Lane 3, Athlone. Lane 4, Lee. Lane 5, Skibbereen. And in lane 6, Lee Mannering. So here they're just coming up to the 500 metre mark. You can see the backdrop, like that lead sculler in lane 4 has just snuck out about 3/4 of a length on Skibbereen from lane 1. Last time I checked a couple of seconds ago, we had our Skibbereen sculler leading it out, but I think Lee has just put on a bit of a push there. She saw she was 500, saw the castle walls and decided, right, now is go time if I'm going to break away from this Skibbereen sculler. It's about bow on stern there now with Skibbereen in second place, Skibbereen Conley in second. Leading it out is Lee O'Sullivan there in lane 4. Then looking at the other scullers across the course, I'd be saying Athlone Temple, they're maybe challenging for third place. And then the other Skibbereen sculler over on the far side, probably third and fourth. But up at the front, we're looking at this Lee sculler, Lee O'Sullivan in lane 4. They're about 300 metres now from the finish line. They're about to come into the red buoys, which means 250 metres to go. Skibbereen's still sticking with her. I don't think she's shaking her yet. Skibbereen knows when she sees those red buoys, she's into the last 250, and I think the Lee sculler has just got inside that last 250 metres. You can see there in the drone shot some excellent catches from the Lee sculler. Really letting the boat do that work with the tailwind. There is a strong tailwind, but all scullers are dealing with it very, very well. Not forgetting about our Skibbereen sculler here in lane 1 beside me, Skibbereen Conley. Still powering that boat through the water. And then, yes, we're looking back at the other Skibbereen sculler, Skibbereen Ryan and Athlone Temple there for our third spot. I'd maybe give the edge to Skibbereen Ryan for the third place. And then a little bit further back to the Galway sculler. But up at the front, I think she has broken clear of that Skibbereen sculler. It's the Lee Rowing Club. The girl from Lee, all the way from Cork. She's got about 15 strokes to go until she claims her title of the women's junior 14 scull. You can see though that Skibbereen sculler there, Skibbereen Conley, hasn't let up. She's still putting pressure on the Lee sculler, but I think Lee now just has one thing on her mind, and that is the finish line that is about to appear over her shoulder in about 2 strokes. That is Lee Rowing Club just after crossing the line first in the women's junior 14 scull. And that's going to be followed now in a couple of strokes by Skibbereen Conley here, which she will claim second place. And it's looking like that other Skibbereen sculler, Skibbereen Ryan, there in lane 5. She's broken free of that Athlone sculler, and she's about to cross the line in third place. And in about 3 strokes' time, we'll have Athlone Temple crossing the line in fourth, and that will be followed by our Galway sculler then. And that will finish out the third final of the women's junior 14 single. And as usual, official results are available on the Rowing Ireland website. And just before we head back up to the start, we'd like to say thank you to Leitrim County Council for their continued support and partnership for this event here in Lough. Their support has been key to developing this facility as a premier regatta venue, and we simply could not have run this event without their help. And powering down the course now, we have the fourth final of the Women's Junior 14 Single Scull. Lane 1, Cork. Lane 2, Galway. Lane 3, Lee Valley. Lane 4 is empty. Lane 5, Fermoy. And Lane 6, Offaly. So they are about 300 metres from the line, and I'm going to say it's looking like that Cork sculler in lane 1, Cork Goggin, that seems to be leading this one out. Then I'd be looking over at Lee Valley. They're in lane 3, possibly followed quite closely by that Fermoy sculler in lane 5. That seems to be the 1, 2, 3 from where I'm standing here at the finish tower. But as you can see there in the drone footage, this Cork sculler, lovely high rate, pushing that boat through the water. You can see they're still in the yellow boys, excuse me, and the red boys are just about to appear over her shoulder. There they are. She's into the last 250 metres. She can see all her competitors, shouldn't be too worried. Just keep that boat chipping along. Some nice, clean, tidy rowing now will help her maintain her position. Next, I'm looking over at Lee Valley. They're in lane 3, and Fermoy, they're in lane 5. I'd say they're kind of fighting it out there now for second and third spot. I'd be giving the edge to Fermoy for second position, followed closely by Lee Valley. We'll just have to wait until they get a little bit closer to me. Then I'd be looking over at Galway in lane 2, and then a little bit back to Offaly. But coming up to the line there, you can see this Cork sculler, Cork Goggin, powering her way down the course here. You can see her blades are off the water nicely. She's not getting involved in any of that chop that's going on there with that tailwind. She's just letting the boat move for her. She'll put her blades in at the catch. She'll apply the power and the boat can do the rest. She has 5 strokes to go here until she crosses the line as winner of the fourth final of the Women's Junior 14 Scull. And now we're looking back here at second and third place. That Lee Valley sculler has come through with a massive push in the last couple of strokes. You can see a good big body swing there. She is using to lever her boat through the water. Looking like she's going to secure second place. Galway starting to put a bit of pressure on Fermoy there for the third place finish. But I think Fermoy, the line may just come soon enough to hold on to that third place finish for Fermoy. Galway just going to follow up there, less than a length behind Fermoy to finish fourth. And Offaly will be coming to the line in the next couple of strokes. And that will finish out the fourth final of the Women's Junior 14 Sculls. And these races are flying down the course at us here today. We are already on to the fifth final of the Women's Junior 14 Single Scull. Lane 1, Shandon. Lane 2, Cork. Lane 3, Ban. Lane 4, Ban. And Lane 5, Lee Valley. And it seems to be the red and white of Ban that is sticking out to me here as they come in to the red boys. I'm looking at Ban there out in lane 4, Ban Campbell. That seems to be leading it out here by, I'd say, maybe about a length and a half of clear water. And then she's followed by her fellow Ban clubmate, Ban Corcoran, there in lane 3. Then I'm looking at, I'd say, the Cork sculler there in lane 2, and then back to Shandon and back to Lee Valley. But coming up to the line here, a little bit of splashing there from the Ban sculler, but she's doing just fine in these quite tricky conditions for J14 sculls. So we're looking at that Ban sculler there Ban Campbell from lane 4. She is nice tidy rowing there, the red and white of Ban. She's just coming up to the line. She's just about to claim a medal and 4 points for herself and her club in the women's junior 14 single. That's going to be followed now by the other Ban sculler from lane 3, who has just secured second place. And it's getting close here. We have a sprint on between Cork and Shandon for the third place finish. Both scullers have jacked up the rate, and I don't know. I think that may have been Shandon, but we are, of course, going to have to wait for official results on that one. And that Lee Valley sculler, they're out from lane 5, is going to finish out that 5th final of the women's junior 14 scull. So great excitement there just in the race for 3rd and 4th place between Shandon and Cork Boat Club there in the closing stages of that race. And of course, there was the all-important points for the Victor Ludorum Trophy up for grab there for 1st, 2nd and 3rd place. And as I said before, these races are coming hot and heavy at us now. We're already on to the 6th final of the women's junior 14 single scull. Lane 1, Athlone. Lane 2, Sligo. Lane 3, Portadown. Lane 4, Clostignodge. And lane 5, Lee. So as we come up to the 250 mark, it seems to be the Athlone sculler and the Lee sculler. They're on opposite sides of the course that seem to have locked horns in the final 250. I would be giving the edge to the Lee sculler out there in lane 5. She seems to just have, I'd say, 3/4 of a length on Athlone, but Athlone not giving up. They're on opposite sides of the course, so yes, it may be them to know exactly where the other sculler is, but I'm sure they're all too aware of where the other one is. Then I would be looking at Clostignodge there in lane 4, followed by Sligo, and then followed by Portadown. That's kind of looking like kind of an arrow shape there as they make their way down the course. But we have a good race on here between Lee and Athlone. I think Lee has just managed to sneak a little bit of clear water with Athlone. But of course, that's nothing in a single scull. You may think, oh, clear water, she has it won, but in a single scull, it is nothing. I think Athlone is definitely responding here with the rate, but I think Lee just went for a push there once she saw those red boys, and she has managed to get out on her own there for these last 10-15 strokes of the women's J14 scull. So as we come up to the line, it's looking like, yes, Lee will take this one. The Lee sculler from lane 5 over the far side of the course there. And it will be followed by about a length of clear water, length and a half of clear water, then back to the Athlone scull. Athlone Heaslip, familiar name from Athlone there, well known in the Irish rowing scene. And that's going to be followed then by the Clostignodge sculler, who's just coming up to the line in 3rd place, followed by the Sligo sculler in about a stroke. And the Portadown sculler will come to the line in a couple of strokes' time to finish out the 6th final of the women's junior 14 scull. So as I said before, we have a very large entry here in Lough for the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic, and it is really great to see. And among those large entries is in fact the Women's Junior 14 Scull, the event that we are just over halfway through at the moment. We have 44 entries in this category, 8 finals to run, and it's great to see so many young girls getting involved in the sport, especially in single sculling, which does take a bit of skill to get that boat sitting, especially in these conditions. As I mentioned earlier, it's fairly okay weather here today. Rain has stayed away for the most part, and it seems to be warm enough. Strong tailwind coming straight down the course, but doesn't seem to be causing too much disruption at the start. Wind was coming from stroke side, cross tail, but now it's kind of swung over and it's coming from bow side a bit, but nothing to be worried about. It's still mostly a tailwind that will get crews down the course nice and quick. So as you can see on your screens there, we now have the 7th final of the women's junior 14 single scull. Lane 1 appears to be empty, followed by lane 2, Athlone, lane 3, Castleconnell, lane 4, Neptune, and lane 5, Athlone. It's looking like that sculler from Castleconnell seems to be leading this one out. They are just approaching the 500 metre mark. You can see the red and grey of Castleconnell definitely sticking out in this race. Then we're looking, I think, over at Neptune McCarthy there in lane 4. She seems to be, there's about maybe 2 lengths of clear water between Castleconnell and Neptune. And then you're looking over at Athlone Kenny and Athlone Claffey there slightly further back. So you can see the backdrop there of the fabulous Lough Castle playing host to the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic here this year again. And as the crews just make their way down the 500 metre mark, or through the 500 metre mark I should say, they are looking quite relaxed. They're just over halfway through this race now, and they've probably got another 20 strokes until they see the red boys.
Can all Masters women please present to the medal tent for
going back up here, we're up with this Castleconnell sculler here with the drone. And she seems to be nice and relaxed. As again, like the other crews, she can see the rest of her field. If anyone tries to put on a little bit of a sprint, she can react in time and hopefully hold on to her position. So yeah, we're looking over there to her bow side, and we're looking at that Neptune sculler. She seems to be the closest to her. And then I'd be looking over at Athlone Kenny and Athlone Claffey there in the outside lanes. So in a couple of strokes now, the red boys are going to appear over these sculler shoulders, and I would expect to see a little bit of a sprint coming from them just to see this is their race in the women's junior 14 sculls.
Can all Masters women please present to the medal tent for a photograph? Can all Masters women please present to the medal tent for a photograph? Thank you.
A commanding lead in this race. I don't think anybody's going to touch her at this point. They're well through, or they're just through 200 metres to go. The only sculler closest to Castleconnell is Neptune, but at that I think it would be a big ask from the Neptune sculler to come back at this point. Having said that, it's a single scull, it's a tailwind, anything could happen. But back up with this Castleconnell sculler, she has got her commanding lead. She's got about 15 strokes to go. She's rowing quite long in the water, rate nice and high, just trying to get that balance, get the blades clear at the finish, and just let the boat do its own thing then as you release from the finish position. But she's doing very, very well. She's got 10 strokes here to go, and then we're looking at Neptune. Looks like they're going to come in second place. Good race going on there between the Athlone scullers, Athlone Claffey and Athlone Kenny for 3rd and 4th place. But coming up to the line, a little bit of a mishap there from the Castleconnell sculler. I think she's got something wrong with her gate there. Oh, she's across the line. She's okay. Arms out in the air. She has just won her junior 14 scull. The work she did there in the early part of the race meant that she was okay for a little mishap there in the last 2 or 3 strokes, but that's okay. Neptune just across the line, and it looks like Athlone Claffey is just going to grab the 3rd place position for that race, and that'll be followed then very closely by Athlone Kenny. And that finishes out the 7th final of the women's junior 14 sculls. And we'll go back up the lake now in a couple of minutes for the final of the women's junior 14 singles. And just before we head back up to the start, we would also like to say a really big thank you to all the clubs for making the trip here to Lough this weekend and competing at the 1K Classic. Your support is truly invaluable, and we quite simply wouldn't have an event without you. So we're very, very thankful that all 48 of you are here. Our largest entry from one club is 58 boats, so the support has not gone unnoticed. And it's great to see so many younger and slightly older athletes racing here in Lough, County Leitrim. And just before we catch up with this last final of the Women's Junior 14 Scull, we're into the final 3 hours of racing here at the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic. And the Flatwater domestic season is coming to a close now shortly, and all eyes in Rowing Ireland are going to turn to the Irish Rowing Championships, which take place on Friday the 11th to Sunday the 13th of July at the National Rowing Centre in Inishcarra, County Cork. This is a major highlight in the Irish rowing calendar, and we're very much looking forward to it. We're also going to be delighted to be joined by TG Cahir for the weekend, who will be having a highlights show then each evening of that day's racing. So it's promised to be a very exciting weekend's racing in 2 weeks' time at the National Rowing Centre in Cork. And we're just going to come back to this final race of the Women's Junior 14 Single. Lane 1, Commercial. Lane 2, Neptune. Lane 3, Enniskillen. Lane 4, Athlone. And Lane 5, Castleconnell. So leading it out, I'm looking at the Neptune Sculler there in lane 2, and then I'm going across to the far side over towards Lough Castle, and I'm looking at Castleconnell there, and then I'm going back to the middle of the course and looking at Enniskillen. A little bit further back then to Commercial and Athlone in the centre lane. But up here at the front, we have yet another Neptune Sculler in the Women's Junior 14 Single. A little bit of pressure there coming from the outside from from Castleconnell. But I think this Neptune Sculler has the race in control. Could be a tight bit out for the finish, for the third place finish with Enniskillen and Commercial. But up at the front, it is the Neptune Sculler, the green and black of Neptune. She will have trained up in Island Bridge all winter, and that's showing here in the women's junior 14 single. She is about 10 strokes to go. Quick look over the right shoulder there just to make sure she's timed this to perfection, and she has. She can enjoy these last 5 strokes. As she looks over to the right there, yes, there's going to be a buzzer now in about 3 strokes, and she will win the women's junior 14 single. Next, we're looking over at Castleconnell there in lane 5, and it's looking like she's going to get Clearwater there now and get the second place finish. Pretty close here between Enniskillen and Commercial for the third place finish. I'm going to give the edge to Commercial, who I think might be just half a length up on Enniskillen. And Commercial just crossing the line there in third place, followed by Enniskillen. Then the Athlone score from lane 4. In a couple of strokes, we'll finish out the final race of the women's junior 14 single sculls. So we're going to be sticking with the junior events now. In the next couple of minutes, we'll move on to women's junior 15 doubles. But before we do that, we're going to look at the points for the Victor Lough Durham Trophy so far. So Enniskillen are leading it out with 69 points, followed closely by Skibbereen with 65. Lee then down at 57, with Castleconnell following them with 51, and St. Joseph's from Galway with 40 points. So that is the scoreboard so far, with another 3 hours racing to go. A lot of junior races as well. But so far, that's the scoreboard for the Victor Lough Durham Trophy. As you saw there a couple of minutes ago, there was a good drone shot of some young oars people there getting their medals here at the 1K Classic in Lough. I'm standing in the finish tower here and I'm looking out, and there is still lots and lots of boats all in the boat park, and the field across the road full of cars. So it's great, really, really great to see so many people here up in Lough. As I said before, we've had 147 races. By the time we get to 5:30 this evening, we'll have raced 147 races down this beautiful 8-lane course here in Lough, and we'll have had 1,030 people row here in County Leitrim and 904 crews. So that's an increase. Every single one of those numbers has increased from last year. So it's really great to see so many people supporting the domestic events calendar here in rowing, or here at Lough for the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic. And just before we go back up to the start for the women's junior 15 doubles, I'm sure you were all watching on the big screen earlier as our international athletes raced out in World Cup 2 in Lucerne. So just a reminder that Finton and Conan claimed a bronze medal in the men's double sculls, with Serbia and New Zealand just getting the bronze, or the gold and silver, and Paul and Dara then finished 5th in that final. So it was great to see two Irish boats racing in a men's heavyweight double final at the World Cup. Then we also had Fiona Murta get a silver medal in the women's single scull, coming with Lauren Henry from Team GB getting the gold in that one. So it's great to see at all sides Rowing Ireland's really performing here this weekend, both internationally out in Lucerne and here in Lough, with our juniors and masters racing at the 1K Classic. And before we get underway again, of course, we have a very big thank you to say to all our volunteers, officials and club organisers who make this event happen. Thank you so much for all your time, energy and dedication you've put into this event. Whether it's driving launches or doing the start or finish here today at the regatta, or putting in a lot of hours behind the scenes in the weeks and months leading up to this regatta. Your work hasn't gone unnoticed, and it's been a real pleasure to be here today. Also, special thank you to Donal Cronin, the chairperson of the regatta committee here for the 1K Classic. Donal has been coordinating everything here all day, so it's great to see that everyone's enjoying themselves and all the hard work is paying off. So the race underway now is the first final of the women's junior 15. Women's junior 15 doubles. So again, another large entry here. We have 49 boats entered in this category, and if my maths is right, that means there's 98 women's junior 15 scullers going to make it down the course in the next couple of minutes, 40 to 45 minutes. So this race here, the first final, in lane 1, Carlow, lane 2, Sligo, lane 3, St. Michael's A, lane 4, Carlow, lane 5, Carrick, and lane 6, Carlow A. So it's looking like that crew out on the far side there. Carlow A seems to be leading this one out. Then I'd be looking over Castleconnell in lane 3. That Carlow C crew in lane 1 were doing well up until a couple of strokes to go. They might have caught a bad stroke there on a buoy, but they're back up and running again. I'd be putting them in third place. Then you're kind of looking over to Carrick and Carlow there in the other side of the course. But up at the front, it looks to be the green of Carlow yet again. Carlow A out in lane 6. The crews are well gone through that 500 metre mark. Now we're more looking at about 300 metres to go. 350, 300 metres to go as they come into this race here. It's bow on stern there with Carlow A and St. Michael's A in lane 6 and lanes 3. The Carlow crew just can't seem to shake that St. Michael's crew, and then that other Carlow crew out in lane 1, Carlow C, also still in there in the mix for third place. And back up at the front, I can see the green of Carlow coming at me and the blue and yellow, or gold I should probably say, of St. Michael's coming at me there in lane 3. St. Michael's putting on a bit of a push. They know they're in the last 250. They know the drill here. You've got about a minute of rowing left, so let's empty the tank. But I think the girls from Carlow out there in lane 6 seem to be leading this one out. They've broken contact with the St. Michael's double. They can just keep, if they can just keep an eye on them, they're going to be okay for this one. They've got about 10 strokes left to go. That's St. Michael's double not giving up though. They know they've got about 10 strokes left, 10 or 15 strokes. They might as well just up the rate and give it their best shot. But I do think it's going to be the crew from Carlow, the Carlow A crew. 3 Carlow crews in this race, but it's going to be Carlow A from lane 6 that cross the line in first. That's going to be followed then by about 2 lengths of clear water back to St. Michael's. Close race here between another 2 Carlow crews. Carlow C in lane 1 beside me and Carlow B there in lane 4. I think Carlow C might just have about half, 3/4 of a length, maybe even a length on the other Carlow crew. Slightly outside of their lane, but that's okay. They're doing well here in these conditions. So that's Carlow C, who has just crossed the line in third. Going to follow it up now with Carlow B in lane 4. And the girls from Carrick, just up the road in lane 5, are going to cross the line in about 5 strokes time. So that was the first final of the women's junior 15 doubles. Again, 49 entries in this category. So we're going to have a couple of races on this one. And we'll get back to you in a couple of minutes with the second final of the women's junior 15 double. And coming hot on their heels is the second final of the women's junior 15 double. Lane 1, Muckross. Lane 2, New Ross. Lane 3, Clonmel. Lane 4, Lee. Lane 5, Galway C. And lane 6, Shandon C. Coming into the last 250 here now, it's looking like the blue and brown of New Ross seem to be leading this one out in lane 2. Followed closely now by the Galway crew over there in lane 5. But then not forgetting Clonmel there in the middle. I heard some Clonmel shouts coming behind me from the spectators area, but it looks like you can see it there with the drone. It's looking like New Ross. The girls from New Ross in lane 2 seem to be leading this one out, not by much now. We're talking about a length here, I'd say Clonmel then looking at second, and Galway C there in lane 5 seem to be looking at third, a little bit back to Muckers and a little bit back to Shandon there on the far side of the course. But it's looking like the girls from New Ross, they've got about 6 strokes to go, 5 or 6 strokes up to the line here. They've broken contact with Clonmel and they're just about to cross the line. Women's Junior 15 double, that's going to be followed by Clonmel in second place, and about then a length and a quarter back to Galway in third place. Just coming up to the line now, it is the Muckers girls in lane 1. They are going to finish 4th in this second final, and we're going to be followed then by Shandon from lane 5, who will finish out that second final of the women's Junior 15 double. And as usual, we'll have to wait for the official results, but they are available. There's a link on the Rowing Ireland website, which brings you to a spreadsheet that has been updated beside me here as the races go by. So don't be afraid to check that out to stay up to date with all the official information. And just as we're looking at the third heat, or the third race of the Women's Junior 15 double on the stake boats, we just want to say a massive warm shout out to our accommodation and hospitality partners here in Leitrim. A lot of those girls that are sitting there on the stake boats may have come from Cork, may have come from Belfast, or may have come from Dublin, or indeed from Galway, and they have been made very, very welcome here in Leitrim this weekend. So our partners include Carrick Self-Catering Accommodation, the Landmark Hotel and the Courtyard Apartments. Thank you so much for your support in making our athletes, coaches and families feel at home this weekend here in Lough for the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic. And just as we're waiting for this race to leave the stake boats, just another kind reminder to clubs to try moving those oars off the slip as you come in. We have a lot of doubles coming down now in the next couple of minutes. So it's really key to just keeping things moving and keeping the slips clear. And if possible, we'd ask if one representative from each club could come down from each crew. We're just trying to keep the slips moving. Too many people on the slip just leads to a little bit of congestion, and we just like to stay clear of that. So oars off the slip and one person per crew would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
A double, yeah, I think, and they're going to come in on the inbounds. Yeah, the rescue launch has their oars and the boat, and the lads are in another boat then. Yeah, they're on their way back. Oh, yeah.
And storming down the course now is the third final of the women's junior 15 double. In lane 1, we have St. Michael's B. Lane 2 is empty. Lane 3, Neptune A. Lane 4, Gregnamana. Lane 5, Closhtignodge. And lane 6, Galway D. I'm looking at Closhtignodge A. They're out in lane 5. That seems to be leading this one out, but they're followed very, very closely by Neptune. There's only about half a length in it between Closhtignodge and Neptune. Then I'm looking back to Gregnamana and Galway D. They're out closest to the castle. They seem to be fighting out there for third and fourth place. And then a little bit back to St. Michael's B. But fantastic race going on here up at the front with Neptune A and Closhtignodge A. They're well gone through the 500. We're looking at about 300 to go. They're tearing down towards me here. If I was going to give the edge to anyone, I'd be looking at, I'd say Closhtignodge. We're talking a canvas, half a canvas even, but it is still all to play for. There's about 300 metres left in this race. You can see there, massive roar from the crowd behind me for a mix of Closhtignodge and Neptune. I'm still going to give that little edge to Closhtignodge, but Neptune are only about half a length off. You can see now red boys are going to start appearing over these girls' shoulder, and they know that means last 250, 1 minute left to go. Also close race there going on behind them, in fairness to Galway D, Gregnamana and St. Michael's B, but up at the front it is Neptune and Closhtignodge. Closhtignodge have snuck out to about 3/4 of a length there in the last 200. Neptune just trying to see, can they respond? Do they have an answer to Closhtignodge's push there in the final 200 metres? They're coming back. It's 3/4 of a length again, but I think the Jez from Galway, they're on the carb. I think they may have done enough. They've got about 15 strokes to go. Massive roars from the crowd here behind me. It's looking like the ladies from Galway, Closhtignodge, the Jez, they train on the carb, and they're coming up here in the third final of the women's junior 15 double, and they have broken free of Neptune there in the last 300-400 metres. So coming up to the line now, it's going to be Closhtignodge from lane 5, followed then a length and a half back to Neptune A in lane 3. That's going to be followed then in the next couple of strokes by Galway D out there in lane 6, doing exceptionally well. That's going to more than likely be followed by Gregnamana. And then in a couple of moments we'll have St. Michael's B cross the line too. So that is the third final of the women's junior 15 double just over the line. Again, official results available on the Rowing Ireland website. And coming up now very quickly is the fourth final of the women's junior 15 double. Lane 1, Cork C. Lane 2, Fermoy A. Lane 3, Fermoy B. Lane 4, Workman's. Lane 5, Clostignodge. And lane 6, CRCC. And yet again, we have another Clostignodge double out in front. Fantastic day here for the Jeds. They're followed quite closely by, I'm going to say, the Fermoy A crew here in lane 2. Fermoy B also hot on their heels, and then CRCC out there on the far side. Then we're looking at Workman's and a little bit back to Cork C. But up at the front in the final 15 strokes of this race, it's another Jez double in lane 5. They're doing excellent here, the Jez, this weekend in the last couple of minutes. They've had two. It's looking like they're going to have 2 consecutive wins. So coming up to the line, it is Clostignodge B who are going to take the win here in the fourth final of the women's J15 double. And then looking at second place, we're looking at Fermoy A here beside me here. Just quick look to the right there. And the girls are going to be across the line. Pretty close between Fermoy B and CRCC A, but I think Fermoy B are just going to grab that third place finish, followed by CRCC, followed by Workman's, and in the next couple of strokes the girls from Cork Rowing Club, or Cork Boat Club I should say, are going to cross the line. And that will finish out the fourth final of the women's junior 15 double. These races are flying down at us now, and we're looking at the fifth final of the women's junior 15 double. Lane 1, Athlone B. Lane 2, Commercial. Lane 3, CRCC B. Lane 4, Lee Valley A. And Lane 5, Methodist. And it's looking like that crew out in Lane 5 on the far side from Methodist seem to be leading this one out. Then I'd be looking at the red blades of Lee Valley there, followed very closely by that Commercial crew in lane 2. Then a little bit back to that CRCC B crew. But up at the front in a league of their own, it is the girls from Methodist. They train on the Lagan up in Belfast. And they're doing very, very well here, dealing with these slightly challenging tailwind conditions here today in Lough, but they seem to be doing very, very well. Clean rowing, getting the blades down and away at the finish, and just letting the boat do the work. Pretty close there between Lee Valley and Commercial for the second, third place finish. I'd give the edge to Lee Valley, I'd say they're now over in lane 4. But coming up to the line with about 3 strokes to go, it is Methodist College from Belfast who are going to take the win here in the J15 double. And following them closely, it's going to be the black and red of Lee Valley, whose home water is the National Rowing Centre, or the waters of Inishcar there in Cork. Going to come up and take the second place finish. That's going to be followed now in about 3 or 4 strokes by the Commercial double from Island Bridge. And then the double from CRCC will also cross the line in about 5 strokes time, and that will finish out the 5th final of the women's junior 15 double. And with just less than 2 hours racing left here at the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic, the domestic flatwater season is going to be coming to a close very shortly. But thankfully, all eyes now turn to the Irish Rowing Championships, which will be on in Cork in 2 weeks' time, on Friday 11th of July to Sunday the 13th of July at the National Rowing Centre in County Cork. So we hope we'll see a lot of you there next weekend, and this is one of the major highlights of the Irish rowing calendar. But don't go anywhere yet, whether you're tuning in on the live stream or you're here in the regatta enclosure in Lough. We still have 2 hours of jam-packed racing to get through yet, and hopefully to build some more points up in the Victor Ludorum Trophy. So as we move into the final couple of hours of racing here at the 2025 1K Classic, we want to take this opportunity to say a massive thank you to the rest of our generous sponsors and supporters who have backed us at this year's event. So this includes Rowfit, Swift Racing, F4 Energy and Quilcha. Your support has helped us create an exciting and inclusive weekend of rowing here this weekend in Lough for all our juniors and masters rowers. So we thank you very much for your continued support. And coming at me thick and fast here is the sixth final of the Women's Junior 15 double. Lane 1, Skibbereen A. Lane 2, Galway A. Lane 3, CRCC C. Lane 4, Cork B. And Lane 5, CRCC D. So they're well gone through the 500 metre mark now. We're looking at about 300, 350 left. And it's looking like that Skibbereen A crew in lane 1 are leading this one out and have control of this race. I'll be looking over next to Cork B there in lane 4. They seem to be kind of in the mix there for second position. Then I'll be going into the centre of the course to the CRCC C crew in lane 3. For that 1, 2, 3 there, a little further back then to the other CRCCD crew in lane 5 and a bit further back to Galway. But up at the front, you can see there on your screens, that is the Skibbereen A double. They're well into the red boys there. It's about just shy of 200 metres to go. They are going all out. They said, you know what now, we've trained all season, we might as well put it down here. What is more than likely could be their last race of the weekend. training down there in Skibbereen, County Cork, West Cork. You can see the white and red of Skibbereen powering their way down the course here, and the brown and white of Cork Boat Club trailing behind them there in second position. But coming up to the line with about 3 strokes to go and a commanding lead is Skibbereen A. They're going to take the win in the 6th final of the Women's Junior 15 double. Following up behind them there is Cork B in lane 4. They're looking like they're going to take 2nd position. Good race on there now between the two CRCC crews in lane 3 and 4. Looking like CRCC C, the C crew in lane 3. They look like they're just going to get this one by maybe about a length and a half as they come up to the line. They're going to finish in 3rd place. The CRCC crew from Galway in lane 5, looking like they're going to grab 5th place. And then in a couple of strokes time, we will have the Galway A crew. And that will finish out the 6th final of the Women's Junior 15 double. And as usual, all the official results are available on the link, which is on the Rowing Ireland website. So keep an eye on all the results from both yesterday and today's racing and all the points that have been awarded for the Victor Ludorum Trophy. And just going through the 500 metre mark is the 7th final of the Women's Junior 15 double. Lane 1, Enniskillen B. Lane 2, Cork A. Athlone A, excuse me. Lane 3, Skibbereen B. Lane 4, Shandon B. And Lane 5, Waterford. I am looking at the Waterford crew there out in lane 5, which seem to be leading this one out. Then I'll be looking over at Athlone A. They're in lane 2, putting them in 2nd place. Close enough between Enniskillen B and Skibbereen B there for 3rd place. And then back to Shandon B there in lane 4. But up at the front, it seems to be Waterford. You can see the navy and white stripe of Waterford there on the back of the one piece and on those blades. They, I'd say, would have clear water now at this stage over Athlone A there in lane 2. And then I'm going to put Enniskillen B there in coming in 3rd at the moment as they just come up to the 250 metre to go mark. It's the Methody girls. You can really see they're flying it down with this tailwind. They're being efficient in the water but also letting the boat do its fair share of the work here with about 200 metres to go. Good backswing going on there from the Methody girls. You can see the power coming through the legs. A little bit of a charge coming there from Enniskillen B in lane 1, starting to challenge Athlone for the 2nd and 3rd places. But up at the front, it's the girls from Methody. They're going for a sprint. They're making sure that they're not being put under any pressure by this Athlone crew. They're going to win this by as much as they can. Quick look over the left shoulder there from the bow woman just to say, yeah, we have this. We're nearly there. Keep the power down. And Waterford in 1st place. That's followed by Athlone A coming across in 2nd. And then Enniskillen B just crossing the line there in 3rd. Looking like Shandon will come across in 4th, and that will be followed by Skibbereen B then in a couple of strokes time. And that will be the 7th final of the Women's Junior 15 double. And just coming through the 500 metre mark, it is the women's junior 15 double, final 8. In lane 1, we have Neptune B. Lane 2, Athlone C. Lane 3, Galway B. Lane 4, Lee Valley B. And lane 5, Castle Connell A. So they have just gone through the 500 metre mark there, and it's looking like the girls out in lane 5, Castle Connell A. They seem to be leading this one out, but not by much. I'd say 3/4 of a length then, and we're looking at the Neptune B crew here in lane 1. I'd say actually half a length, pretty close there between Castle Connell and Neptune B. Then I'd be looking over back to the centre of the course, going to Lee Valley, and then back to Athlone. But, God, we've had a bit of a surge there now from Neptune. They seem to be level, neck and neck, bow ball for bow ball. I'm going to give the slight edge to Castle Connell, but Neptune are on a surge here. They're well through the 500. It's about 300 to go. And I have to say now, I think Neptune have said, you know what, we're going to go early here and see what we can do. I'm still going to give that edge to Castle Connell, though. I think they have about 1/4 of a canvas on Neptune, but this is all to play for here in the final 250 metres. On opposite sides of the course, they are bow ball for bow ball. Neptune went for their surge. Let's see, do Castle Connell have a response? It's bow ball to bow ball. I can't give it to anyone. They're coming into the final 250 metres with the red boys. Maybe from the angle it might still be Castle Connell, but like we're talking a bow ball here. They are toe for toe. Neptune B out in lane 1, Castle Connell A out in the far side there in lane 5. But both crews are very, very much aware of where they are and where their opponents are. Castle Connell on a bit of a sprint there. They think they saw them red boys and said, right, that's us, we're gone. 250, let's go. But let's see Neptune have a big response there. They also saw them and said, you know what, now we're going to go too. Coming up to the line, we're talking 15 strokes to go. This is very close. I think Neptune may have slightly edged out. I can't tell. It's coming up to the line. It's going to be close. Neptune maybe with a canvas, half a canvas if even. Coming up to the line, look to the right there from the stroke woman. I think Neptune may just have timed this perfectly. They're on a sprint. Castle Connell also on a sprint. Looking across, looking left, looking right. This is going to be too close to call. I don't think I can call it. Castle Connell got a bit of a sprint there. Coming up to the line. This is going to be close. I think Castle Connell, but again, we're going to have to wait for official results. I can't say that for certain. You're going to have to wait for official results, girls. They're available on Rowing Ireland. We'll have to see what it was on the finish line. Then coming up, looking in third place, looking at that Lee Valley B crew, then followed by Athlone C. That was a very close race there for first and second. So have a look on Rowing Ireland now in a couple of minutes. It was too close to call. I couldn't say there. And just coming up to the line, we have Lee Valley B, who are going to finish in third place. And in a couple of strokes' time, Athlone will come across the line to finish out that 8th final. Very, very close race in the women's junior 15 double. So make sure you head over to Rowing Ireland and have a look at the results of that one, because that was a close race. And coming down the course now, we have the 9th and final race of the women's junior 15 double. In lane 1, Shandon A. Lane 2, Enniskillen A. Lane 3, Cork A. Lane 4, Castle Connell B. And lane 5, Closhdig C. I'm looking at the girls from Enniskillen there in lane 2. They look to be leading this one out, but not by much. I'd say 3/4 of a length then. And we're looking at Castle Connell over there on the far side. That's what I'm thinking is the 1 and 2 at the moment from where I'm standing. Then I'd be looking at a bit of a crab there from the Shandon crew, but they're back up and running. They're out here in lane 1. Then I'd be looking over to Cork A there in the middle. That's where I'd be going next, then a little bit back to Closhtignaud C. But up at the front, we're looking at the Enniskillen A crew. These girls row on Lough up in Enniskillen. Royal Boat Club up there in Enniskillen, and they're doing very, very well here. They've now got clear water between Enniskillen and Castleconnell B. A little bit of pressure starting to come from the Cork crew there on Castleconnell. That's kind of looking at your 1, 2, 3, but not forgetting about Shandon there on the outside. So as their red boys are going to start appearing over their shoulder now in the next 5 or 7 strokes. And it seems to be the Navy of Enniskillen A in lane 2 that seem to be leading this one out. A little bit of steering there for the Shandon crew in lane 1, but they seem to be doing okay. Then we're looking across to Castleconnell B, but Cork A also really in the mix here now for this 2nd, 3rd place finish. Bit of a push on from all crews at the moment here. Enniskillen A into the final 250 metres. We're more looking at 200 metres left here, to be honest. And it's looking like the Navy of Enniskillen storming down the course here. Really good race going on there for 2nd and 3rd place between Cork A and Castleconnell B. Cork A in lane 3, Castleconnell in lane 4. Good and tight there. And don't forget about Shandon out here in the outside lane in lane 1. They're right up with Cork Boat Club, right up with Castleconnell. But I think I'm going to give the edge to Cork Boat Club there for 2nd place. But up at the front, it is Enniskillen A in this final race of the Women's Junior 15 double. Quick look to the left there just to see how far they are off the finish line. Looking like they're going to come down to the line in the next 2 minutes. Cork Boat Club look to be squeezing that 2nd place finish out. Tight race there between Castleconnell and Shandon. We'll have to see for the 3rd place finish when it gets down to the line. But it's looking like Enniskillen have just crossed the line in first. Cork Boat Club about to come in and cross the line with 2nd place. It's looking close now between Castleconnell and Shandon for that 3rd place finish. I can't call it from where I'm standing. I honestly couldn't call it between Shandon and Castleconnell there for the 3rd place finish. Some really good tight racing here, and then Closhtignaud are going to finish it out now in the next couple of strokes. And that will be the last of our Women's Junior 15 doubles. So again, some really tight racing there now in the last couple of minutes. So definitely go over to Rowing Ireland, tap on that link and have a look and see what the official results were. So as some of you may know, since last year, the 1K Classic has become a 2-day event with over 40 events being offered. This includes the introduction of some mixed crews in all age categories from juniors and masters. So this is a great opportunity to have some fun and race some different crew combinations here in Lough. So in the next hour, we'll be seeing some of our mixed crews come down the course. The first of them will be the Masters Mixed 8 at just after 5 o'clock. So we're looking forward to seeing some more Mixed Masters racing. We saw some yesterday. It'd be great to see some more later on this afternoon. So shortly we'll have the men's junior 15-8 making their way down the course. But just while we're waiting for them, a quick update on the points for the Victor Ludorum Trophy. So for a while there, Enniskillen and Skibbereen were neck and neck with the points in joint first. But Enniskillen have just jumped ahead with 74 points, followed by Skibbereen at 69 points, and Lee still there with 57 points. So still a lot of men's junior 14 doubles and a couple of 8s to race yet before we wrap up for this year. So do stay with us, and we'll have the final scorings for the Victor Ludorum Trophy and some excellent racing still to come. And storming down the course at some speed is the men's junior 15-8. Lane 1, empty. Lane 2, Shannon. Lane 3, Enniskillen. Lane 4, Clostignodge. And Lane 5, St. Joseph's. This is a big event. These boys will more than likely be stepping up into the junior 16-8 next year at the Irish Rowing Championships. So this is a great event to let them race against each other at what is shaping up to be a fantastic race. But we're looking at the Enniskillen crew there out in lane 3. They seem to have taken this race by the scruff of the neck from the get-go, and they're a length out ahead of the rest of the field. Could throw a blanket across the other two 8s there. It's like you have Shannon, Clostignodge and St. Joseph's. If I was going to give the edge to anyone, potentially Clostignodge there in lane 4, but really close there between those other 3 crews. But up at the front in their black hull is the Enniskillen Royal Boat Club, all the way up from County Fermanagh. Storming it down there in lane 3, they now have Clearwater ahead of Clostignodge in lane 4. Then pretty close between St. Joseph's and Shannon there in the outside lanes. But as you can see there on your screens now, it is the men's junior 15-8 4-boat race. Shannon, Enniskillen, Clostignodge and St. Joseph's, and it looks to be Enniskillen who are taking this race, and they are running with it well into the final 250 metres here. These 8s are storming down at some speed, and it's Enniskillen. You can see their puddles on the live stream disappearing into the distance down their lane. A little bit of splashing there coming from some of the crews, but that's just all part of the fun in a strong tailwind here. But you can hear the roaring of the cocks. This is one of the things I love about these 8s. You can hear the coxes roaring. Enniskillen just going for it here. They've trained in the 8. They're going to put down as much as they can in this race. Really close now between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Going to give the edge to Clostignodge for 2nd. Couldn't call 3rd, but coming up to the line, it is Enniskillen who are going to take the win in the men's junior 15-8, followed by Clostignodge in 2nd. I can't call 3rd. It's between Shannon and St. Joseph's. I think maybe Shannon may have just got that, but we'll have to wait for the official results. So that is the men's junior 15-8. 8s are always a good, exciting race. So well done to the four boats there in the men's junior 15-8. and just gone through the 500-metre mark with actually about, I'd say, 350 metres to go, is the first heat of the men's junior 14 doubles. In lane 1, Garda; lane 2, Lough; lane 3, Athlone C; lane 4, Closhtignaud; lane 5, Galway B; and lane 6, Muckross. It seems to be, I can see that red and black of Lough making another appearance again in lane 2. I'd say they're leading this one out, and then that's going to be followed by, I'd say, the Galway crew. They're in lane 5. They seem to be following them in second, but not forgetting about that Garda crew there in the outside lane in lane 1. They're also up in the running there for the 1, 2, 3. Slightly further back then to Muckross, Closhtignaud and Athlone. But up at the front, we're looking at the Lough crew. They seem to have broken clear water away from Closhtignaud. Garda also coming up there on the inside in lane 1. But Lough, the black and red of Lough, every time I'm up here, I feel like I'm talking about Lough Rowing Club, but they are doing fantastic this weekend, in fairness to them. So coming into the line here, about 15 strokes to go. Strong tailwind getting these crews down the track very, very fast. It is Lough Rowing Club coming up to the line. You can see there in the background Closhtignaud. Also, I think you're going to hold on to that second place position off Garda. But coming up to the line in about 2 strokes time, Lough Rowing Club are going to cross the line as winners, as the first final of the men's junior 14 double. That's going to be followed up then by the Closhtignaud crew out there in lane 4, and then the Garda double are going to be coming over the line in about 3 strokes time. Then just after them, we're looking at Muckross. I think are going to come across in 4th, and then close enough between Closhtignaud and Athlone. But all 3 of those crews are going to come across the line in another couple of minutes. And storming down the track again, we have the second final of the men's junior 14 double. So 55 entries in this category. So we have nearly an hour of racing here with these men's junior 14 doubles. But here we are in the second final. We have lane 1, St. Michael's A; lane 2, Clonmel; lane 3, Shannon A; lane 4, Enniskillen A; lane 5, Fermoy B; and lane 6, Enniskillen B. I'm looking at that crew from Enniskillen A. They're out in lane 4. I'm going to give the slight edge to them, but it's very, very close between St. Michael's here in lane 1 and Enniskillen in lane 4. I'm then looking over across to Enniskillen B for maybe the 3rd position, but we have another very close race on our hands here. Enniskillen A from lane 4, maybe a bow ball out in front of St. Michael's A. Look across there from St. Michael's. If they can just keep the rowing clean, they might be in with a chance here, but I think Enniskillen, I'm going to give them a quarter of a canvas here in the last 15 strokes of this race. Enniskillen, I'm now going to give them half a length. I think Enniskillen may just have timed that sprint to the perfect timing. The Enniskillen B crew also crossed there on the far shore, lining up for a nice 3rd place finish. But coming into the line, it's going to be Enniskillen A in lane 4 are going to take the win over St. Michael's. Great celebrations there from Enniskillen. And it's looking like the Enniskillen B crew then out in lane 6 are going to come in to grab 3rd. Neck and neck there between St. Michael's and Enniskillen there for a couple hundred metres, and Enniskillen just managed to pull away. So now coming up in 4th place, we're looking at the Shannon crew from lane 3. That's going to be followed by Clonmel. And then a couple of strokes back to Fermoy B there over in lane 5. So in a couple of strokes now, the Fermoy B crew are going to cross the line in the men's junior 14 doubles. And that will finish out our second final of the men's junior 14 double. And coming down the course at some speed is the third final of the men's junior 14 double. Lane 1, Castleconnell. Lane 2, CRCC A. Lane 3, Shannon B. Lane 4, Ban C. Lane 5, Fermoy. And lane 6, Skibbereen B. Having a look out here now, and it's looking like the CRCCA crew seem to be leading this one out, but not by much. Castleconnell having some steering issues here over in lane 1, but the umpire is making sure they're back on track. Then looking over to Fermoy A out there in lane 5, maybe give them in the running for second, third. And then a little further back to Shannon and Skibbereen B out on the outside. But CRCC all the way from Galway, their A crew here in the men's junior 14 double. Racing in lane 2. They're getting on very, very well here. They've got about 10 strokes to go now. I'd be looking at, going to be close here now between Fermoy and Shannon and Lee, all for the second, third place finish. But I'm looking at CRCC here are going to take the win, I think. Yes, they've just crossed the line in first place. Close between Fermoy, Shannon and Castleconnell. A bit of a sprint on from Castleconnell. But right, Fermoy have crossed in second. I can't call Shannon and Castleconnell there for the third place finish. That was a close third place finish. Even in these minor rankings, it's great to see so many giving it their all here. And then a couple of strokes. Now we're going to have Skibbereen crossing the line in sixth place. But that's very good from all crews here. The men's junior 14 double. That's the third final safely over the line. So as I was saying earlier, the 1K Classic has grown year on year, and it now stands as one of the most exciting events in the non-status regattas in Ireland. And it's so fantastic to see so many crews here this weekend with a mix of experience, and everyone getting valuable race experience and hopefully an enjoyable experience here in Lough over the 1,000 metres. It's great to see as well so much friendly competition here on show, and everyone being so welcoming, shall we say, at the finish line, congratulating their opponents and saying well done. Even the Masters racing earlier, the traditional hip hip hooray was done after some racing. So it's great to see that here in Lough for the 1K Classic. So coming down the course now is the fourth final of the men's junior 14 double. In lane 1, Carrick B. Lane 2, Ban B. Lane 3, Offaly B. Lane 4, Athlone B. Lane 5, Sligo. And lane 6, Graignamanagh. I'm going to look over at the Ban crew there in lane 2. They seem to be leading this out, but we're talking about half a canvas between themselves and Graignamanagh out there in the far lane. Then I'd go back to Sligo there for the third place position, but not far off them either is Carrick. And then a little bit back to Offaly, the crew in lane 3. But up at the front, we have Ban. They're just gone through the 500-metre mark. They've got about they're halfway done now, but big push there from Graignamanagh there in the outside lane. I'm going to give them quarter of a canvas over Ban there in lane 2. So a bit of a spread out field here, but we're getting very close. That first and second place is anyone's at the moment. Not forgetting about Carrick. They're out in the outside lane in lane 1. Good race going on between themselves and Sligo for the third and fourth place. But here you can see on your screens, it's Ban, it's Graignamanagh. Ban are gone on a push there now. They might have just taken Graignamanagh. Sligo also pushing up there. They want in on the action. Sligo there in lane 5. But it's looking like Ban have just gone on a push there. They're approaching the 250 metres to go mark. It's about, I'd say, just under 300 metres. Ban have gone on a push. They've got about half a length on Graignamanagh there on the far side. Sligo in lane 5 also there, but don't forget about Carrick out in lane 1. They're not in shot there, but they are very much in this race. So going back up to the front, we're looking back up at Ban, neck and neck between Ban in lane 2 and Graignamanagh in lane 6. Opposite ends of the course, but some really tight race going on here. I actually, from the angle I'm at now, I couldn't call who was out in the front in this. Maybe I'm going to give the edge to Ban, potentially, but it's very close. A little bit of a dodgy stroke there from Graignamanagh, but they're definitely, that boat is still moving. Sligo looking there, they've just gone taken away from Carrick, and they're looking like they're going to get the third place. But up at the front, I'm going to say Ban looks like they're just about nosed ahead of that Graignamanagh crew. They're in lane 6. I'd say about 3/4 of a length, maybe even a length there in the closing stages of that race. Ban has just taken the win there in the fourth final of the men's junior 15 double, followed then by Graignamanagh, and then about a length to the Sligo crew in third place. Good race going on between Offaly and Carrick as well for fourth and fifth place. I think Offaly may have just, maybe it's Carrick. I actually couldn't have called that now. That was very close racing there for fourth and fifth place. So that's the fourth final of the men's junior 14 doubles, all safely down the track. And don't forget to keep up to date with all the results on the Rowing Ireland website. There's a link there that will bring you directly to the spreadsheet, where you can not only keep an eye on the Victor Leitrim points, but also the official results, which have been updated in the finish tower as we go throughout the day. You can just see there on the drone footage, we have the next final of the men's junior 14 doubles just waiting on the stake boats before they can be let off. But as you can probably tell, strong tailwind here this evening in the last maybe hour and a half of racing to get through, less than an hour and a half, maybe just an hour to get through here at the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic. Slight tailwind coming from bow side maybe, but it's more of a direct tail than yesterday. So it'd be easy enough to keep them both straight on the stake boats. And we'll hopefully be seeing the 5th final of the men's junior 14 doubles get aligned, attached and straight before they make their way down the course. And that will get us to the halfway point of these men's junior 14 doubles. As I said, 55 entries in this event. And if I'm doing my maths right, that means 110 rowers are going to take part here in this category alone over the next hour in this doubles goal. So it's great to see so many young rowers out here. Could be their first time, could be their second time competing here at the 1K Classic, and hopefully we'll see them again next year when they race Junior 15. And just before we pick up with that 5th final of the men's junior 14 doubles, we just want to take a moment to say thank you to our key sponsors and brands who have helped make this event possible and also support the broader mission of Rowing Ireland. So a special thank you to MG Motors, Kinetica Sports and Powerhouse Sport. We are so proud to be working with these partners throughout the last couple of years here in Rowing Ireland, and it's great that they share the same vision as Rowing Ireland. And you can see there a perfect bird's eye shot of the 5th final of the men's junior 14 double, well and truly on their way. So in lane 1 we have Ban D, lane 2 St. Joseph's E, lane 3 Carlow, lane 4 Fermoy C, lane 5 is empty, and lane 6 is Ban Ace. They're just about at that 500 metre mark, and you can see there on your screens you have the boys from St. Joseph's, Bish, all the way from Galway. They train on the River Corrib there in Galway, and they are leading this one out in lane 2. You'll be getting on nicely, as you can see there, slight little chop from the tailwind, but nothing to be too worried about. Then I'll be looking over on that far bank to the red and white of Ban over in lane 6. They seem to be not quite with the St. Joseph's crew, but definitely in a secure 2nd place, I would say there. And I can't quite see yet from the angle I'm at back to 3rd and 4th, but I'm confident in saying that St. Joseph's there in lane 2 are leading this one out. The shouting has started behind me with support from all the family and clubmates, but it's looking like St. Joseph's in lane 2, followed by Ban in lane 6. And then I'm going to say Fermoy, I think from lane 4 might be coming in 3rd place there, but close enough with Bandy there in the lane closest to the finish tower. But as you can see there, the St. Joseph's crew, lovely shot of them rowing nicely in this tailwind. You can see how their blades are just clearing that pop in the water and letting the tailwind do as much work for them as they can. No need to do anything extra. And as they come into the final 150 metres here with a commanding lead over the rest of the field, it is St. Joseph's in lane 2. The Bish, you can see their blue and white one pieces in that Filippi double. And as they come up to the line, they've got about 6 or 7 strokes to go now before they're not taking any chances on. They want to be certain that they are winning this race by a largest margin as possible. And coming up to the line now, it is St. Joseph's from lane 2. So they have just won that 5th final of the men's junior 14 double. And just coming up to the line here now, we have Ban A out on the far side there, closest to Lough Rynn Castle. They're going to come across in second. And good race going on here now between Fermoy and Ban D for the 3rd place finish. Looking like Fermoy, I think, just going to hold off a bit of a surge there from Ban. It's about a length then between Fermoy and Ban as they cross the line. Then in a couple of minutes, we're going to have the Carlow crew from lane 3 in a couple of strokes. The Carlow crew are going to come down to the line and finish out that 5th final of the men's junior 14 double. And firing down the course now very quickly. Well gone through the 500 metre, approaching the 250 is the 6th final of the men's junior 14 double. So lane 1 we have St. Michael's B, lane 2 St. Joseph's B, lane 3 Castleconnell D, lane 4 St. Joseph's C, and lane 5 Lough's B. So 5-boat race here. And I think it is looking like the St. Joseph's crew again in lane 2. Lane 2 must be their lucky number. The crew in the previous race won their race here. And here we have St. Joseph's B powering it down in lane 2. You can see again the blue and white of the Bish all the way from Galway. Here then we're looking back to second place. It's looking like Castleconnell I'd give second place to. Then close enough then between St. Michael's and St. Joseph's C. They're out on the far side. But it's looking like it's the St. Joseph's crew, the B crew, in lane 2. That are going to claim this one. You can see them there on the drone, just getting the boat nice, moving the boat nicely there now along. They've got about 3 or 4 strokes to go at the men's junior 14 double as they come up to the line. Attention now turns to Castleconnell, who I think are going to claim that second place finish. And it's looking like the St. Joseph's crew there, the other St. Joseph's crew in lane 4. Are going to grab that 3rd place finish, and St. Michael's going to come in 4th. And then in a couple of strokes time, we're going to have Lough's out in lane 5 are going to cross the line. And that will be the 6th final of the men's junior 14 double. Again, 55 entries here in this category. That's just boats, that's not even people. So that is 110 boats, if I'm doing the maths right. Or 110 people, here competing in this category alone. So great to see. So that's the 6th final done. And we'll be working our way down to the 10th final of the men's junior 14 double. And following hot on their heels is the 7th final of the men's junior 14 double. In lane 1, we have Lough's into Waterford A, lane 3 Galway A, lane 4 Empty, and lane 5 Shandon C. So I'd be looking there at that Galway Rowing Club crew, and it is the purple and gold of Galway that seem to be leading this race out. I'd be looking next, close enough there between Lough's on the near side and Shandon on the far side, and then a little bit back to Waterford there. But as you can see on your screens, it is the Galway Rowing Club crew. They seem to have this race well under control. Just coming into the final 250 metres. They can give it their all here now. They've got about a minute of rowing left. With that tailwind, it'll make it nice and quick for them. Good race there for second and third going on between Lough and Shandon. They're on the far side, opposite sides of the course. But good race for second and third going on there. But up at the front, again, it's been like this as long as I've been looking at this race. And we have the Galway Rowing Club boys in lane 3. So the men's junior 14 double, so you never know, these boys might be here again next year. Who knows, they might race the same crew again and have as good a row in the J15 double. But for this year, they're coming down to the line with about 7 strokes to go. It is the Galway Rowing Club boys. About 5 strokes to the line here now. Quick look over the shoulder from the stroke man. And they are about to come up to the line. Shandon looked like to have nabbed, I think, that second place finish from Lough. Lough still rowing very, very strong. Great celebrations from that Galway crew. Delighted they have won their final here, the men's junior 14 double. Great celebrations from the crowd behind me. That's Shandon, who have just crossed the line in second. Lough now in about 2 strokes time going to take third position, and the Waterford Boat Club crew now in about 2 strokes will cross the line, and that will finish the 7th final of the men's junior 14 doubles. And coming down the course now, we have the 8th final of the men's junior 14 double. Don't think I've ever said the word 8th final in my life. That's just how many boats we have entered here in the junior 14 double. But in lane 1, we have Castleconnell B, lane 2, Offaly A, lane 3, St. Joseph's A, lane 4, Skibbereen A, and lane 5, St. Joseph's D. So it is a 5-boat race here. And you can see there on your screen, it's looking like Castleconnell out here in lane 1. Actually, I stand corrected, sorry. Looking like, I'm going to say, the Bish crew out there on the far side. Bish in lane 5, I'm say, have a slight edge over what looks to be Offaly. I think, sorry, the angle I'm at here is a little bit confusing. But yeah, I'm going to go with Bish there out on the far side. Skib also up nice and close with them. I'm then going to be looking at what I think is Offaly, actually in lane 2. Yes, sorry, excuse me, getting to that stage of the evening. But yes, it's the Bish out in front, followed closely by Offaly, and then followed closely again by Skibbereen there in lane 4. You can see the blue of Bish. You can see they're in their blue one pieces, blue cap. There's no mistaking these lads for Bish boys as they come down here now in lane 5. Little bit of pressure coming from Offaly there in lane 2. Quite close between Offaly and Skibbereen there for the 2nd, 3rd place finish. Maybe give the edge to Offaly there. But up at the front, there's no doubt about it. It is the boys from St. Joseph's in Galway, again training on the Corrib, doing excellent work here in lane 5. They come up to the line. It's about 5 strokes to go. You can hear the cheer from the crowd behind me. Close race still going on there between Skibbereen and Offaly. I'm going to give the edge to Skibbereen this time. Big sprint going on there, but St. Joseph's have just come up to the line and are going to place first. Offaly are back again on a sprint. It's going to be close for second, third. So close the hooter didn't even have to sound twice. We're going to have to wait for official results on that one, so definitely check that one out. That was close. And then just coming up to the line, we have the Castle Connell crew, who are just coming down shortly, and that's going to be followed again by the St. Joseph's crew. So that's the 8th final of the men's junior 14 single, nearly all safely across the line. Great to see so many young boys possibly racing their first or maybe even their second 1K Classic here up in Lough, and hopefully, you never know, we might see them back again next year for their J15 year. But for now, we have our winners and our Bish crew from lane 5 for the men's junior 14 double 8th final. And coming towards you there now at the 500 metre mark, it is the 9th final of the men's junior 14 double. In lane 1, Shandon. Lane 2, Enniskillen D. Lane 3, Enniskillen C. Lane 4, Shandon B. And lane 5, Carrick A. It looks to be the crew. The light blue of Shandon seems to be powering this one away. You see their lovely colours there in contrast with the Castle Gardens from Lough. Pretty closely bunched up then for second, third and fourth. I'm going to be looking at maybe that Shandon A crew, closely followed by Enniskillen D and Enniskillen C. But there's no doubt about it, there's clear water now with Shandon B out in lane 4. They seem to be leading this one out. They're at about maybe 300, 350 maybe to go for these junior 14 doubles. You can see there on the screen the light blue of Shandon. They're in lane 4, powering this one down through the water, turning down a Cork, and they're up here in Lough for the 1K Classic, and it really is great to see. So, red boys are going to be appearing in the next couple of strokes over these boys' shoulders, and they'll know what that means. That means it's last 250 metres. More than likely, their last race here at the 1K Classic, so they'll want to leave it all out on the water. Still pretty close there for second, third and fourth. I'm going to give the edge to what I think is Enniskillen C. Yes, they're in lane 3, then followed by Enniskillen D and then Shandon, but still very, very close there for third and fourth place. But up at the front, there is no doubt about it. It's a clear water lead for Shandon B. They're lane 4. They're really powering there through the water. Quick look from the bowman over to the right hand side just to make sure it's only 10 strokes left, and don't worry, it most certainly is. And in a couple of strokes, all going to plan, they'll have crossed the line first in this race. We'll just have to wait now. Another 3 strokes. Quick look to the right, quick look to the left, and they are across the line. Now we're looking at that Enniskillen, I'm going to say it's Enniskillen C. Sorry, I had to check there. Enniskillen C look like they're going to grab second place. Really close here now between Shandon A and Enniskillen D. Lanes 1 and 2. Very close. Third place finish. I'm going to say it was Enniskillen D by, I'd say, a quarter of a canvas, and then to Shandon A. So really good performance there from Shandon and Enniskillen, 2 boats there from both clubs. And then in a couple of minutes, we're going to have the double from Carrick there in lane 5, and they're going to come down across the line. So that's our second last final of the men's junior 14 doubles, all safely across the line. And in a couple of minutes, we'll head back up to the stake boats for our 10th final. And just before we pick up what looks like to be a very tight race shaping up there, the last final of the men's junior 14 doubles. Quick update on the Victor Lough Trophy. Enniskillen leading with 83 points. Skibbereen on 69. Lee following closely with 61. Castleconnell in 57 and St. Joseph's in 49. And let's see will any of that change here in the next couple of minutes with the final race of the men's junior 14 double. In lane 1 we have Presentation Cork. In lane 2 Skibbereen C. Lane 3 Waterford C. Lane 4 Athlone A, and lane 5 Castleconnell. And it's looking like the crew from Presentation Cork seem to be leading this one out, but not by much. We're talking about a length, maybe a length and a quarter. Then we're looking at Waterford, Athlone and Castleconnell. They're really tight bunched up there for second, third and fourth position, maybe giving the edge to Athlone A for second. But still, they're coming down now. They're through the 500. It's about 300 to go here. You can see that Presentation crew from Cork, the purple blades and the striped backs on their one piece. That is Presentation College Cork. They're in lane 1 and they have a well clear water lead now. But let's look back there to second, third and fourth place. It's really a toss-up between Waterford, Athlone and Castleconnell. I couldn't call from the angle I'm at here. I could not call who has a slight edge in that. It's very, very tight. But then Skibbereen not out of it either, in fairness now. They're only about 3/4 of a length off that pack there for second, third and fourth. But up at the front is the purple and white of Presentation Boat Club, just about to come into the final 250 with the red boys. There they are. They'll know that's final 250. Again, still really, really close between those other 3 clubs. It's looking like Waterford, Athlone and Castleconnell. Still conscious of Skibbereen. They're over in lane 2, which I think could be up with that really tight pack as well. But Presentation, they have this race under control for them. They don't mind what's going on behind them. They can see what's happening. As long as none of those crews come for them, they are going to be okay. In lane 1, Presentation College, the purple and white, all the way from Cork. Bit of a sprint going on there now between Athlone and Castleconnell on the far side for second and third. Waterford slightly dropping back a Skibbereen as well, but still all boats really bunched up. So it's looking like Presentation coming up to the line here with about 3 strokes to go. You're going to see them come up to the line and win this final race of the men's junior 14 double. Good sprint on there between Castleconnell and Athlone for second and third place. Castleconnell, I think, are just going to take it by about half a length. And then Athlone will finish third. Good sprint also between Waterford and Skibbereen. Going to be close for fourth and fifth place. Bit of a sprint there from Skibbereen. Might have just got them fourth place. But well done to all the men's junior 14 doubles. We just had 10 finals there in the last 50 minutes with 55 entries having raced. So now we're on to slightly bigger boats. We have some junior 13 quads and then we're into our mixed 8s for the evening. So we're into our last now, I'd say half an hour-ish, 40 minutes of racing here at the 1K Classic. But do stay with us. We have some exciting 8s racing to bring you yet. So as we head into the final couple of races here at the 1K Classic, we just want to thank everyone for their continued cooperation this week, both today and this weekend, with all volunteers, marshals and slip stewards. Friendly reminder again, I know we're all tired at this stage of the evening, but just keep those volunteers coming down to the slip just to help your crews in, especially younger crews. Some younger eights going to be coming in, eights and octuplets actually coming in now in the next half an hour. So minimum amount of people on the slip, but just enough to help bring the boats in. It would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
If anybody has rope that can tow a car, could they please call the regatta office as soon as they can, please?
So you just saw some fantastic footage there of the grounds of Lough Castle on the live stream a couple of moments ago. Just shows the beauty that's around here in Lough, County Leitrim. But as we head into the final couple of races here, the domestic flatwater season is just coming to a close, but all eyes are turning now to the Irish Rowing Championships, which take place in 2 weeks' time, actually less than 2 weeks' time, in Inishcara, County Cork at the National Rowing Centre from Friday the 11th of July to Sunday the 13th of July. We're very much looking forward to having everyone back down to Cork, and we hope to see you all there. An extra little highlight this year is TG Cahir are also coming down to the National Rowing Championships, and it will make a great difference. And just while we're waiting for these women's junior 13 quads to come down the course, our time in Leitrim here is just coming to an end for this year, unfortunately, but we want to say a massive thank you to our accommodation and hospitality partners here in Leitrim. From Carrick Self-Catering Accommodation to the Landmark Hotel and the Courtyard Apartments. Your support here in making all our athletes, coaches and families feel very welcome this weekend has been much appreciated. And we look forward to hopefully seeing you all again next year. So just to give you a feel for what's left here at the 1K Classic in Lough, we have about half an hour of racing left. So we have 2 finals in the women's junior 13 quads, and then we are on to the 8s and the octuplets. This year, Rowing Ireland have introduced some mixed events. World Rowing have also introduced them at the World Rowing Championships. So great to see them here at the 1K Classic as well. The Tribesmen 8 have just paddled past me on the way to the start, and Shannon are also making their way up. So do stick around, whether you're tuning in on the live stream or here in the regatta enclosure. Do stick around, there'll be some fantastic racing. We've got Masters 8s, Junior 15 8s. Yes, just Masters and Junior 15 8s and octuplets to come down after these Women's Junior 13 coxed quads. And just after leaving the start is the first final of the Women's Junior 13 coxed quads. This is a 3-boat race with Enniskillen A in lane 3, Ban in lane 4 and Closhtignodge in lane 5. They're just off the start, only about 250 metres into this race, and Enniskillen seem to have already crept out to about a length's lead here in the Junior 13 quads. So again, these girls, most of them, it will be their first 1K Classic. Some of them maybe even their second, but the majority, it will be their first. They have another 2 years to race here at the 1K Classic, so they'll be getting great experience no matter what here in Lough. Conditions seem to be looking nice. Wind seems to have calmed down a little bit just in time for our last half hour of racing here. But as we approach, there may be about 100 metres off the 500 metre mark, moving quite quickly down the course. It is Enniskillen with about a length and a half lead over Ban, followed by Closhtignodge there on the far side. You can see the coxes in the Enniskillen boat. There is a bow loader, so that means the cox is sitting down in the bow. She actually can't see that much behind her. She's looking straight down the bow of the boat. Quick look to the right there from the cox just to see what she can see. But then if you look over in the Ban boat, both there with the red one piece and the white stripe, it is actually coxed from the stern. So the cox is sitting in the stern, steering their crew, and can see everything that goes on in the boat. So 2 different approaches. Bow loader, slightly newer addition in the last couple of years. But no matter what, anyway, it is Enniskillen in lane 3 that are leading this one out. I'd say with a touch of clear water. now. They've gone past the wall gardens, so they're gone through the 500-metre mark. We're talking about 400 metres left to row here. Jazz also, they're slightly further back off Ban, but we can still see them there. They're looking well all the way from County Galway. But it's Enniskillen there in lane 3. Enniskillen A crew rowing their hearts out here in Lough. It's about 300 metres to go for these girls. This will be their last race of the weekend. They'll have trained all year. This will more than likely be the end of their season for them. So they're going to lay it all down here at their last race of the 2025 season. You can see the Cox there. You can see her shouting away. She's got her Cox box on. Make sure her crew can hear her as she makes these last couple of calls now as they come into the red boys, which means 250 metres to go. Enniskillen have a good view of all their opponents there, both Ban and Closhtignodge. Ban there, their distinctive red one pieces with the white stripe coming in second place there. You can start to hear the Coxes as they come down towards me here in the finish tower. Again, if anyone, families or supporters, do come around to the right-hand side of the bank, there's pontoons here. You can see the last 250. Great for this kind of racing. Loads of roaring coming from the bank there behind me. There's already plenty there supporting, but coming up to the line, what I'd say about a length clear water. It is Enniskillen Boat Club in lane 3. You can hear the Coxes. They're roaring, they're screaming, they're just trying to get the last little bit out of these girls before they hang up their blades now for a couple of weeks in the off-season for some well-deserved rest. But coming up to the line, it is Enniskillen. They are doing very, very well here. Had an excellent regatta so far. A couple of boats racing later on maybe. But yes, that's Enniskillen across the line. Ban just coming up now, another stroke or two, and that'll be them over the line in second place in the women's junior 13 quads. And then a couple of strokes time, Closhtignodge will join them there. Jez from County Galway, they'll cross the line now in a few strokes, and that will close out the first final of the women's junior 13 coxed quads. And tearing down the course is the second final of the women's junior 13 coxed quads. Another 3-boat race with Muckross in lane 2, Enniskillen B in lane 3, and Connell there in lane, what looks to be lane 4. So it's close enough there now between Connell and Muckross. I'd say maybe about a canvas in it. They're just gone through the 500 metre mark. Muckross putting on a good push there just to see can they get up level. We've gone through the 500. I'd say about 450 metres left to row for these girls here at the 1K Classic. Neck and neck between Muckross and Connell there. Enniskillen B slightly slipping back. But Muckross, they just went for a surge there now in the last 15 strokes, and they want to take this race by the scruff of the neck for these last 500 metres and make it their own. If you look up the course, you can't miss. On the right-hand side, you can see Muckross, the bright yellow colours, and you can't miss the red of Connell there over on the left. So they are tearing down towards us here now. This is the last quads race of this regatta. Muckross now have about 3/4 of a length on Connell. They will start to see the red boys now in the next maybe 5-10 strokes. Red boys will come into view for them. I'm sure their coxes are already telling them about these red boys, these last 250 metres. That, yes, quite uncomfortable, but it means you are very, very nearly there. So Muckross, Connell there back now to about half a length. Connell trying to come on a bit of a surge, but Muckross, I think, just have a response there in those last few strokes. It's back to about 3/4 of a length. Muckross there, up 3/4 of a length on Castleconnell. So they're about 200 metres to go now. Coming in, if this is these girls' last race of the season. I'm sure they've put down a great season's training, both together in their clubs in Castleconnell and Muckross. So as they come up to the line, it's still close between Muckross and Castleconnell. The yellow of Muckross, the red of Castleconnell. You can hear the shouting from the bank behind me. Parents, supporters, coaches, fellow rowers. Everyone giving it their all here. Coxes, both Cox from the bow here with Muckross and Castleconnell. Coming up to the line, I think Muckross may just have about a canvas lead. Quick look to the left there from the bow woman there in the Muckross boat. This is going to be close. Castleconnell still coming on a surge. There's definitely not 3/4 of a length in this anymore. We're more looking at half a length, a canvas, if any. But I think Muckross might just hold on to it. They went on a late surge there in the last couple of strokes. And Muckross are going to cross the line in first there, followed by about a length of Clearwater in the end. Back to Castleconnell, who have placed third. Great cheers from the Muckross octuplet just going by, including the Cox supporting their Muckross crew who have just crossed the line in first. So great to see that. And just coming up to the line now, it's the Enniskillen B crew rowing very, very cleanly, in fairness, now in lane 3. And they're just going to cross the line now in the next 2 or 3 strokes. And that will finish out the women's junior 13 quads here in Lough, Rynn. So we are into the final countdown here in Lough with 5 races left to go. We have 3 finals in the mixed Masters 8 and 2 J15 mixed 8s. So to have a mixture of men and women in all these crews, great to see. This is probably one of the first regattas now that has offered mixed Masters 8, so it's great to see some new combinations, a little bit of fun. We have the last couple of crews. I can see them slipping for Moy, just getting ready to go up to the start, and I think I see Colostic Nodge there on the slip. They'll probably be racing in the junior 15 octuplets now in about 20 minutes or so. But at the moment, it is the mixed Masters 8s that will be up on the stake boats. You can see there Athlone and Skibbereen on their way to the start for those junior 15 mixed 8s. But I think looking up at the stake boats, I can see the Masters 8s just starting to get attached, and we will pick them up when they're just starting to get underway in a couple of minutes.
No, it's on now. It's off.
So unfortunately, we will be wrapping up shortly, but stay with us here as we bring you the final few races. 5 more races to go here in Lough, Rynn. And don't forget to join us again in Cork next month for the Irish Rowing Championships at the National Rowing Centre from the 11th to the 13th of July. It's a pinnacle of the Irish rowing season for many senior crews, so lots of great close racing promised. Also, as I mentioned before, this regatta is run by volunteers here at the 1K Classic, and it is no different down at the National Rowing Championships. So Rowing Ireland are currently looking for volunteers for the Irish Rowing Championships in Inishcara in 2 weeks' time. So head to the Rowing Ireland website if you're interested for details about that. And just as we're waiting for these last couple of races to come down, the sun has come out to join us, which is always encouraging for the last couple of races. So we have three Masters 8s races and then 2 junior races. So before we look at them junior races, we're just going to give you a points update on the Victor Ludorm Trophy. So Enniskillen are leading it out with 91 points. Skibbereen also there with 71 points, but we are tied third place with Lee and Castleconnell, both on 61 points. And then Bish coming in fifth place so far with 53 points. So all to play for, we have 2 men's junior 15 mixed octuplets, all 6-lane racing here, the last 2 races of the day. So we will see how those points fare out once we get as far as them. So just looking out at the regatta enclosure now, it's looking like a lot of the trailers are very nearly loaded and ready to hit the road home, but that's not before we get these Mixed Masters 8s and J15 Mixed Octuplets underway. But before we do that, I just want to remind you that the Irish Rowing Championships are on in 2 weeks' time, less than 2 weeks, actually. Today is Sunday, so less than 2 weeks' time, are on in Inishcara, County Cork at the National Rowing Centre from Friday the 11th to Sunday the 13th of July. The major highlight in the Rowing Ireland calendar, and there will be some very, very high standard athletes, I can assure you, racing that weekend in Cork. So also, as I said earlier, most of these events are run by volunteers, and the National Rowing Championships is no different. So Rowing Ireland are currently looking for volunteers for the National Rowing Championships in about 10 days' time. 2 weeks to 10 days' time in County Cork. So do have a look on the Rowing Ireland page for details about that, and all help is greatly, greatly appreciated. And just off the start, we have the first final of the Mixed Masters 8. Lane 1, we have Belfast Rowing Club, or excuse me, in Lane 2, Belfast Rowing Club, in Lane 3, Castleconnell, and in Lane 4, Cork, Fermoy, Muckross, Tralee Composite. So there are about 500 metres to go, and there is nothing in it. It is bow ball for bow ball with Belfast Rowing Club and the Composite there from the south of Ireland out on the far side. I mean, the Castleconnell crew is by no means out of it. It's looking like, I'd say, maybe a canvas back to Castleconnell, but up the front, going bow ball for bow ball, it is Belfast Rowing Club and the Composite there from Cork, Fermoy, Muckross and Tralee. They are well through the halfway point there, the 500 metre marker, but as you can see, they are very, very close together. We have 3 of these finals come up for you this evening in the next couple of minutes, and this is their first one, and if it is anything to go by, it's going to be a cracker of a couple of minutes. So it looks like that Composite there, the Cork, Fermoy, Muckross, Tralee Composite out in Lane 5. They seem to have snuck out there now on Castleconnell and Belfast Rowing Club. I'm going to say about 3/4 of a length there now. They really put a big push on. This crew have obviously done a bit of work, whether it be in the 8 or on their own. They were well able to move this boat down the course. They're flying it down. You can see there you've got Cork Boat Club there in bow pair, some yellow of Muckross there in the middle, followed by a bit of Fermoy and Tralee mixed in there in the stern. So a lot going on in that crew, but they know how to move a boat. That's one thing. Look, don't keep your eye off Belfast Rowing Club though, out here closest to the camera. They're about 3/4 of a length off themselves and Castleconnell. Belfast Rowing Club, Castleconnell fighting it out there for 2nd and 3rd place. But it's looking like that Composite from the Cork Boat Club, Fermoy Rowing Club, Muckross Rowing Club and Tralee. They are all just after crossing the line first in that final of the Mixed Masters 8. That was very, very close between Belfast Rowing Club and Castleconnell. I can't call which one it was from where I'm standing, but have a look at the official results to get the update on that one for 2nd and 3rd place. But that is the first final of the Mixed Masters 8 safely down the course. So thank you again to all the clubs for their continued support here this weekend, from getting your athletes out onto the water, racing on time, and helping them get in off the water. It has made a great difference. And just off the start, actually, apologies, they're not off the start, they're going so quick. They're going through the 500. It is the 2nd final of the Mixed Masters 8s. In Lane 1, Clonmel, Lane 2, Lee, Lane 3, Shannon, and Lane 4, St. Michael's. It looks to be that St. Michael's crew that have crept out to a commanding lead. They've only had 500 metres to do that, and by God, have they done it well. So it's clear water now with St. Michael's out in front. Close enough then between Clonmel and Shannon there for 2nd place, and Lee a little bit further back. But they're gone through the 500 metre mark. It's about 300 metres, maybe a bit more, 350 to go here in this second final of the Mixed Masters 8. You can see there that's St. Michael's crew pushing it away nice and strong off the back end of the stroke. Again, all these 8s are coxed from the stern. They're stern loaders, so that cox can see exactly what their crew is doing out in front of them. So it's looking like St. Michael's are leading this one out, with Clonmel and Shannon have locked horns there for second and third place. And then Lee slightly further back, very close there between lanes 1 and 3, Clonmel and Shannon for second and third place, with Lee Rowing Club sandwiched in the middle. That's going to be a close one there for second, third and fourth. But up at the front, where nobody is touching them, it is St. Michael's out in lane 4. Like, this isn't even a 2 kilometre race, it's only 1 kilometre. They're just coming in now. They've got 250 metres to go, and they have got one hell of a lead off the rest of the pack. So they've got about 15 strokes to go now as they come up to the line, and they're just gliding into the finish line here. Rate nice and high, might as well keep it up while you're at it. You've got a momentum in the 8, nice to keep it going. And then we're looking there for our second, third place finishes. It's looking like Clonmel have just crept out there on Shannon, and they might just pick up that second place. Lee also still well in the mix there for fourth place. But coming up to the line, it is the St. Michael's crew gliding into the finish line. The beeper is just about to sound. There it is. And they are after winning that Mixed Masters 8 second final. Coming up to the line, let's not forget about the second, third place finish here. It's tight between Clonmel and Shannon. I think Clonmel might just have about, I'd say, a quarter of a length there. Yeah, Clonmel, a quarter of a length there in lane 1, then back to Shannon in lane 3, and then closely back followed by Lee in lane 2. Close enough race there for your second, third and fourth place finishes, but commanding lead there by St. Michael's in lane 4, and that is our second final of the Mixed Masters 8 safely down the course. And just off the start, you can see with that lovely drone shot is our last final of the Mixed Masters 8. So it's looking like in lane 2, we have the Cork Defence Forces and Shandon Composite. Lane 3, New Ross, and lane 4, Tribesmen. So it's looking like from where I'm standing. Actually, I stand corrected. Lane 2 is New Ross, lane 3 is your composite there with Cork Defence Forces and Shandon, and lane 4 is Tribesmen. But let me tell you, with a commanding lead is your Cork Defence Forces Shandon composite. These 3 crews were in different age categories for the Masters events, so they were let off at separate times, but there's definitely a commanding lead here coming from this composite crew. Then I'd be looking back next to Tribesmen out there in lane 4, and then looking at New Ross then in there on closest to the camera. But there's no doubt about it, this composite has a commanding lead. They're just gone through the 500 metre mark there, well on their way down the course. And there's no doubt that boat just looks really, really relaxed. You can see, looking at the layout, they might have bow 4 as women and stern 4 as the men's. They've split it up that way. Always interesting to see how the crews have paired it up in these mixed events. Obviously, one of the first times we're seeing them racing here at the 1K Classic, but great to see this composite crew leading it out here as they come in to about 300 metres to go. It is the composite from Cork Boat Club, Defence Forces Rowing Club and Shandon Boat Club there in lane 3 are leading this one out. Then a little bit back to Tribesmen there at the far side of the course, and then a little bit further back then to New Ross. But it is really great to see all these Masters rowers having a bit of fun in these mixed crews. One of our last races here at the Rowing Ireland 1K Classic, and it's just great to see so many people out rowing, enjoying the sport of rowing for what it is, and being able to, in fairness to all of these crews that have raced here today, across all events, everyone is able to move a boat very, very well. So just coming up to the line, it is the composite from the south of Ireland. Well, I shouldn't say the south of Ireland, it's Cork, the Defence Forces and Shandon who are leading this one out by clear water. Coming down to the line in about 3 strokes time, they'll hear the buzzer and they'll be able to relax because their season of for their 2025 season is over. You can hear the celebrating from that boat there. Great to see such camaraderie between all the crews here today, congratulating each other, both within the crew and across other boats as well. It's great to see. So this is just tribesmen coming up to the line here now. Out on the far side, you can see them just coming in there now on the drone shot in their gorgeous yellow M-Packer. Just across the line, you can hear the composite there cheering them on as they cross. And coming up now in another couple of strokes, it will be the New Ross 8. You can hear the Cox cheering her crew on. So another couple of strokes now, we'll have New Ross across the line, and that was the third and final race of the Mixed Masters 8. But don't forget, we have 2 more races to go. We have the Junior 15 Mixed Octuplets. Octuplets means they have 2 oars each, so we'll see how they're going when we get further up the course, and we'll be able to update you. Again, just a reminder that official results are still on the Rowing Ireland website. There's a link there that will bring you to the spreadsheet, which has all the official results and all the points for the Victor Ludorum trophy. So that'll also be available after the regatta. If anyone wants to double check where they came, if it was a close finish between second and third or first and second, all results are available on that spreadsheet. So as we turn our attention now to the last 2 races of the day, just want to remind everyone that we're back again at the National Rowing Centre in Cork in 2 weeks' time for the Irish Rowing Championships. It'll be held on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, and it is promised to be a great spectacle of rowing down at the National Rowing Centre in Cork. So as said before, a lot of these events are run by volunteers, and Rowing Ireland are currently looking for some volunteers to help out at the National Championships. So have a look on the Rowing Ireland website. Plenty of information there about how you can get involved, and don't be afraid, it's a great opportunity for everyone. And fresh off the start is the Junior 15 mixed octuplets. 6-boat race here for our second last race of the day here in Lough, Rynn. So in lane 1 we have Clostignaud B. Lane 2, Fermoy. Lane 3, Clonmel. Lane 4, Galway. Lane 5, Athlone. And lane 6, Muckross. So it is a very close race here. They're only about 250 metres off the start. And I'm looking over at Galway Rowing Club there in lane 5. They seem to have crept out. The crew there from Athlone also closely following beside them. Close race here with all crews. We've Clostignaud, we have Fermoy, we have Clonmel, we have Galway, Athlone and Muckross. I think there might be in slightly different lanes, but that's okay. We're on the second last race of the day. So we have Galway there in lane 4. They're doing great. You can see the purple and gold of Galway tearing down the course. Athlone there in the background, of course, pushing the boat away. It looks like I'm going to give the edge to this Galway crew as they come down towards me. I've got a kaleidoscope of colours looking at me. I've got purple, I've got green, I've got yellow. I've got Fermoy colours there, the white and green. I've got a lot coming at me here, but what's sticking out to me is Galway there over the far side, the purple and the gold. Then I'd be looking here at Clonmel, also in one of the centre lanes. They're getting up nice and close into the action, but not forgetting about Fermoy. They're here in lane 2, charging ahead. I'd be looking at now Galway, and then I'd be looking at Fermoy. There is your 1-2. Could be Clonmel there in 3, but not forgetting about Athlone over there on that far side. They are most certainly charging it away. I think we're getting close here We're getting close. It's getting close to the line. You've got about 15 strokes to go. I think Galway are just about going to hold on to this. Getting close between Fermoy, Clonmel and Athlone. I think Galway have this one out by a length. Then we're following back to Athlone. Really close between Fermoy and Clonmel, but I'm going to give Fermoy the lead on that one. But coming up to the line, it is Galway Rowing Club in the mixed octuplets, Junior 15, just crossing the line. Screams of celebration, very close between Fermoy and Athlone. I think Fermoy may have just got that one. We'll have to wait for official results, but I think that's going to be Fermoy second, Athlone third, Clonmel fourth, with Muckross then and just coming up to the line, going to be followed by Jez in a matter of seconds. But that was our second last race of the day here. One more still to do a run down the track. Excellent racing there from the J15s. Again, head over to Rowing Ireland for official results because that was a close one. And here we go, our last race of the day already underway. They have already gone through the 500 metre mark, flying it down the course here. So again, Junior 15 mixed octuplets. Lane 1, Shandon. Lane 2, Skibbereen. Lane 3, Clostignaud. Lane 4, St Michael's. 5, Enniskillen and 6, Cork. And it seems to be Enniskillen and St Michael's that are up there going toe for toe. I'd give the edge to Enniskillen there, about a canvas maybe up on St Michael's. Don't forget about Skibbereen. They're also in the yellow M-Packer, making inroads as they come into the final 250 metres. It's going to be close between Enniskillen and St Michael's as they come down to the final 250 metres. The Coxes are going to be roaring. It's the last race of the season. It's the last race of the day, rowing their hearts out here in Lough Rynn. This is going to be close, ladies and gentlemen. It's bow ball for bow ball. St Michael's, Enniskillen going toe for toe, 200 metres to go. You can see Coxes are roaring. Don't forget about Skibbereen here on the near side. It's going to be close, bow ball for bow ball. I'm going to give the edge to Enniskillen, but I'm talking about a bow ball ahead. It's looking like maybe a quarter of a canvas. Enniskillen are going for it. The Cox, quick look to the left there for the Enniskillen Cox. See, is she on the stroke woman yet of St Michael's? And I think Enniskillen may have just edged out about a canvas of a lead there as they come down into the final 5 strokes. Yeah, I think Enniskillen may have just timed that sprint just right. They're going to take the win, just less than half a length ahead of St Michael's. Skibbereen set to come across the line in third. Quite close now between Shandon, Clostignaud and Cork Boat Club there, but Shandon just across the line in fourth, followed by Clostignaud and Cork Rowing Club now just across the line. So that finishes up our last race of the day here at the 1K Classic. So that is it, everyone. Over 1,000 competitors later, 157 races, I think. We are done. The 1K Classic here held in Lough is finally over. It has been a fantastic weekend's racing. Again, just to recap on the numbers we've had here in Lough, 46 clubs, 1,030 competitors, 904 crews, and 174 races. We've been on the go here since 9 o'clock Saturday morning, and it is now 20 to 6 on Sunday evening, and we are wrapping up. So well done to all the competitors, volunteers, coaches, everybody in the background that made this weekend a success. It's been a joy at this regatta to both help out, watch everyone race, and well done to everyone. So thank you very much. That's all from us here in Lough, and we hope to see you all at the Irish Rowing Championships in 2 weeks' time in Inishcara, County Cork. Thank you very much. See you then.